previously on the LCS.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 7 of the North American LCS. Our special extended LCS weekend will begin.
They're going for it.
Teleport home guard, he passes the flash. Wow, there is the Wombo combo. Can he get onto his Nintendo next? No, he repels, but where's he going to? He's going to come back down. He's got away. I don't believe it.
Nintendo with the great escape.
1-2 on that. Oh, it's going to be Nick Vulcun baited in. Nick, why?
They probably feel pretty good about that one because that was a tough road back in that game. This is advantage curse, or they're just waiting.
Wow.
Oh no, Saints going in. 45.
Patience game, St. Vicious goes in, the aggression goes down, St. Vicious taking low as is Scara, and the ignite comes out, the exhaust is used, Scara goes down, its first blood, it's Copter picked it up, and would you believe it's a 3-1 for Curse already.
We had just a really great level 1 that snowballed the game.
That absolutely is the surrender. You can see Dyrus, his head down a bit.
Scar's Gragas play, like, I'm gonna be doing some extra favors for him. like chores and, you know, the dishes.
Can they continue onto this one? They're waiting for the shockwave. St. Vicious, one more dive. Everybody flashes out. And CLG turned that one around.
Flashing that shockwave was gigantic.
For them to come out and completely do this to Curse after a 5-loss streak. They're really coming out strong. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 8 of the North American LCS, live from Los Angeles, California. I'm Rivington Bislin III, along with Joshua Jet Leesman. Last weekend, all 8 teams threw down during an epic Week 7, and not only did we have our first Quinn select, but the KDA King Cop actually died 3 times as CLG snapped a 5-game losing streak with a huge win against Curse.
And last week, CLG went 2-1. They're now comfortably in 4th place, and Hotshot GG actually won our MVP during that. Around the league also, Vulcun went 0-3. They're the ones who are supposed to be challenging them. Then GGU went 2-1 despite everyone counting them out. So we really have a tight race now between seeds 5 and 8.
But the biggest story coming into this week, Week 8, is the roster changes that were made by 3 of the teams fighting to stay in the playoffs. On Tuesday, Complexity benched their mid laner Chuper and picked up Loudamortis' former teammate Prolly.
And later that night, Vulcun made their own roster swap. They benched Muffin Cutie and replaced him with GGU's Bloodwater. That, of course, left GGU scrambling to find replacement. So on Wednesday, they announced Daydreamin' from Dignitas' B squad would join the team.
And as the pressure mounts to avoid relegation and hold on to their pro status, these teams are just the latest to try and turn around the season by changing their rosters.
Right, it's not just North America. Against All Authority replaced Corralius with Dwad this week. And even though Dragonborn's previously benched Maluno for Dexter 1, Maluno's back on the roster there. So you can see the pressure on the bottom teams is mounting more and more. So they're becoming more cutthroat as the teams approach the playoffs, right? Like Vulcun, for instance, did like Muffin Cutie, but they realized one of the reasons they were losing was because of Bloodwater. So they picked up Bloodwater from GGU. That also hurts GGU in their eyes. So they're really just fighting the competition with that move.
In the end, man, if you can't beat them, make them join you.
Pick them up.
Just take them all. But all right, it's time.
But the last 2 playoff spots got a lot tighter after Vulcun dropped all 3 of their games last weekend. Marn is now 1 game back at 6-12, and GGU and Complexity are rounding out the standings.
And it's definitely going to be a brawl between the bottom 4 as they fight to earn their spot in the spring playoffs. And it all starts with today's matches. First up, Counter Logic Gaming is looking to sweep the season series from Complexity, but will the mid lane swap to Prolly be the spark Complexity needs to finally beat CLG? After that, it's GGU and their new support Daydreamin' taking on Curse. GGU is fired up and on the hunt for that playoff spot, but Curse will come out swinging as they fight to hold on to their first place throne.
And next, Bloodwater will be calling the shots for Vulcun as they battle to take down TSM for the first time all year. Then, the brothers battle it out when Marn takes on their BFFs in the LCS, Complexity.
Yeah, but before today's games kick off, make sure to vote for who you think is going to win.
Jump onto lolesports.com, click matches at the top right, go to Week 8 and vote.
And while you're there, remember to vote for the NA LCS All-Star team. It's up to you to select the best top, jungle, mid, AD, and support to represent your region.
And keep in mind that you're voting for 1 player for each position. And hurry, because voting closes on April 15th.
And once you vote, you can check out who's the top vote getter at each position, and that leads us to today's Twitter question. Which player not currently leading in votes is the most deserving of an all-star spot, and why?
Hit us up on Twitter. We're at LolEsports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your tweets later in the show.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just moments away from our first match of the day and Prolly's debut with Complexity. We'll see if he can help turn their season around when they take on CLG. Don't go anywhere.
At this point, all of the bottom 4 teams are actually a threat to us.
When you think of complexity, all you do is think about Nick Wu.
We always establish a good lead early, but then we don't know how to carry it into the mid and late. Once we work on those, we should be able to really start closing out games and pulling out wins.
Right now, we're in a slump, but the thing is, we're taking every match as seriously as possible.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for our first match of the day, Complexity versus Counterlogic Gaming. CLG has dominated their first 3 games, including a win last week, but this will be a very different Complexity they face, as today Prolly is in mid, and without a lot of time to prepare for Complexity's new jungle mid combo, CLG will have their hands full.
And Prolly should have good chemistry with Laudamortis. They played together on Legion way back in Season 2. They actually took 3rd place at IPL Faceoff last year, so the question will be, will they have that synergy still together from when they used to play? Or is it the fact that they've been on different teams now for so long, will it take a while for them to get together again?
Well, on top of that, Prolly is not going to have an easy time against mid. Link in mid.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because Link went 11-2-11 against Complexity last week when they had Chuper in the mid lane, and he was dominating really the whole week. He's back on his long-range champions and looking very confused at the camera as well, and that's what CLG likes to play him on. It's going to be amazing because Link does have one of the most diverse champion pools in the game, despite playing Lux all 3 games last week, and Prolly, just in the MLG Dallas event and the online qualifiers when he was on Velocity, he's played 6 different champions in 6 games. So CLG can't really scout him that well.
That's a pretty big comfort level. Like, how do you break that? So while Link and the crew had a big week 7, it's been a struggle for CLG this season. We sat down with Hotshot's team to talk about the state of Counterlogic Gaming.
If you told me that we'd be 10-10 at the start of the season, I would have thought you were crazy.
And they take down CLG and get
First win is even get into a position to fight back right now. Last 5 for CLG have been losses.
Clearly, I'm not happy with where we're at right now. 10-10 is like unacceptable to me.
After a really big streak of losses and you have thousands of people hammering down on you, it actually plays with your head.
We try to be positive, but it's really terrible.
No matter how much tough skin you have, eventually the community will kind of get to you. Maybe you'll start to doubt yourself and hesitate.
I know Hotshot has a problem with that because he reads Reddit, but I hate Reddit. Screw that. I don't really care what people say about me. I just focus on myself getting better.
It honestly played with my head. I thought I needed to play a threat. I really need to do this, but my team backed me up and they kept reassuring me like, no, play this way. And so it's frustrating when the community is like, hotshot, 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 hotshot.
The team constantly reinforces you shouldn't think about what other people say. They actually don't know what they're saying, by the way, because we know better as a team. And I think he just needs to stop caring what the community thinks and just focus on being a better player.
And then my team's like, it's not your fault, it's not your fault, it's not your fault. So it goes back and forth and I'm just like,
We always tell him that just don't listen to what the community says because it's not true. Even Chaucer recently, he's actually been doubting himself because he's like, maybe I should have initiated during that one game. But the thing is, our problems stem from a team. It's not from individual play, and that's the most important thing that everyone on the team has to realize.
What matters is you keep it consistent and you play what you're strong at. Don't play what you're not good at because then teams will just take advantage of that.
We already know what works as a team, but at the same time, we're focused on we're trying too hard to try new things and trying to be like other people who we're not. So we need to find our identity and then try to find slower ways of improving.
now we're kind of going back to our roots. We're figuring out what works for us, and we like it so far.
CLG looking for vengeance, and they found it against Curse, bringing themselves another victory here.
Good job, guys. Yeah, congratulations to CLG. They evened it up.
Come tournament time, teams are going to have to be really, really prepared to beat us.
The most important thing is not to get too down on ourselves. The rest of the season, I have no expectations, but I really hope we 8-0. It's really disheartening to see all these posts. I used to be a CLG fan. Oh, I was a fan until I saw this or heard this. It's just, I want us to keep our fans, and I want to make them proud.
CLG's quest for an 8-0 finish begins right now against a revamped Complexity squad. Let's check out today's starting lineups. On the blue team, it's Complexity. Nick Wu in the top with Laudamortis at jungle. Prolly now in mid. Brunshu at AD. Relationship between Laudamortis and Prolly. How far does this go back?
It goes back almost to Season 1. Back when they were Legion, I think it was MLG Providence 2011, where they actually got to go to that because CLG got disqualified going into that tournament, right? So that was when they really had their big scene. And Prawley has always been an incredibly talented mid lane player, but he's always been really loyal to the people he plays with and his friends. So in this situation, it's probably really good for him that he's back with Loudamortis, so at least he gets some of that old Legion love back together.
Probably.
So it's probably. He's probably going to have that together. And I'm really excited to see him back in the LCS.
Awesome. We'll have to see what they have for Champion Select, and it looks like they don't want to deal with the mechanics on that vein, and also have seen that probably will take that Rumble mid as well as Nick Wu top.
Yeah, and this is actually really funny because Nick Wu has been talking about how he's diversified his champion pool more and more, and you look at him, it's like, yes, he moved on from Zed. He started playing Rumble.
For sure.
And therefore, COG's just like, we're going to ban both of them, but they forgot to ban Shen. That's his third. That's his backup. And that is his champion pool. So they exhausted everything. It's a good thing they had first pick for that.
Yep.
They obviously planned for it, and they lock it in.
So a safe game so far with the map presence in Shen. CLG obviously looking, as Hotshot said, to keep that tank, keep that somewhat initiator role going and not really have to be too aggressive. Looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up the bottom lane right away.
Yeah, so when Vayne was banned out last week, it was Caitlyn or Twitch that Doublelift played. So they banned out Caitlyn themselves, and he's just going to go and play Twitch. Aphromoo also was one of the first early adopters in North America of Thresh. Actually, last night in the debut of the new OGN season, every Thresh started with the red elixir. I wonder if Aphromoo is going to do something similar to that, because we've been seeing more and more red elixirs, even in the LCS. Dignitas usually opens games up with 3, but usually not on supports. Thresh is a pretty good candidate for it.
So knowing that coming into this, Caitlyn's been banned out, so they're actually going to go with safe play, as actually Loudamortis using up Varus for that ultimate. Whether they want to go in and out could be comboed with a Sony here from MIA since they took his Thresh.
Right, so Brunchu will probably be a Varus player. He's a Caitlyn and Varus player, first 2. Doesn't really play Twitch. Varus is the natural combo for that. Also, Varus used to work really well with Zed, because he will provide the CC that you normally get from a mid lane caster. And Prawley, if this is a Zyra, I'd actually expect this Zyra to be mid. Most people think that it's a support Zyra, but MIA doesn't have support Zyra experience. Like you said, he's usually a Sona or a Thresh player. Thresh is already taken. Probably not falling back in Zyra, and Prawley did have a Zyra game in his most recent competition when he was on Velocity in the qualifier.
And this is really playing to the flavor of what Complexity is showing us lately. Dive, AoE comps. Right now they have that on the outside, but expect to see, you know, that jungle and Mumu coming out.
It very well could be, right? Like, it's most likely something for Loudamortis. The thing I'm actually going to be looking for is who gets the Cho'Gath and if it gets the Cho'Gath, because Hotshot's 2 big champions lately have been Malphite and Cho'Gath. Fall the COG if they pick Cho'Gath, or Loudamortis could steal it and then really put Hotshot off his game. He'd have to play a Nasus or something in the top lane if they take Cho away from them.
Well, Cho was their catalyst in the Dignitas game at MLG. He was literally double kill top lane, double kill bottom lane, thwarted out Crumbs, and then was tanking turrets 18, 19 minutes into the game for his team to take them down. So definitely a huge player there. We've seen that Loudamortis is so much more comfortable on the utility junglers.
So I'd expect probably, if I was guessing, I would think it's going to be like a Sona and then a utility jungler for Loudamortis. That Diana pick is either a lost leader or it's they're actually going with support Zyra and a mid Diana for Prawley, because no one really knows the extent to which Prawley's champion pool reaches, right? If he were to pick Diana, that would be a 7th different champion in 7 games. And I could be way off. They could very well run the Shen jungle and something else in the mid lane. That's actually what they're going for.
Yeah, that is going to be Prawley's. So it looks like the Nick Wu has done a little bit of champion pool extension.
He very well could have, because like the Ziggs has got to be Prawley in mid, no question, right? And then that's most likely the Kha'Zix top, which is actually what Chuper had been playing for them. Whenever they'd pick Kha'Zix, Chuper would play the Kha'Zix.
It was a part of their compositions that they kind of wanted. And
he built that like Ravenous Hydra and stuff. So they very much like having that in. And in the game that Loudamortis played Shen, he actually got a lot of farm. And hello, new pick for Hotshot. Udyr.
Oh, that's exciting.
This is 3.5 patch, by the way, so this is the new Udyr, so to speak. No mana return on Turtle Stance. You can crit on Turtle Stance. Phoenix is different. It applies on the first proc, no longer gives bonus attack damage and ability power. And Bear gives you minion pass-through, less duration, more speed.
All the Bear.
Probably didn't catch much of that, but you can go read the patch notes. And that's one of the things. So this for COG will actually be very interesting. I'd expect Hotshot to go Phoenix stance in the top lane and be as annoying as possible, where the rest of the team just tries to power up and make plays with Chouster. You look at Complexity, and that is a very AoE heavy team with potentially split push pressure. It's going to have to be, most likely, Loudamortis dealing with Hotshot split push, so he's going to have to power up really heavily, and then Complexity's really going to have to worry about getting the right initiates because they still only have one true tank.
And this game has to be a field day for Chouster right now. He sees pretty much hard crowd control in every lane. Who would you want to focus here coming in? They said Nick Wu, but we have Prolly on the team now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the team and the way they're predicting it, like Doublelift saying, every time we think of Complexity, we think of Nick Wu, which was actually kind of news to me when he said that, because we have been building up Loud Mortis almost this entire year.
Absolutely.
And thinking every team focuses Loud Mortis. But apparently a lot of that has to do with Nick Wu. And even if you think back to last week when Nick Wu was on Zed, those fights were about Nick Wu and getting the Doublelift. So maybe that's why Doublelift was thinking about him, because he's like, that Zed's going to kill me over and over again.
Nightmares.
But I can see that being a focus for CLG, not only because Nick Wu's on an assassin like Kha'Zix, but also because Hotshot really wants to get going on Udyr.
Absolutely. We'll have to see as we are almost in and on to the Rift. Thanks for joining us here for Week 8, Game 1. Rivington III and Joshua Jatleesman bringing you this matchup, and we are on to the Rift. Complexity versus CLG.
Okay, so Zyra does have one of the best, if not the best, auto attack for support. It's 575 range, which is going to outrange Thresh. I believe Thresh is at 475. It actually outranges Twitch as well, because Twitch is a 550. So both Varus and Zyra's attack ranges sync up at more than Doublelift. So if they 2v2 that lane with the double red elixirs, it's big as they're looking to invade, and I think COG spots them out.
They're very heavy set on the top side. Usually not seeing teams do this too much anymore, and they are going to be
this could be a
pinched
fight
in here. Aphromoo is trying to draw them in. He still knows they are going to be able to go in. It looks like they lock up. The bindings are back and forth, though. They're not focusing the crowd control. Prolly's able to get out. It looks like they're able to drop Link first and somewhat turn this one around here. Complexity still doing the most damage. Almost going down. Hotshot gets out with a sliver. They are still able to take one. Nick Wu falls. MIA coming up with a kill for himself. There's that auto attack range coming into play for the support, and it's going to be a double kill for Prolly. 2 assists on his first game as well.
Oh my god, that was 5 kills in the first minute and 20 seconds. Like, that was a very huge thing for Complexity as everyone misses his death sentence at the end there. But CLG didn't have to do that.
No.
Like, they had 4 in a brush, and someone isolated off on the other side, whereas Complexity was very much grouped up, and you're fighting a Ziggs, dude. His bombs are spammed on you. Zyra's AoE is much more substantial. Like, yes, you have some good stuff with a light binding, but like the sustained, persistent damage and the AoE potential, if you're just gonna have like a level 1 brawl fest, Complexity is way ahead on that compared to CLG, so that choice is highly questionable from CLG early.
That was awesome play by Complexity coming in. Everybody actually choosing the area of effect, slowing the addition of that ability to stack on and get the most out of their kills in that first skill selection.
Absolutely.
So 4-1 as they start. Looks like either Brunch bought another one. I don't think he actually used his first one. Hotshot GG just got exploded and ignited down.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Like, Nick Wu started with the red elixir. Because he'd gotten the first blood fight, he got a Doran's Blade to come back. He beat Hotshot to level 2. Hotshot had no flash to begin the game. He also didn't start with the red elixir. Like, that was just waiting to happen, and Hotshot didn't see it coming. Nick Wu beasted him down early, and that's not a... This is a just disaster for CLG early.
This is not something we have seen from Complexity, and CLG is really on their heels right now, as you say. They're trying to focus
between Prolly and Link, because it's a Chalice of Harmony start for Prolly. And levels, right? Because they destroyed that level 1 so hard, they got the extra items. They have the extra gold, and he is just going to harass Link terribly. Chouster burned his flash, right? Like, Prolly is fairly safe in these situations, and it's really hard for CLG to deal with this.
So why is it only champions or people like Prolly, like Shifter, that are bringing people or champions like Ziggs out?
It could just be the fact that Prolly does whatever he wants, right? Like, Link did it for a while, but now CLG's gotten him back on the long-range champions. And at the same time, we saw it almost with Wild Turtle a little bit too. Your first week in the LCS, you're kind of just playing with house money, because if you do bad, it's like, well, he hasn't had time for the team.
Oof.
I'm fighting, dead.
Oh, MIA absolutely expunged there. They could still go in, just a sliver of health on Doublelift. He's going to be able to back out, and it looks like they're going to Hotshot once again. Top, that flash is down, the burst is coming out. One more attack, and the Vorpal goes down, and Nick Wu picks up his 3rd kill of the game at 4 minutes in.
This game is ridiculously paced for CLG. CLG likes slow games where fights don't necessarily happen, so they are very uncomfortable right now. Yes, Doublelift did pick up that kill in the bottom lane, and he was kind of able to do that because he was the 1 kill that CLG picked up before, so he wasn't disadvantaged nearly as much as the rest of CLG. But like, Hotshot just teleported back into top lane. I wonder if they're just going to try to kill him again.
I wouldn't doubt it. Actually, Nick Wu is quite low on mana. There is double buff on Loud Mortis, so they don't want to lose that. No vision on Chouster is going to allow them to play safe here, but still put on that pressure to Hotshot.
And this is not something I actually expected to see with the new Udyr in top lane, right? Like, I expected him to be much more jungle heavy, Just the turtle sustain isn't quite there. Hotshot's wanting to turn into that late game Phoenix threat that just spams out the lane, but he's really going to have to take his time because he's already put 2 points in turtle, and he's not shoving very fast now, plus his items are way behind, just based on everything that's happened to him in the level 1 and in the lane.
Chouster just waiting patiently down bottom. Finally sees MIA. Brunchu return to lane here as they are getting themselves farm back up. As we take stock of that, looks like each lane is quite even in farm, but Complexity's looking to win on these kills right now. The farm is really nothing for them at this point, and they are going to continuously do this. Chouster still waiting in the bottom. Really one of those to wait on the kills instead of that farm.
And you're looking at the lane, it's not necessarily pushing in closer and closer to the danger zone. Their flashes are also down for a brief second on Brunchu, but Chouster goes in.
So good. The E from Brunch just pretty much cancels everything. A grasping root grabbing him up, and it just cancels that out.
Yeah, so he unfortunately went for MIA, whose flash was up. Brunchu's flash will be off cooldown just in a second. And that is a lot of time invested for Chouster, where Lauda Mortis was just happily farming. Those ganks are going to become more and more difficult once Lauda Mortis hits level 6, because then even if they get the surprise, Lauda Mortis will be able to globally come in from the jungle. That's usually the struggle with Jungle Shen, is getting to that point. But with the 5 assists he picked up, they're going. And here's another gank.
Straight in. They go actually back towards the backside of MIA. Aframu could go down here as Brunchu knows this is going to be an all-out battle. He's going to try to get the damage down before he himself goes down. Double lift getting all the attacks in. Chouster probably going to let this one go to double lift. Here it goes, Probably. Oh, he gets the ultimate down. Mortis just on the outside. Can he get the taunt in if it's going to be long enough? The flag toss. No, the flash has to come out. So that's going to be good for them on the jungle pressure.
Mega Inferno Bomb just gets double lift down, but we've seen this story before for CLG. 4 kills on the team, 4 kills onto double lift. This is very quickly turning into another one of those back-breaking moments for double lift, where he's the only one on the team with farm, and now they're diving Hotshot.
There's the ultimate coming up, going in a lot of Mortis. Nick Wu taking too much damage. He stays there for another shot. It could be enough if Hotshot can get that stun in, but there's just too many minions. Lauda Mortis and Nick Wu definitely in a scary spot here. They've taken a little too much damage. We've seen this before. Hotshot trying to go in. There's the laser. Oh, he flashes the final spark. Hotshot. Oh, the blade comes in with minion damage. These guys are just scrapping it back and forth. Punches to the face in the 1-2 and probably looks to finish Link, but he just backs out of this fight.
The pace of this game is absolutely out of control. That's 2 kills per minute on the map so far. 14 kills in 7 minutes. The goal beat is very much in favor of Complexity, and they're aggressing like crazy. That could have been a disaster for Complexity, but they came away fairly even. That was still bad for them in the grand scheme of things, but they're keeping Hotshot down, which is the important thing. I mean, we mentioned in the pregame needing to have Lauda Mortis strong enough to deal with Hotshot, and thus far, they're doing that.
It looks like we have the Giants belt now coming out for Lauda Mortis. One of his favorite
items across the board. Rib, there's an 8-minute completion of Athene's Unholy Grail on probably Ziggs in the mid lane. How is Link going to fight against that? He's got a Cage's lucky pick, and
he knows it's a long game. He's already going for the gold generation.
He's got to just stall out. He's getting out farmed. He can't roam nearly at the level of Prawley. The Mega Inferno Bomb is super potent as well. Like, the Ziggs pick is definitely working out in this scenario because he's not worried about getting spiked out. Lauda Mortis is now soloing the Dragon. Probably's walking through war, but I don't know if COG feels confident enough to go for this. They might try to snipe it with a Link laser, but it looks like they're just handing off blue. Lauda Mortis might get this for free.
This is something that they used to have Soraka to do in Amumu, but now they're just able to do it with Shen. They controlled this early game so well. 9 minutes in, 9-5, an almost 4,000 gold lead here for Complexity and this revamped roster.
I will say that Complexity this season does have very good early games, right? They usually get the first Dragon. I don't have statistics to back this up quite yet, but we see them get really early Dragon plays early.
True.
Lauda Mortis puts an amazing amount of emphasis on getting that, and he's usually successful. These are the moments, even though they usually don't have leads this big, that they start to crumble. So with the new roster, with Prawley, with the confidence, sometimes just changing a roster member, even if Prawley isn't outperforming Chuper, it makes everyone else play on a different level. They forget about the bad things that they've been doing. They reset their mindset, and they're able to finish games and make more aggressive plays because they no longer have the burden of all the defeats because they see themselves as a new team, even if they're still 4 of the same players.
You see CLG trying to adapt in some of the builds. We've seen it before, and it comes out sometimes when you're ahead, but it's bad when it comes out late and you have to buy that Doran shield. One now coming out from Aframu. Hotshot trying to pick one up, sinking a little bit of money into just staying alive in lane right now.
He's sinking a lot of money into just staying alive in lane. Like, Hotshot component items is getting taken to a new level this game because he is not able to deal with Nick Wu. Like, Nick Wu is going to be an issue in this game because he is in no way getting shut down by Hotshot. And even in the bottom lane, the farm for Brunchu is doing quite well. It's really about keeping Double Lift down. Like, that's the only other threat right now that Complexity has to think about at this point in the game.
You see Chauster babysitting still and really trying to soak up the experience. His jungle's almost clear. He wants to be able to go top or bottom if something big happens. He knows that Complexity has that map control right now, and he has to be able to go everywhere. You see him finally starting to teeter towards the top side. His Link has his ultimate to clear, and that's really what they need to leave each other alone, is the ability to just siege that out. You can't even do it now. A lot more is putting the pressure on.
And it's just a matter of Link's blue buff doesn't really have anything on Prawley's bomb spam. The Athene's Unholy Grail is like up on the map, is falling farther and farther behind, and it will be kind of about COG finding a Complexity mistake like they were able to do even last week, because we can't forget the last week Complexity did have a fairly substantial lead on COG for most of the game.
We see that tier getting stacked up as Nick Wu is actually grabbing up the blue so he can continuously get that to its full form. Probably is not going to get any damage on the turret, but you can see Nick Wu just really giving Hotshot a hard time in the top lane, and just that damage coming out. Turtle not really helping Hotshot at all, and he's forced out of the lane. Mana's low, so he'll probably be teleporting back in here as Chaucer again forced to wait on the wing for a gank.
And in this gank situation, there will be a lot of Mortis coming in if they decide to do a Lantern Jarvan gank like they did last time. I can see them trying to pull it off, but you can tell Complexity recognizes something. This is actually Prawley bomb range if COG decides to go in, and Chester's already went back to base, so now it turns into a situation of Complexity thinking about diving COG in their turret.
And look how confident they are. They're looking for somebody in the jungle before they do it. They say we have enough time to roam. Mid Link is visible, top is visible, Nick Wu has Hotshot on his heels. They can really control the entire map, and especially having Shen, and he's just able to walk around right now. He doesn't have to use the Stand United.
They're daring Chauster to make a play right now. They're just like, we're walking in your jungle, come at us, because we're willing to fight in almost any scenario. Even if they were slightly outmanned, they feel confident in their ability to take these fights. Chauster just now checked Dragon. That thing dropped several minutes ago, so you can see the map control is way out of proportion right now in the favor of Complexity.
You do see keeping a hover on that bottom side, probably playing towards the bottom side of mid as Brunchu just bursting out, double lift down to half health there with the combo. And it looks like Probably could drop this turret quite soon, get some pressure on mid, and that next Dragon may not be able to be contested here. They have 2 minutes. We'll have to see if CLG can set themselves up for this.
And it's going to be real tough because the team fight damage from Complexity at this point is really huge. The big thing will happen, actually, Nick Wu is getting closer and closer to level 11. Once he gets that evolved wings as well, he will be able to stomp around these team fights, which were already going to be a little bit stompy. So this is really bad. The only advantage COG might have is that Hotshot has a teleport if Nick Wu catches himself top.
And this kind of plays into CLG's old, or now current game style as well, is that super late
Lantern
game.
gank.
Lantern gank coming in. They do get the death sentence on him, and they dove for the backside. He actually popped up both, the Cataclysm on both. This is really Chauster helping right now. Can they finish it off as Mortis comes in? Almost a double save on the team as Afro flashes for the auto.
And Hotshot teleported in at the last second, so Nick Wu is stuck top, and this is kind of a 5v3 that COG is sort of collapsing on, but they did get only one edge this is giving them since they've lost the pressure top.
That pressure loss top, the inventory showing all defensive items. Is Hotshot GG actually going to build completely? He does. He builds the Warden along with Jarvan and still leave it up to Double Lift and Link to do that damage, even though he's on Udyr. He's going to be in the fight.
I think he's going full defense on Udyr, right? Like that was his plan all along. Phoenix has enough base damage to clear waves and have a bit of an impact in team fights that he is happy just stalling and being annoying, as now Complexity pushes through, Double Lift going aggro.
That was a great dodge there. Mortis only has to deal with the slow now. If Double Lift can't get there, a good grasping route. He will not be able to get the flask off, sponge damage for a bit, and looks like Chaucer will start to make some moves. He's only going towards the mid to start to clear that up and really get himself back into this game. He's still a level under Mortis.
And now with COG's teleport down as well, Hotshot returns to the top lane. Dragon just spawned, so the play that COG tried to create didn't give him a tower and didn't give him Dragon control. We'll really have to see how that pans out. Both teams have wards on the Dragon, and COG is collapsing down there very fast. If they can rush this Dragon down right now, it'll be a great play because they're going to catch Complexity with their pants down going back to base.
It's going to be gold. That's very necessary. The bomb comes in just a little late, and Nick Wu on the side as well. They will be able to close the gap back down to 4,000 at 15 minutes. It means we're going to see that next Dragon around 21 minutes, and we'll see how both teams act, as they did have vision on the timer.
And that play was actually almost the worst of both worlds for Complexity, because not only did they not get the Dragon, they also lost a substantial amount of pressure top, even though Hotshot didn't have his teleport down. When Nick Wu tried to contribute to the Dragon steal, he left this window for Hotshot. Hotshot is probably going to try to finish this turret, or he's going to die, because Loudamortis is on the hunt.
They do have the ward there. Hotshot is out of mana. He may have one Bear Stance left in that form. Oh, he has to flash it out. So there's some danger there for him.
Still a pretty good flash, and that's one of Hotshot's charms on as any top laner. He's 1-4. He's been getting destroyed all game, but he still just forced 2 people to come all the way on the other side of the map and respond to him, and he didn't die. So that type of map pressure might keep CLG in this game if they can continue to apply it.
Well, they have a pretty good force up here. This is for sure going to take this turret down. Loudamortis ultimate coming back up in about 30 seconds, so they can get themselves around the map if necessary. Nick Wu can still stay top, be the burden that he has so far. Now looking over to Link, going against that Athene's. Now a finished Haunting Guise, probably turning into a Leandry's there for the bombs AoE. You only have the Blasting Wand right now. Link in his belt, or in his pocket, 700 gold.
Like we said earlier, the one advantage that CLG has in this game, Doublelift has an Infinity Edge on Brunchu, so even though his gold actually isn't there, he's just been back to buy, and CLG wants to have him fight, or just get some turrets back on the board, because being down 4 turrets to 0 is 3,000 of this 6,000 gold disadvantage. So the top lane for CLG, they've almost pushed that one down. Doublelift and Aphromoo have a window in the bottom lane as well, but if Hotshot can't fight Nick Wu, he can't make that happen.
Hotshot not taking as much damage as he was before, and Nick Wu has gotten that burst from the BF sword there. They're going to miss the taunt. Hotshot gets the burst off, or the bear off rather. They're going to get a little bit of damage down here. It's definitely going to be a coast-to-coast run for Hotshot. There's the final bounce. Can he get the last slowed down? Loudamortis just with enough energy. He is completely out of range. Does he have the jump? Oh, probably coming in for the side. Can probably bounce himself. The last bomb hits. Get the kill. Oh, he uses the ultimate. They finalize it. Kill secured.
But look at what they used to kill a 1-4 bear who doesn't really have items. Let's see if COG can turn something around. Doublelift, Afro, and Chouster are all trying to push bot lane as Link went down to pressure. And think, what did Complexity really get for that? I think they tunnel visioned on Hotshot there.
This is exactly what CLG wanted. Complexity to start focusing one or the other, let CLG start to take down the turrets and get back into this game. They don't want to fight right now, and Complexity's giving them that.
Let's see if Complexity can get their map pressure going, because they've done enough killing Hotshot. They've controlled the map this far. They've already killed 4 turrets, so they've essentially got the map pressure going. It's just a matter of, can they hold it, I guess, when I think about it a little bit better. They do have the goal lead, but I think they should stop worrying about Hotshot so much. Like, send a guy out there to neutralize him and then deal with the rest of CLG. That's the thing that they can't get themselves caught up on, because Complexity has been outplayed by CLG in the mid-game many times this year. They've played 3 times already, and it's not like Complexity hasn't played them close.
Looks like Link coming in here for a bit of damage. Loudamortis misses the taunt. That's quite a bit of energy to boot. And, oh, he's going to get out quite easy. Nothing coming in from Loudy.
Yeah, there was a bit of a misfire there on one of Prawley's bouncing bombs. He undershot a little bit, but now they're trying to siege the mid lane. Here's the window, right? Hotshot is back top lane. They recognize that their lane is already pushed. They have a 5v4 in mid lane. How much damage can they get on the turret versus how fast can Complexity clear?
Hotshot still in that top lane, 130. He's still about 30 CS behind Nick Wu, stacking up that Bloodthirster now as they start congregating on this mid turret. Varus on the outside. Brunchu actually tanking the turret. I was trying to see there. He took quite a bit of damage, but they are able to get it. I thought CLG was going to come with the initiation there as Hotshot was actually bearing down from that top lane. He still has the teleport. So after they aggress this, after they push, whether it is going to be a 1.5 minutes for Dragon and the teleport top lane for that split push, Complexity has to be careful.
Yeah, so I think that was a win for Complexity, right? They picked up the turret.
For sure.
They didn't get engaged on. They very aggressively were actually hitting that turret because they were taking the damage. And now they have to back up because they need to shove their lanes. They're making sure, actually, this is smart. Brunchu was the one going down for that wave, even though multiple people went for it. They don't need Loudamortis.
Really going to happen because you're running from a new deer, you're kiting the Chouster, you're getting away from a Link. Those Bloodthirsters are going to keep you sustained, but Loudamortis is not carrying at this time, and he's going to be forced to run out of that. Nick Wu was there to help. Loudamortis feeling confident, but that ward on blue here could engage something Complexity doesn't want right now.
Yeah, and this is looking a little aggressive from both sides. Like, they kind of wanted to make plays. Mainly they wanted to get that blue, and that was great. The Lux ult denied the blue to Ziggs, as Complexity actually misses even more ultimates. So I wonder if CLG wants to turn something around, or is that Varusol just a little bit of a bait? And now CLG's content with having the blue on Loudamortis because he had to smite it away from Link.
They still have that crowd control from Zyra, but not in range. Walking through so many wards right now. They have to be careful. They don't have the vision. We hear the call out from the teams. They've death sentenced Prowley, but he gets himself out.
Man.
Misses the bomb completely and throws himself back into the fight. Do they have the damage for Aframu? Prowley finally going down there, and it looks like Brunchu's going to be able to come up with double lift. Can they get Link? The Ignite ticks off for the final hit, and it's going to be Chauster just flashing out of the spikes. He will make it out alive.
Double lift, where were you? Yes, they got the catch on a Prowley, and they really wanted to capitalize on that 4-0 Ziggs, but double lift flashed ahead of the fight through his team. Complexity was in the right side of the jungle, and once they arrived, there was no protection for double lift, so the primary damage source wasn't available. Hotshot was shopping, and they got wrecked in that team fight. Now Hotshot wants to do something, but this is almost just being wishful thinking.
Man, Bear, Pig, Phoenix, Turtle, Tiger, can he get in here? He is going to try to thwart them. Mortis is the one closest to Baron. They're positioning perfectly here. He's the one to take the damage.
And he's actually just stalling for Chauster because this is now a realistic steal opportunity, and Hotshot didn't even die. That was actually quite good.
Oh, Chauster just on the outside. It's way far from that smite, but they have the ward in. I don't know if they was placed. A very smart move to back off here.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity recognized what happened.
Oh, dear.
So it looked a little off. Chauster went in. He didn't. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What?
Chauster gets caught out. Baron is going to get the assist with this one for Brunch and Mortis.
That was a bad call by Chauster. Oh, my God.
They got it. Baron finally. Oh, my gosh. If not the first or second time. Try again. Link didn't get the blue, but they got the Baron.
Ah, they did the bait and switch. Like, Chauster threat, like, sure, Smite is usually the big Baron Steel threat because Chauster would do 790 damage, but Link's combination of all three of his spells, it's 400 from Lucent Singularity, 600 from his Final Spark, and even more from his Light Binding, so it's already like a 1400 damage spike that Link can do that. That is more than a Smite, and Complexity felt confident that COG wasn't going to get it because I think they just forgot about it. Normally we prep those things up pretty well, but that was like, holy crap, they just stole the Baron, and that's great for them.
Hotshot's frozen heart, everything he built finally coming into play as usual. 23 minutes into the game, CLG is taking a look at the wristwatches and saying it's about that time and we can start to pressure more of the map. Clearing out the mid, we can see what the Ward game is playing for them. Like Crumb says, Ward is vision, and they have their entire side of the map lit up right now.
Vision is power for them, absolutely. So, you know, it seemed like COG was dead there for a second, but the Baron Steel always gives him a little bit of second life. There was a Baron Steel last week too. I think Crumbs picked one up against TSM, and that kind of swung the game. This one is a little bit more excessive because COG was down a whole bunch, and they're still down a whole bunch, 5,000, but the split push pressure is continuous from Hotshot. He's very fast with that bear stance as well. And Complexity is a little bit out of sorts, right? This has been their problem all year. Yes, they picked up Prowley, but I wonder if it's going to fix that issue. They got outplayed at that Baron. Link threw in the ultimate and stole it, and now I wonder if Complexity can make a play to punish COG's Baron buff off of them, or if they're just going to wait it out and let COG farm up a little bit.
So we take another look at these builds, and the early game definitely shows that it was in favor of Complexity in this inventory. We see a Morellonomicon coming out for MIA, but as that starts to kind of stall out, as it was good when he bought it for, you know, right where he is right now at support, should that become a Shrelia? Should that become a more supportive item?
And Complexity did the same thing last week, too, when they were playing COG. MIA played Elise, and he stacked Magic Penetration, if you remember. And this was the 11-2-11 game for Link on Lux. No one's building the Aegis. Mortis isn't getting it. He's split pushing. So the fact that MIA went for the Morellonomicon is saying, like, we're not considering Link a threat, despite what happened in our immediate past. So that could be a bit of a red flag. I know I always harp on the Aegis of Legion. I just think it's a really good item, and it will put added vulnerability to MIA in the team fights. It's the balance between, is MIA's threat worth the added threat that Link isn't being negated? There's a way to say that.
Oh my
like that.
lord, Brunch, you absolutely getting wiped there, down to about 20% health. Nick Wu getting hit. That was just a light binding into Lucent Singularity. 1-2, he's down to 75%. And you can see the poke here. Hotshot's gonna say, my turret, thank you very much. Bears up to it. They're gonna be able to get some more pressure on the map there. Finally closing that turret gap, only in a deficit of 2 now, and that is gonna be a few of those second tier turrets. Both teams really in each other's face at this point. CLG looking to get those wards now on Complexity's side of the map as we see all of their side.
Yeah, this game got real interesting real quickly there. So CLG's gotten 3 of the 5 turrets back, right, that Complexity's taken. The map is extremely open right now. We were saying earlier the aura advantage is definitely on CLG right now. They haven't completed an Aegis. That's probably what Chelsea's going for next. But they do have the Locket of the Iron Solari. That's something Latimoris has not completed. And I think Hotshot's like the only person in the world who builds Frozen Heart. But it's working for them quite well because he's becoming slightly less vulnerable to Complexity's physical damage. The only real magic damage dealer is Prawley, with a little bit coming in from MIA. And the reason Udyr would go for a Frozen Heart over Randwin's, since they're both heavily physically countered items, is just the cooldown reduction. More turtle stances, more bears, and more Phoenix. CDR is super underrated on Udyr as a champion. Hotshot's maxed CDR right now, so he is a really fast Phoenix Bear Man Pig because he's doing those stances real quick.
Bear Man Pig.
Right? Because of all his cooldown reductions. So when they force team fights, it's not actually as bad as it should have been for CLG, considering how badly they lost the early game and how badly they lost the level 1. It's still Complexity's game to lose, but they're in the process of losing it.
So, bouncing off some more inventories here as Hotshot and Latimoris look to shake hands and kind of do-si-do for a little bit. I don't think either are going to get too much rather than attention from their teammates. You can see Hotshot kind of just clicking out, orbing it, and he decides to walk away as he maybe hears that Ziggs bomb ticking in his ear. But knowing Brunch coming into this game, playing against, actually, they may still go into this. He's going to stay. This is what Hotshot GG is known for. Usually the Baron's up right now, and he's a 6-stack Cho'Gath, and the whole team is fighting him. He has teleport. He can get to wherever he wants, and this is the game that he loves to play.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of the game, what's happening right now, right? Like, Complexity can't make a move if they're chasing down a 1-in-6 Udyr in the bottom lane. This is the farm time that CLG needs, so Aphromoo can power up and kill the whole team. Or so Doublelift can power up and kill the whole
team. And that's actually what I was going to point to just a second ago. With Brunch going up against Doublelift, you see Doublelift pick Twitch, you know he's going to build an Infinity Edge. It's almost gimping yourself to go Bloodthirster into Last Whisper, no? Well, knowing that damage is going to be there right off the bat with PD?
Especially with Varus, since he has very aggressive AD ratios on like his piercing arrow and stuff. A lot of Varuses do go for the Bloodthirster.
Okay.
It's okay. They'll go for the Infinity Edge later. I think like Wild Turtle and a couple other Varuses do the Infinity Edge first.
All right.
But of the champions, Varus is more in the realm of a Bloodthirster AD carry, right? So it does hurt them at this point in the game, 28 minutes in. But the whole process up until this, where Brunchy was actually doing quite well, the Bloodthirst was paying off. So you can't really fault him for that decision.
Fair enough. We'll see what he can do in his positioning in that late game. It looks like the Last Whisper now coming out for Doublelift, as he's going to be able to sit on that backside. Link finally getting to that damage phase where he can soften up those kills for Doublelift on the outside. So CLG is getting to their fight phase.
And they're going to have to fight pretty soon because Complexity successfully, essentially, like successfully I say in a bit of quotations because they had such a big lead, but they waited out CLG's Baron, right? CLG only got farm out of the Baron. They didn't pick up any objectives. So now it's the point where the gold lead that Complexity had accumulated needs to be put to use. They're pinging around the jungle, they're warding up before the dragon because they know that is up, and they're going to try to extend this. It doesn't look like CLG is at all interested in fighting. They're more worried about the Baron control and potential stealing and stuff.
Hotshot back to farming in the bottom lane. 30 minutes just about in this one at 15-7. Like you were saying, you know, that 6,000 gold lead is still held by Complexity, even after a Baron steal, even after CLG has found themselves some turrets and global gold here. Getting that Rabadon's now Void Staff actually right after for Link in the Locket of the Iron Solari come out. Like we were saying, the aura is really in favor of CLG. As they push into this last one, Hotshot's going to be a burden in that bottom lane, and they're ready and poised for Baron.
Yeah, and look who they're sending for him. That's the AD carry Brunch U who's going down for Hotshot GG. I think he's pretty much just getting the red buff, actually. He was just doing his thing. And CLG's more worried about the Baron, but as long as Hotshot is this immovable force in the bottom lane, great, because he's not a threat, right? But he is a distraction.
Absolutely, just split pushing down. We're going to see if he is just toying around with Latimoris right now. Still not any damage between those two. Doublelift coming back out. He did finish the Last Whisper. We will see if Link can hit the combination here. MIA sticking with Nick Wu to see if they can explode someone as well. They're really staying in, you know, that combined assassination combination. And Hotshot is doing some dancing.
He's like, pay attention to me. For the love of God, I'm in your base taking hits from your turret. Please collapse. He's really trying to bait the Baron out. But at the same time, this is creating a lot of pressure. Like, he's just trying to be as obnoxious as possible. Like in an ARAM, if you have Udyr, trying to be like, please, let him to stop pushing my lane, come back for me. It didn't work, and now Complexity actually trying to make a play.
Oh my gosh, everybody going aggressive. We have flashes left and right for a few auto attacks thrown. Nobody wants to go down right now and make that mistake.
This is actually kind of Humorous. What's happening with Hotshot? Oh my god! That damage from
he got
Link.
hit by
Like,
Baron.
Link has done such a great job coming back in that lane. He had to lane with a Fairy Charm against a Chalice of Harmony. And in the end, even though he didn't pick up the kills and his team lost pressure, he's gotten 50 more minion kills, and now he's sitting at a very similar item threshold to Prawley and actually has 500 more gold.
Absolutely ridiculous. It just shows the perseverance that these guys have, knowing that it's going to be a rough road ahead and knowing that they just need to take it patient and they'll be in the lead when they get the chance. 31 minutes in here, clearing out some wards, playing it very safe. Like we said before, power in numbers for these guys as they roam in the buddy system. CLG doing the same as well. Cheer, Chaucer, and Double Lift, clearing up the resources and putting down a little more.
So I don't even know what's going to happen here, right? Like it's a triple pink ward around the Baron area for Complexity. So they have a Oracles plus pink wards, which sometimes is good, especially against like a Twitch. So Double Lift is not going to be able to position around. He's not going to be able to escape with stealth in any scenario because he's going to be walking through pink wards.
So where does the fight engage come from when we start to go in? Can Loudamortis kind of go on to Chauster? Can he go on to Hotshot if they have the AoE from, you know, Brunch and Prawley to lock him up and still just explode him? Or does he want to get to the backline? Have to.
I mean, Loudamortis does want to get on Double Lift. Everyone wants to get on Double Lift in teamfights, but they have to find a way of dealing with Hotshot. And look at this. He's trying to farm 2 waves at once so that they can push multiple waves. And at the same time, Complexity is hamstrung by this, and Loudamortis can't push up. COG might try to fight here, but this is super dangerous because Shen can teleport in.
Manshot, GG, making home, pitching a tent in base here. I think he's got the hot dogs going by the tree there. 15-7. CLG getting pushed back here. His team may need him. Doesn't look like there's not too much chatter going on the screen. You can see Chaucer patiently talking. These guys feel really no pressure right now. They know Hotshot is just giving them so much presence.
I haven't seen this before. I have not seen him farm 2 waves. Like, the interesting thing is Loudamortis is trying to split push, and here comes the play from Complexity. Loudamortis actually ulted out of vision, so COG doesn't entirely know that this is there. The steal is potential, and Hotshot would have to TP in.
Oh my god, the flag is down, so they're going to lose vision from that in a second. It's going to be quite low here. Where's the ultimate from Link to come out? Baron is actually healing quite fast, so they're trying to deter that. Fake out the damage. 3 wards going in. What are they going to focus? Wards or Baron? There's going to be a lot of damage done here. Who's in the middle? They are just holding it up. Chaucer takes so much damage. Lockett saves him. Can they get the Baron? They do not. Loudamortis smites it off. Chaucer makes it out with a sliver as he limps away. Hotshot still chilling in base.
He's just trying to get it. COG on the retreat, and Complexity did that one right. They put so much harassment outside that Link couldn't even get close enough to land a combo. It was literally just his ultimate. And oh my dear, now there's the Baron thing, and Hotshot can no longer dirty farm the base.
Here's the engage coming in. Oh, beautiful Varus ultimate to spread to the team. Aphromoot's next. Can he get the Nick Wu reset? No, it goes to Loudamortis. Hotshot taking quite a bit of damage to the tank, but Nick Wu dives face first. That fight mentality coming into play, and he picks up another one onto Brunch. It looks like they back off at 3-1.
Double Lift died to like a last tick of Ignite. That was a huge play, but Complexity still very low. They are not getting an inhibitor immediately off this. I wonder if COG can hold with just Chaucer and Hotshot.
Will Chaucer flag toss in here. He's taking quite a bit of poke along with Hotshot. They got to be saying be careful here. The turret's going to go down. They decide to go in probably just on the outside. He owns both of them as they sit in the area of effect damage. Bounced back by the Satchel Bomb, and they pick up another kill to clear out the inhibitor here, Jat. It's looking grim for CLG.
Complexity finally getting through this one. They got a couple seconds left on Aphromoo and Link. They're trying to face tank these turrets. They look like they want to get pretty much the game over here. They're going for the next Nexus turret.
They're playing this super smart. They've seen Aphromoo doesn't have the money for home guards. He can knock it out, dodging out the final sparks. No home guards as well on Link. They're trying to get the damage to Lucent. Singularity takes it out. It's going to be a half-health Nexus. It's MIA and Brunch. He pops him up with the ultimate. Can he still get the damage? Can it be MIA? MIA! They save the Nexus and there's no minions!
60 health on the Nexus. They killed everyone. They've only lost 1 inhibitor. All the minions are gone. They actually held that one off. The game should be over.
Oh my gosh.
CLG should have lost this many times already, but they're still alive, Riv.
Oh my gosh. I don't know how. 35 minutes, 21-12, 60,000 to 52, and 8-3 turrets. Nick Wu, he's tired from that fight. He can't even make it over the wall.
He can't even make it over the wall. And the funny thing about all this is Complexity also lost the Baron buffs with that push. So normally with that last Baron, they're just like, dude, we got Baron, let's just go fight him. And they're super confident. They could probably still do that, right? To be fair, we're probably overblowing this, but there is the chance. that CLG might come back in this. And if they did, I don't know if I've seen a Nexus lower.
That was absolutely crazy. Chowster gives that over to Link as they use Final Spark to pick it up. Everybody nearing almost 6 items right now. MIA was able to get a few items for himself off of that with the Kindle Gem, finally finishing out his boots here at 36 minutes into the game. It has been a rough one, but CLG has definitely pulled from behind, and we see Double Lift taking into consideration the amount of crowd control that just came into that fight with a quick Banshee's Veil.
And thank the heavens, Mortis has the Runic Bulwark right now,
yeah,
because they got it. Link cannot one-shot them when they're going out to siege. This is looking real good for Complexity, so even though they didn't finish the game that last time, they will persevere. They want to. They're going through for this next inhibitor. They have no Baron buff, so if they get caught out in the wrong situation, it could be bad, but their nuking potential and their lead is still quite substantial here.
Got the Banshee's Veil down on Double Lift, taking a bit of damage there. Chowster wants to go in. They want this instantly. He gets 3 inside the Cataclysm. A beautiful Final Spark. Front shoe falls. The 80 damage is gone. Nick Wu's trying to keep himself in the fight with the ultimate there. MIA on the outside as well, and Complexity is shredded out of this one. They have to run here. Could be probably holding them off. He has the health and the mana.
1 for 1. Very little turret damage, and that was close to a disaster for Complexity, but Prawley is unfazed. He wants to keep hitting this, but now he's got to back up. At least he burned Hotshot's teleport. He's got Home Guard running through the minefield.
Right into the minefield. Well placed by Prawley, shutting down Home Guard right away. They need to run here. They can't get the burst, and he smells Loud Mortis. Bear stands to lock up Loud Mortis. He goes over blue. This could be, I was going to say it's going to be a chase forever, but they give up.
Yeah, we're going to see some Grand Prix action right there, but he decided, no, I'm going to stay away from the Prawley bomb spam and all those
minions.
Fields.
Oh my gosh.
CLG has to defend this base, because little did we forget, they don't have Nexus turrets, and they have an exposed inhibitor.
So hurtful right now. The inhibitor probably coming up quite soon. That battle quite a few minutes ago here, now 38 minutes in. Probably picking up his blue. Those cooldowns already near max. Definitely going to be maxed after this, and we can see the damage he is putting out. He doesn't even have a Void Staff on him, and he's actually looking to pick up a Zonia's because he wants to actually get himself in there, make sure that Mega Inferno Bomb hits, and he's more than happy to stand right under it.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Prawley right now. He's sitting at about 30 magic penetration, and there's not a huge amount of MR on CLG. Like, they actually haven't. We harked on Complexity so much and be like, you know that super fed AP carry that you didn't buy a Runic Bulwark or an Aegis against? It's like CLG's doing the same thing right now. It's not really at the fault of Chowster, though, because he has been completely starved of farm this entire game. Like, Loud Mortis has 4,500 more gold than Chowster right now. So, yes, he doesn't have an Aegis Chowster, but he's been trying. He's going for it. In another 100 gold, he's going to be able to buy one. I don't know if CLG has that much time, though, because Complexity is looking for a fight right now.
And there's 3,000 gold alone in favor of MIA in his support build as well. Haunting Guys looking at Leandries. He is putting out some damage as well. Probably cannot be the one focused here. Loudamort is trying to peel for Prawley. He waits on the taunt, and he actually gives him just enough room. This could be the fight that they want. They force CLG back out of that one. Big plays there by Loudamortis for Prawley.
But look at this. That's almost every ult from Complexity burn. The only one they saved is MIA's and Loudamortis's, so they're going to try to siege down this turret, but Chowster has his initiation. All of CLG's stuff is up. They have to go if they want to save this turret and inhibitor.
That's one turret down. They did not bat an eye at that one. Hotshot GG coming from the backside. He wanted the home guard to start. Loudamortis is really the only one that takes the final spark. Probably satcheled out of Cataclysm. Can they continue this damage? It's going to be Chowster going down as they back off Loudamortis as well from double lift. And they're trying to get the few bits of poke damage in here. Hotshot trying to run. Varus is able to shred down that percentage health damage. Nick Wu running the outside. Hotshot just trying to get, or got locked up rather.
And they got to remember, they have no Nexus turret, so if Complexity wants to keep pushing, they could try to rush it down again. It is a 4v4. They traded jungler for jungle and part of the base for base. Prawley almost got decapitated by a light, but that's not the right word. Just about died from Link's final spark there, but this is a desperation hold for CLG, and based on those last two fights, it's not looking good. Complexity has been taking this one after all of the stuff that should have already won the game kind of smartly.
We'll see if CLG can do it. We've seen those late game mistakes really be a terror for these not inexperienced team, the younger teams, the
Yeah.
teams just coming in this season, they start to surmount, they stack up, and Baron was really what allowed them to get that top inhibitor. They were able to do it without it on that bottom, but like you said, CLG was able to draw out all the ultimates. So that fight the CLG is looking for could be prompted here quite soon.
Look how fast this Baron's going down. Hotshot has no teleport. This is all about the steal again for CLG. If they even want to mess with this, I think they're just giving up the Baron because they have a lot more to worry about in their base.
Baron is down now in favor of Complexity. Once again, I don't even think they're going to worry about Dragon, an objective that doesn't matter anymore this late into the game. 41 minutes, 23-14 here in game 1 of week 8.
COG's trying to catch them by surprise. This is just like the level 1 all over again. It's a 4v5 and they don't have an advantage in the fight. They're going though.
It looks like MIA just knew they were there. He threw a grasping root right into it. Oh, they get exploded by the Mega Inferno. Double lift is right in the eyes of the entire team, and they did not have the positioning for this one.
Hotshot coming in late, but oh my word, Complexity going.
Oh, Nick Wu looking for all the resets right now. Can he get another one? He jumps on, gets the triple kill, looking for more. It's going to be Aframu all the way on the backside. They have the Nexus in the rise, and Complexity yelling from the background.
They are 0-3 against CLG leading up to this moment. Now 1-3, but 1-0 with their new line.
Absolutely amazing play. 4-1. We thought Curse versus Dig in the 3-1 was crazy. 4-1 to start the game. Complexity coming out absolutely ferocious in this matchup.
And that was not an easy task for them to take down CLG. There were so many struggles. I mean, from the Baron steal to the like 20 health Nexus at some point during that game, to keep themselves together after such a difficult year already for them, it's gotta feel good.
And this really could be one of the best learning tools for them. Watch this game, you know, relish in the fact that they did absolutely amazing early game and figure out why it then took another 20 or so minutes after all of that play happened, because that is going to be huge for them when they can fix that.
They're going to be on the road to improvement, right? They have themselves identified those weaknesses as a team of Complexity, not necessarily being able to close games.
Right.
But even if they're not that great at it, they did close it. So good job.
Absolutely. Probably coming out huge in that game. Obviously going to want to talk to him, but we're going to look at a replay right quick from our first matchup.
Yeah, so this was the level 1 right here in the game where you can see Aframu was isolated from the rest of the team, and they probably went because they saw MIA's root was down, but they forgot about the E from Varus, the bomb spam from Prawley, and they just took too much damage. I believe Nick Wu started W as well, so they're just like AoEing everybody, and level 1 fights are a little derpy, right? Everyone's just sitting in a ball using their one spell and auto-attack each other, and the one spell that everyone on Complexity had was better than CLG, so it was a bit of a 4v5, and they had better spells, and they did a good job of taking that lead, at least to the mid-game.
Absolutely, and to even be caught off and then win that fight, really just overall great play. Their minds were in it, and they came today to win. Coming up next, we'll have an interview with Prawley from Complexity, and then 2 of the league's most aggressive top laners go head-to-head. It's Scion Spartan and GGU taking on Voyboy and Curse. Don't go anywhere. everyone. Joining us right now is the newest member of Complexity, Prolly. And congratulations on that matchup, bringing out the Ziggs. Is that just super comfort? You have a huge champion pool. Were you kind of just, I'm going to throw this, or was the team like, play Ziggs for us?
Ziggs is kind of like one of those things where you have what's that word? You just want to prove everyone wrong because everyone's like, Ziggs sucks, don't pick that champion. I'm like, no, he's good. I love him. He's so much fun. He's so cute, those water balloons. Why'd you not play him?
Yeah, and there's so much to talk about during this game because it even started from the level 1. Like, just walk me through what happened at level 1 and why you guys came out on top.
We actually were going for a pretty passive level 1. We wanted a deep ward.
Yeah.
And then they just like showed up out of this bush and we were like, oh, there they are. And I mean, that's another like, kind of like advantage Ziggs has that no one has or no one knows. Is his level 1 is ridiculous. I did so much damage. I mean, not saying I won level 1 for my team, but I did so much damage.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, so that was probably why they lost level 1, because they got the Lux snare, and they're like, oh, we can follow up on this. But then, like, Lux did her Q, and that was all the damage Lux did. And then I'm sitting there throwing bombs the whole time, and I get my passive up, so we just had way more damage than they did. So after their initial snare, when we stayed and fought, they're kind of like, abandoned ship.
Yeah, okay, so obviously you guys actually did a really good job of taking off the level 1. Like, I saw you went back and bought a Chalice of Harmony. You were, like, dominating the lanes for the most part. But then things got scary when you lost Baron. Do you want to walk me through how that happened? Because it actually caught me off guard as well.
Well, Baron was a risky call because it's like the longer the game goes on, the higher chances that we can mess up in the game will end. So we wanted to get Baron. And then we saw Jarvan come in. And having the jungler fight with our jungler for Smite is just like, that's just way too risky.
Yeah.
So we turned on Jarvan, killed him, and then Lux did, the magic. And the magic happened and we got sad. And then we just had to kind of play from behind for a little bit until Baron wore off.
So did you realize Lux was there and the potential of Lux steal was there? Or did you forget about it when Chouster died?
No, we knew it was there, but it was kind of one of those things that was like, come on, let's just beat it. And didn't work out.
So now that you're on the team, coming into that game, obviously a super strong early game. You were previously just not on the team. From the outside in, having that viewpoint, and now on the team, what do you feel is the factor that causes Complexity to kind of fall into that late game, we can't get the Nexus just yet?
That's just a huge experience thing. Like, that's the hardest thing to learn, because if you, like, win early game and end the game at 20 minutes, like every solo queue game, you really never learn how to end the game. You can learn laning phase in solo queue, but to learn how to end games, you have to practice a lot. So inexperienced teams, that's always their weak points.
Yeah. And coming from Velocity now to Complexity, what was your decision making and like how did it happen that you got brought up essentially from the Amateur League into the LCS?
I've always stayed really close with Morris, our jungler, since we were on Legion together. And it was just kind of like an offer happened and it seemed, going from Amateur to LCS just seems like always a good opportunity.
Yeah.
And I knew the team already, so I was already like pretty familiar with them, so it wasn't like, joining 4 random people. It was like joining 4 pretty decent friends.
Yeah, is that like one of the big motives for you or like other players? Would you join any team or was it just because you knew the people on Complexity and you were friends with them, that's the team you wanted to join?
Yeah, that's definitely like a huge factor because obviously like if you're playing and you're uncomfortable or unhappy, you're just not going to perform very well. And I don't want to be in LCS if I'm not performing well. Like the point of this is to look good and do well, not to just like be here so you can be like, oh, I play pro games.
So the comfortability with the team coming in for that, it's Loud and Mortis for mid. Did it change up anything for them? Did he not have to, go mid as much as with your aggressive playstyle? Or what kind of playstyle actually do you bring to the table? Switching up the question.
I don't know. I guess it's aggressive, but everyone says they play aggressive, so. I guess my goal is just be more aggressive than the other person.
Yeah.
Because then if you're fighting someone and you're like, yeah, I got confidence, and they're like going crazy on you, you're like, maybe they're doing something that I don't know about. So that's kind of like what I try to bring to the table.
All right, so what's it like playing with Loud and Mortis as a jungler again? Because you guys probably had a lot of synergy built up before with the mid-jungle ganking synergy, one of like the most important synergies you can have. What does Loud and Mortis do that like other junglers don't that you really like about playing with him?
I don't know. He's just a really fun guy, and when he does stuff, I always have confidence in him. If he goes like flash taunt someone, I'm always gonna follow up. It's not gonna be like he flash taunts. I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't. Like maybe it's not a good idea. When he makes a play, I always know it's the right play, and I always just follow him.
So coming in with Ziggs, obviously having the area of effect, do you feel that you can obviously not roam more with those kind of champions? What is the presence for you? Do you have voice on the team? Are you obviously vocalize to them, or are you kind of just listening into everything they're giving you still?
Well, with Ziggs, obviously they don't know how to play with Ziggs, or like they didn't. I mean, no one really does. Like, who plays Ziggs? But pretty much with that, I'm making a lot more like vocal things because they don't know what I can do. Like if we're sieging, I'll tell them, I'm like, oh no, keep going. Like I'm gonna be able to outpoke them. Or if I get like a good minefield down, I'm like, oh, turn on this guy because he's gonna be slowed for centuries.
Absolutely. So yeah, you do vocalize in there.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
Yeah, so what's your champion? I mean, we obviously touched a bit on your champion pool being like much larger than other mids. Is that something you've actively done, or do you just like play a bunch of champions and I'm really good at them, or is it like, what's the difference between a mindset of a mid who prepares 3 or 4 champions versus someone like you who, up until that last game, had played 6 different champions in your last 6 games?
Probably like my kind of like philosophy with things is like if people don't know how to play against it, you're automatically stronger with that champion. Like if everyone played Ziggs, like he'd probably be a really weak pick. But for the fact that no one knows what to do against him, it makes him just a lot more viable. So that's kind of like my mentality when I'm like learning a new champion. I'm like, do people know how to play against this? Like if they don't, then I'm gonna start spamming them more because what are you gonna do when you see like a Malzahar mid? Like what do you do? What spells do you do? You don't know.
It's like the anti-bandwagon, just so you can beat other teams with surprise.
Yeah, like same thing happened with Kale. I played it in the qualifier before, like when the Koreans played it, but it hadn't come to America yet, and no one knew how to beat Kale mid. And now everyone knows how to beat Kale mid.
So probably with this win, maybe it was CLG. Who in your eyes coming into the LCS was kind of the team you were worried about having to beat?
Honestly, this is a team I've never played with, so I haven't been able to see the potential with me playing with them. So nothing's really like worrying me because every game I go into, I'm like, yeah, we can take this.
Wow, it's an awesome mentality.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Prawley, for the interview.
Yeah.
It's been good time. And congratulations on Complexity, too, right? Like, you're in the LCS, and you guys look great. So good luck in the rest of the season.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So the LCS All-Star Game is right around the corner, and your favorite players couldn't be more excited about getting a shot at representing North America.
For some reason, everyone thinks that other regions greatly outclass us, which I think is a huge, it's just wrong.
Based on individual skills, I would say they can compete with any team in the world.
It is going to be, the top, the jungler, the best mids, the best of every position voted on from around the globe.
To have a chance to go up and represent my country and my fans and all the League of Legends players from North America would be like the most amazing experience of my life.
Obviously, I feel very honored to be on the All-Star team for today.
It would feel amazing representing North America as an All-Star player.
I would be really appreciative that people actually think that I'm that good to make me an All-Star.
It would be a big honor and big shoes to fill.
My All-Star dream team would be
St. Vicious as the jungler.
Between Crumbs, Odd1, and Saint.
I think I'm probably the best jungler in North America.
Choster's probably the strongest jungler right now.
Mid, I think Reggie and Scara are like tied for just like really strong mid players.
For mid, it's pretty easy. I'd pick Mandatory Clad from Vulcun.
I'd put Scara. He's kind of a leader type. He's been around for a while.
Double Up as the AD carry.
I honestly think Cop's the best AD.
KDA stats, he's the most consistent AD carry, and stats don't lie.
For AD carry position, I feel like I'm the best.
Patoya has really stood out as the top support.
I would probably vote Special.
I think it'd be hilarious if Kitty Pie went down.
Boy on top.
Kiwi Kid of Dignitas.
I would like to see Mega Zero go. I mean, I'm always rooting for the underdogs.
And Boy's by far the best top laner in NA.
One person in the All-Star matchup for top lane, I would have to go with Dyrus.
America, my name is Dyrus, and I approve this message.
If you guys want to see the best of NA compete at the international level and make everybody proud, then be sure to go out there and vote.
And as you all head over to lolesports.com, we figured we should help you out by kicking a little knowledge your way. It's time to count down the top 5 laners by KDA. Coming in at number 5 with a KDA of 3.15 is Vulcan's Psycho Sid.
Yeah, and top lane is a very tough guys for these guys to accumulate the KDA, which is kind of why we're ranking him right there. So he was like 46, 46, and 99, like really consistent numbers in 20 games played. He plays like Elise, Rumble, and Singed. And Psycho Sid is actually one of the underrated top laners. Sometimes he gets punished, but usually he's pretty consistent.
Some of those early 2, 3, I think it was the second week, those cocoons just getting the catches. So good. So the number 4 spot goes to CLG's Hotshot GG with a KDA of 3.31.
And this probably surprises a lot of people that Hotshot is like 4th in the KDA because everyone's like, Hotshot fees all the time. But, in 20 games, he's played mainly Malphite, Cho'Gath, and Shen. He's obviously famous for his split pushing. That last game on Neuter, he was like 1 in a million, but he was still creating a lot of pressure in the lane.
I'm 1 in 6. I'm in your base farming.
Yeah,
2
and
lanes.
It stretched that game out a lot.
farming 2 lanes. What does it mean?
Yeah, I
What
haven't
does
seen
it mean?
that frequently.
So in third place is Dignitas's Kiwi Kid with a KDA of 3.74.
Yeah, and Kiwi Kid is like the upcoming superstar. He hasn't really gotten
Really
the fandom
is.
yet, but he's incredibly solid. At least we think, right? Because Dignitas creates so much pressure as a team that sometimes it's hard to tell what Kiwi Kid is really doing because their team works so well together. But he plays Elise like almost all the big-time top laners, but also stuff like Singed and Renekton. He's one of the newest top laners, as we mentioned, and he actually plays from behind quite well. Whether that's because of Dignitas' team pressure or because he really just knows how to handle being behind. It's probably a combination of both.
And he was afraid of molding with the team in the beginning of the season. I mean, come
he
on.
fits in well.
Come on. At number 2 is going to be Voyboy from Curse with a KDA of 4.44.
And right now, he's in a really tight race with Dyrus in the All-Star voting. So, I mean, he's really been the superstar. Voyboy is known as kind of the most popular top laner. He's superstar with his stream. Also Elise, but Nidalee, Gragas, he's played AP Tryndamere. He picked that up. His Renekton last week was awesome, right? The team really relies on him to make plays, which allows Cop to sit back and be the KDA king. So it's kind of impressive that since he's allowing someone else on his team to be the KDA king, he's number 2 in KDA as well, which really just shows how impressive Voyboy is as a player.
All right, everyone. And drum rolls on the desks and coffee tables at home. And the final one is, chat?
It's Dyrus.
It is going to be Dyrus, the top KDA in North America of 4.92. That's almost an ace every time he dies.
Yeah, he creates a lot for his team, right? It's Reggie who's the creator for him, and Dyrus is more of like the follow-up who goes in and punches everyone to death, along with Wild Turtle, right? So, I mean, he is the one who's number 2 in All-Star voting right now. I think the last I checked on allesports.com, and you guys will be able to see it after you vote as well, Voyboy's like 44%. Dyrus is like 42%. And then we see Kiwi Kid at like 8%, which is... I mean, it's only because it's so competitive at the top that Kiwi Kid doesn't. He's obviously better, like not 5 times worse than Voyboy and Dyrus. It's just the way All-Star voting seems to work. But Dyrus, Rumble, Renekton, Malphite, consistent, reliable damage, good laning. That's the way Dyrus goes. Like, he doesn't really go for one-on-one kills. He's just like farming really well and really safely and applies the pressure, right? So he always goes for the top picks, and he's someone not like Prawley. Dyrus is the one who wants to play the bandwagon picks. He wants to master them and then just outplay people.
Absolutely. Now, everyone, it's time for our second match of the day, GGU versus Curse. While Curse respects GGU's potential after barely escaping with a Week 1 win, they're confident their experience can overcome GGU's inconsistent play.
Going against Curse is definitely going to be tough.
They have good potential, obviously. They're an LCS team. They actually gave us one of the closest runs for our money.
Double kill for Voyboy. They are going to be able to save the base.
They always have something kind of, not necessarily new, but maybe you don't expect it. And they always play it very well because they're a really good veteran team.
I think they have a lot of internal problems right now, so I think that definitely affects their play.
They definitely have potential to take games. They're very aggressive, but I think that they have problems getting leads and being able to close out games.
All right, last week, GGU put up an impressive 2-1 record, but it will take more than momentum to turn it around against Curse, especially with the loss of Bloodwater.
Yeah, and let's talk about that loss of Bloodwater a little bit, because that is huge for GGU, right?
Absolutely.
They had just felt like they were getting back together, right? They haven't had Shifter since Week 1 where they looked the strongest.
Painful.
They tried out Fat a little bit in the top lane, moving Zion Spartan mid. That wasn't working out. Zion Spartan had finally been back in the top lane. He was looking really good last week. And Jinte looking really good mid. Everything was coming together with Bloodwater making the calls. Like when you remove him and you put in their new, why did I forget his name? Oh no, Jad, why have you forgotten his name? Daydreaming is their new support, for those of you who didn't know. He's like a solo queue support. He did play for Dignitas' B team at MLG Dallas, but he was like a last-minute addition. So this isn't necessarily like a Prawley situation where he's just come in and initially joined the team. It's like we really needed someone because Bloodwater's gone. Right?
This actually isn't the first time it's happened, right? We've seen Marn have to do in a situation like this, not because the player was lost, but Echo was sick. So, you know, these teams really considering that they have had a lot to go through and still have been able to, you know, sometimes beat these top teams, sometimes come through with wins that, you know, came from behind, but look what they're having to deal with.
It's going to be so hard for GGU because like there's already so much pressure going out them, and to have someone like Bloodwater leave their team for pretty much like a direct competitor to them. Like they're very close in the standings to Vulcun. I think it's only like 2 games in the win column difference. it's got to be a hit. Like, they really have to come
Absolutely.
together for those guys. And it's super, super difficult for them now to call tactics and just work together as a team because they were already a little bit of a solo queue team.
That's the reason, and really both responses written by either the managers of the teams, the organizations, why we picked up Bloodwater, quote, then Godwater, and that was like what they write. You know, people call him Godwater because that shot caller support that he can play. Both teams picked him up for that reason. So, like you said, it is detrimental to lose someone like that if you do.
Yeah, and thinking about more of like GGU and kind of where they have to go from here, it's still Jinte in the mid lane, right? He's still going to have to battle up against the rest of them. And just so you guys know, we have some technical difficulties right now, which is why you're listening to me and Riv talk to each other a little bit more than usual. But we get to discuss all this great stuff with GGU. So it's like Zion, Spartan, and Nintendude. They also sit in a different formation, and we kind of talk about this a little bit. Like, a lot of teams will put their jungler in the middle of the team, but they instead have Nintendude in between the top laner and the mid laner, and then they have their AD carrying support like over on the side. I don't know why they do that, but it could just be because of like the bro love that Zion, Spartan, and Nintendude have for each other.
Absolutely. We know Dignitas actually switches up their lineup. Scar will actually sit in different places, right? Depending on...
What Dignitas likes to do is they like to sit in spots based on their lane positioning. So it's like they'll very much do like a top lane, mid lane, jungler, and then AD support. But like if Scar's going bot lane, he's like, I want to move.
And that's stage work. You just be like, who we playing? Dig?
Yeah.
Looks like Scar is swapping lanes.
Yeah.
We'll be all right. Go bot.
They're doing two-man mid. Gotcha.
Just lock it down. So waiting on these guys to go live here. GGU versus Curse. And actually, Good Game University, I think week 1 was able to give Curse a pretty hard time. Not with this lineup, but that was the game that everybody was like, GGU, all right.
Yeah, and it's almost the sad story of GGU this year because they seem to be a team with a lot of potential. Like, even Don't Mash Me made some ridiculous plays in the first week. There was a moment with him on Graves where he, like, 1v2 outplayed an Ezreal and Leona, which was Afromu and Double Lift, just juking around and killing them. And then, like, his Twitch game against Curse, where he just opened up in the most absurd, ridiculous situations, and Shifter would come in at the right time with the Kale ultimates, and the Lulu ult would fly up on them as well. And it was just, like, so good for them in those situations. And then he hasn't really been playing Twitch much. Like, people learned how to counter Twitch. They learned just to dump on Don't Mash Me, mash him, get rid of him. And he hasn't been able to find the same success. Right there, stuck at 8th place in the standings right now at 4-14. And they're really going to have to come back against Curse, who, hello, 14-3.
Well, it was that Kale Twitch, and really does that sit in Jinte's play style? We haven't really seen him take that to the Rift yet. So that was the combination they needed. So if you have to base it off of something so niche, it makes it really hard to use it all the time.
And especially with what Prawley was talking about. Like, that was way back in week 1. When Kale was still kind of new, and people hadn't necessarily learned how to play against her. But now it's like everybody knows how to play Kale. I play Ziggs. That's why I play Ziggs. And let's just even talk about Curse for a little bit, because their team is the one that's working. And the biggest thing is they seem to consistently beat the lower tier teams, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember them dropping games against really anyone. Like, they should be able to control GGU. They do it by picking like really consistent and strong mid and late game champions, but still having a good early game route.
Absolutely, and what we have seen from them from the beginning is to be super safe. The body wards, not putting any wards down, which they have switched off of and are warding a bit more up at the 130, 140 mark. But usually they would sit there, put up that human line of scrimmage after they found that not working for them in that that one game where they took a quite hard level 1. They have been kind of switching it up.
Yeah, so Curse, even just to talk a bit more about their champion roster, St. Vicious creates the pressure really for the most part. And he will usually play the early game things. But then they'll put like Voyboy, Nijaki on really aggressive, like powerful late game champions. And Kopp will always just sit in the back. So like they survive the early game just by their skill. And then they let their champion picks carry them through. So if they ever get in a pickle, like that last game where Complexity got a bunch of kills on COG early, and COG was turtling it out, and they made it to 40 minutes. Like, if a Curse team comp made it to 45 minutes, and this is actually kind of like what the old COG used to do, is they just be monstrous late game and come back at you. Curse has kind of taken a little bit of that from them. I mean, they do have 3 former members of COG, so you can see where some of the mindset ends up coming from.
Trails over.
And it just works. There's been plenty of games where they're even from the looks of it, and then they just mopped the floor because their champions hit that breaking point. Rise went crazy. Hecarim went nuts. The other team had, nothing but physical damage. Like, these things just really work well for Curse.
So when you're GGU and you with the idea that also, it's kind of Alex Itch's thought, but don't ban out the junglers. They're just too strong. There's just too many. And that can apply so much to St. Vich's as well. So when you're GGU, what do you focus when you go up such an all-around strong team?
The crazy thing that Curse has for them is, like, Voyboy is close to unbannable. Right? People were banning Gragas against him last week, but as Saint revealed to us in the interviews, it's like, we don't, he hasn't played it, but we drew 2 bans about us. And Saint was like, they thrive in the chaos. So they don't care what you ban against Curse necessarily, because they're okay going up with a completely new lineup that the other team hasn't seen before or hasn't scouted. Because it even goes back to what Prawley said of being like, I pick champions that teams aren't ready for. Which is one of the big reasons that Curse will like practice and scrim, but then when they play games, they don't necessarily play strategies that they've scrimmed with. So the teams that are used to playing against them are used to playing against the players, but not the teams and not the champions, because they are so diverse. Even though it seems like they're a little simplistic, all their comps are different.
So with those different comps, and with kind of talking to Prawley and how those games work, how the late games work, coming into practice, how do you practice a comp, or even just for late game?
Yeah, it's one of the Curse things. They've worked a lot since Season 2, where they disappointingly for them finished 4th in the North American Regionals, and then had to qualify into Season 3 via our LCS NA qualifier. Their communication has gotten so much better, right? Like, it's all about a chain of command. St. Vich's will have the final say. They all contribute to the conversations. They say they have their voice heard. Cop is very much has the mindset of, like, letting other people talk over him, not because he's a pushover, but because that is the way it works. Like, you can't necessarily have pride during team discussions mid-game. Be like, well, I said this, so I'm going to do this thing. And it's like, I know I repeated it a bunch, and I've heard it a bunch in the last. A good call that 3 people follow is worse than a bad call that everybody follows.
So good.
Because
those little things.
If half the people go in, it's like, even if it was a great idea, it's not going to work if you're in a 2v5.
Exactly.
Right? So Curse is very good at all going in together, and they probably have a bigger macro game than a lot of the other teams. They don't necessarily make huge plays outside of Voyboy, but they control the game and they win.
Words of the wise.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us here, at Week 8 of the LCS, Game 1 has finished. It was a great game. Complexity taking out Counter Logic Gaming with that new Prawley on the roster. It was probably a good thing. And now we are waiting for GGU versus Curse, getting some technical difficulties switched up, fixed up, and we'll get the game going underway soon. Rooting from the third. And Jat here, just kind of going to swoo you through everything.
Yeah, so we're still going to probably talk about a little bit more of Curse and GGU because these guys are actually pretty fascinating teams, right? Some stats for you, right? Like Cop last week. If you guys haven't been watching the LCS so much, 9 deaths in his first 15 games. COG killed him thrice. And the funny thing about that is he's still got like a 15 KDA because no one else is close. Every other main AD carry had 30 deaths or more going into that last week. And Wild Turtle, in just a week of action, had 10. So it's like, it's very cool, and a lot of teams could learn from Curse.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick break and get everything fixed up. When we come back, Kobe is going to sit down with Reggie and the odd one from Team Solo Mid. Then it's our second match of the day, Good Game University versus Curse. Stick around.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to have a surprise chat here with Reggie and the Odd One. Their upcoming game is going to be TSM versus Vulcun. I just want to ask to start this off, is there anything particular that comes to mind when you think of Vulcun? Do you have to prep for anything special?
So one of the biggest things were mandatory cloud plays, like different champions from other mid laners. So we had to keep that in mind. And then on top of that, we always noticed like they would go for more for early game than like late game. Like one of the times we played against Vulcun, Muffin Cutie didn't go any gold items at all. And like by the end of the game, he had like one item. So it was a really weird change when they replaced him with Bloodwater like 2 days ago. So it changes the whole dynamic of things. And Bloodwater also brings different assets to Vulcun as well. So it caught us a little off guard.
Yeah, that's got to switch up their team, put them at a little bit of odds, bring in a new player also. You guys just recently also went through a roster change. How does a team really cope with bringing in someone new, and how do you guys work harder to mesh as a team?
So one of the biggest things I think is miscommunication, right? Like as a shot caller myself, it's really weird because playing with Calix back then, I would expect a certain amount of understanding. Like I would do things and I would expect my team to follow up or do a certain amount of things that they've already been doing in the past. But with a new player, you always have to go through the same process of learning how to play the game with them and learning how to make calls with that player. Because sometimes you have to be a lot more thorough with their communication, like do this, do this, do this. But as you play more and more and more and longer, you only have to say, go here, instead of like explaining the whole process. So I think one of the big things other teams are gonna have to face is like a lot of miscommunication. And especially, I think Bloodwater was the shot caller for GGU. So there could be upsides and downsides. Like he can see things that they don't ever see and make really good calls. But at the same time, he can also make calls, and another player can also make calls. Yeah. And there can be a big clash as well.
So especially in the jungle, you roam around to all the different lanes. When you guys brought in Wild Turtle, did you just say, I'm not ganking bottom lane anymore because I don't want to mess with you guys, or how did that work?
Ganking was mostly the same. What really changed was in team fights and objectives, Wild Turtle would react much differently from Chaos. We'd have to be much more aggressive, or maybe we'd have to cover him better. So it's mostly objective based where communication is. Like bot lane there's still a special down there, so it's not completely new. You know, it's how I play. Like he sometimes calls for ganks, tells me where the wards are. But usually in objectives with Wild Turtle, he plays a lot differently. He plays more aggressive, so we can just take objectives better or just follow up on them.
Because Wild Turtle is more aggressive and you really need to be in there and be that front line for him, have you joined the bandwagon of the Nasus jungles and the Volibear jungles?
Nasus is just really strong right now, mainly because they nerfed a lot of the engagers. Like I really like Jarvan. He was like the all-American hero, but now they nerfed him. So yeah, Nasus right now is probably one of the stronger picks because he just scales really well. Like he doesn't engage, but he has Wither for anti-engage, armor shred, and he's just really tanky. Volibear is more peel. Like he's a decent engage, not like Jarvan and Zenzawa are probably better engagers, I'd say, but Volibear is like sort of a good replacement. Now those two are slightly weaker. But it's more about, I believe that Volibear is really good against tanks, bruisers. His 50% slow into AoE is just amazing. So almost nobody has that type of slow except maybe Nunu. And then he just does a lot of damage to tanks because his chain lightning will eventually hit the backlines if he's just auto-attacking with his ultimate the entire fight.
I've also become a really big fan of the new Udyr. The changes that were just released are now live for the tournament realm. So it's going to be on patch 3.05. He got a lot faster. His passive gives him 5 movement speed every time he switches. And also the Phoenix, the AoE blast is going to come out on your first attack. So I've been using him in the jungle a lot more. Have you adopted him, or do you not want to give away any secret strategies?
I've played him a few times. He's all right for now. I think like as players start to understand him, as well as a Volibear nerf that's coming soon, people might gravitate towards Udyr because he'll be almost as fast as Volibear now. Because Volibear has like a massive speed buff right now with his Q, like 45%. Even Udyr cannot catch that. So he still has some of his old problems where he gets kited a lot, but the buffs to him sort of fix that because he sort of jumps to the enemy when he gets close, which is really needed because Udyr basically was kited constantly before the change. So I believe the changes are really good for him, and it's good to see that he's slowly getting buffed so people can actually play him really well in jungle now.
Yeah, I was definitely surprised that the Volibear Q level 1 was stronger than Summoner Spell Ghost. when I first saw that. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us and filling in for a little bit. We're going to throw it back to you guys at the desk. Oh, just they're not ready yet. They're still having some problems here. Let's keep it going then. All right, they're ready now. These guys are so picky, you know. Let's throw it back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Yes, we are back to the desk and almost ready for GGU versus Curse. Thank you to Reginald and Odd One for giving him some insight and really what the deal is these days with League of Legends. It always helps to have that pro analysis coming in. Oh, wait.
No, I'm not a pro, man. I'm just a talking head nowadays. Odd One knows way more than I do, and it's actually true. He is a lot smarter than me at the jungle right now. But I like watching him, Volibear, Nasus, Udyr. Odd One actually has a lot of logic behind all his jungle choices.
Absolutely. You would know because you're professional. All right, now it's time to check out GGU's revamped lineup. On the blue side, it'll be Zion Spartan in the top, Nintendo X in the jungle, Jintei in mid, Don't Mash Me on AD, and Daydreamin' on support.
And on the red side, we have Curse with Voyboy in the top lane, Saint Vicious in the jungle, Jackie in mid, Cop on AD carry, and Elements on support.
And this game's top lane features our matchup of the day. It's going to be GGU's Zion Spartan versus Curse's Voyboy.
Yeah, and they actually both led their teams to 2-and-run records last week, but Zion Spartan in particular had a ridiculous set of games on Jace. It was actually banned out the third game where he played Kha'Zix, so he was 19, 8, and 24 in his 3 games last week.
I love these guys. And Voyboy has been great all year, but he actually had a pretty bad game against CLG last week.
Yeah, I mean, he was 0-6-3 on Elise. His Week 7 totals weren't that impressive, but his Ghost Renekton top lane play was ridiculous against Vulcun. His Gragas play was drawing bans, and he will continue to play multiple champions and apply pressure. Yes, he had that one bad game, but that's just Voyboy. Sometimes it's going to happen with the way he plays.
Absolutely. And the potential for these teams to go ahead and play again, the poke comp, Zion Spartan liking the Nidalee coming in here, and Curse kind of likes to be in your face, like we said before. The poke comp isn't really going to affect that Jarvan or a tanky Voyboy when you're getting spears. So Cop can still sit on the outside and do that utility damage.
Yeah, and the biggest thing for that is their poke comp was great when they had Bloodwater.
Absolutely.
Is it going to be the same? Because you have to know exactly when to poke, when to go, and when not to go when you're running those compositions. So now this is the debut for Daydreamin'. How experienced is this guy? Like, how much did he think he was going to be playing in the LCS? This isn't like a Prawley Lud Mortis situation where they played together forever. This guy was on Dignitas's B team. He has played LAN at MLG, but never LCS, and he's never played against this level of Curse opponent.
And he looks actually quite comfortable as we saw him on the screen. Jarvan, Jace getting banned out as looks like they're trying to throw Saint off that comfort. We'll definitely see the Volibear coming in this time around. And like you said, Zion Spartan on that Jace, just wreaking havoc last week.
Yeah, they are not going to let him play Jace at all. And Renekton is a pretty good ban for Voyboy. Like, that's banning out one of the safe picks for them. Jarvan 4 could be a ban at Saint Vicious, right? Chouster plays it all the time. Saint Vicious played it a lot early, but I don't know if Saints got it after the nerfs. Like, he was super comfy on Nasus and Volibear. Like, those are the things that Saint will play. And also, the new jungle Udyr might be something we see from Saint Vicious.
Absolutely. That is, I remember what Saint used to be noted for, is the flash bear stance initiations from the jungle. Every time it would be up, it'd be like his Warwick, just flash bear stance, make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna bring back a little bit, and I don't do this often, but like when I was considered one of the best, like the best Udyr player, Saint was the Udyr player that I was like, he plays really, really well. Like he's the one who understood turtle stance used to be the stance, and he would actually forego using bear sometimes or Phoenix just so he could get more turtle stances off. Back then, that's when resistances were like super, super powerful for Udyr. But nowadays, he's done another thing. Like, he's innovated Udyr kind of to another level here because you have more health, and the move speed changes on bear are actually crazy. So if we see Saint Vicious on Udyr, he's going to be putting points in bear second because he's just absurdly speedy, and that's going to be what he's trying to create. So I'd actually, even though against Nasus it's kind of a shaky pick, I really want to see him play it.
We're going to lock in the Nasus. Voyboy actually brought out the Nasus back at the Lone Star Clash. Skara still has to eat a hat. I'm not going to let you go on that as well. But yeah, the Kale was actually banned out. We were kind of poking at it earlier. Does Jintei like to throw that into the mix as they did before with the Mash Me Twitch match? So I don't think they're going to even be able to get that in there. But they still could go for Twitch here.
Yeah, and he's locked in the bear instead of the bear turtle Phoenix. Yeah. So he's only gotten one of the forms that Udyr possesses, but it's actually a good pick for them. Like Volibear, Nasus, not the biggest surprise. Thresh is the new thing from Elements. He had pretty much been relegated to being like, I'm a Sona and Lulu player, and that was his identity, right? He has in the past had ridiculous games on Blitzcrank during Season 2. He had a not-so-ridiculous game on Nautilus in the Gambit Gaming show match where he missed a lot of anchors and proclaimed himself he hadn't been practicing it, but to pull something out in the LCS, he must have been practicing Thresh, and it is a very dangerous champion to have in your arsenal if you're Elements.
Absolutely, and it's interesting when you put that with somebody like Comp. Does it change up the lane at all, or you kind of just play a more passive Thresh anyways?
I think they're going to be playing a passive lane until Volibear gets there. So when, I mean, that's the whole thing. Thresh plus Volibear is ridiculous ganks, because as soon as Volibear gets in closing distance, that 45% move speed boost when running towards people from his Rolling Thunder is just going to get you there. Comp is going to pick MF whenever he has the opportunity to. He said that many, many times.
For him.
And what I like about GGU's picks, we're getting a little bit behind here, but it's like picking Nasus probably denied St. Fitch's his #1 choice. Picking Ryze has denied Nijaki his most played champion in the LCS as well. So these are counter picks that GGU is trying to throw at them. Not necessarily a poke comp yet, which is what they've had the most experience running, but it's mainly counter picks for GGU.
That's what interested me is, you know, I forgot who said it last week, but they said Lux is a really good counter to Volibear, and I'm really surprised they didn't pick it up. They get the little bit of closeness with Rune Prison, but definitely the safety with Lux.
Yeah, it's not like Ryze is bad against Volibear. Like, Ryze is a stand. He's like a turret mage. Him and Cassiopeia are like the closest. Oh, yes!
Nice.
I am going to talk about this now because Jackie has been trolling with a Vygar pick for a year in competitive.
More than that.
He will always select it and be like, that guy's really good at Vygar.
His favorite champion.
It's his favorite champion. He has another account called CRS Vygar. Or Vagar. We never see him, so we haven't decided how to pronounce it. Vagar against Ryze is actually quite strong, even though you wouldn't think it would be.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's like, Ryze is a counter to Vagar because Vagar's ult does damage based on AP, and he doesn't do as much damage to him. Not necessarily true.
Yeah.
He does enough damage. Ryze has a tough time itemizing magic resistance early, where Vagar can farm well against him and power up to kill other things, as well as Ryze in late game. So I'm very excited to finally see him break it out.
This is going to be crazy. And I like to call it the Vent Horizon, the baby cage. And I've never really thought of a baby cage on the Bullet Time Ultimate. It's like, you can't get out. It's if you're inside the buff and you move out of it, you're stunned. That's how it works.
Why is it a baby cage?
Because it's
Is
just
it
lock
because
them
it's
up.
a small cage or because it holds babies?
Lock them up in the baby cage.
I still don't understand. You need to
don't
clarify.
have to.
Okay.
That's exactly how it works. We see a smile on Mashmi's face as he picks up Caitlyn. And it looks like we're going to have quite an interesting lineup once again from GGU, and that's always a surprise to see him playing every week with what they bring out.
Oh man, so Kha'Zix is something they really like, right? Don't Mash Me does fit into poke comp. So they have a pseudo poke comp, and then they just have a Ryze thrown in there. You can't poke that well against the baby cage,
No,
right?
you can't.
It'll upset the apple cart if you poke too hard.
Absolutely. You'll flip more than one, a plethora of apple carts. And we have a pick here coming in for Elements. Who do they pick up for that top lane?
Yeah, so Void Boys, the world is his oyster right
Top
now.
lane
Elise is
last
unbanned,
pick.
and he plays it the most. Elise has been through a couple Elise is picked. Come on, man. Damn it.
I was waiting to go for a second. And then
Yeah, it let me go for a second.
You got it.
Yeah, that totally throws me off. Renekton's banned, and I haven't seen him play Jax, but that's because Void Boy plays everything.
Every absolutely thing. 1 second to switch it out. Oh, he locks in
Haven't seen him
Aurelia.
play
Is
that
it one
either.
more switch? He's got a half a second. He does lock it in. So it looks like they are just going to try to be in the face of, GGU once they get to that point in the game. Obviously, you have to wait for Vagar to get stacked up, wait for Volibear to get nice and big, but it's not going to matter after that.
Yeah, Void Boy's played a lot of Aurelia on his stream. He usually does a Blade of the Ruin King rush on that. And he's going to be looking to do the same thing. So Curse's lineup is very aggressive, aside from Cop, like usual. Everyone's going to be diving in. Cop's going to sit back, throw the bullet time, and then hopefully the team just kind of cleans up. You look at GGU, and that's not as pokey as the regular comps you're going to see. This is just them picking slight counter picks and also champions they're comfortable with, right? Normally, Nintendo Dex actually plays Elise in the jungle, which is what Curse thought they were going to be doing, but it's an Elise support to go with Don't Mash Me, which is something that we've seen a lot more teams do, and Nintendo Dex is just on a ganking Nasus.
And it's really great how we saw it last game. You don't have somebody you don't have somebody that's playing it, or you want to play something else, so you put it in another lane. They get the crowd control of Elise towards that mid to late game. They can get back onto somebody and get an execute if they need to, if he's going to be man mode enough to throw himself in as the support. And it's cool to see that he can already bring out that support. They say we're going to be a little bit more aggressive than usual, and what we saw from his builds before when we were doing research is he kind of goes, support build and stays away from any aura items or team efficient items.
Yeah, I want to see how he plays Elise in particular, because he was the guy who plays the most Thresh and Blitzcrank in solo queue. Obviously, Thresh was picked away from them, which might have been an extra reason that Elements picked Thresh, aside from just loving hook champions. And then he just didn't decide to pick Blitzcrank. So still a lot of long-range skill shots, right? And as you were saying about the builds, Daydreamin loves boots and mobility.
Absolutely.
As does Elements. So we're going to see some really mobile supports running towards each other. And I'm pretty excited to see the new GGU lineup and the new champions brought out by Curse.
And can GGU kind of hold the streak we have right now? It's only one, so it's a streak. Can they turn it into a streak, right? We have the revamped roster of Complexity winning.
Right, okay.
Now can we have the revamped roster of GGU to take this game over?
Got it. And then
They'll
Vulcun
be against
would have
two
to be
huge teams, CLG going down, Curse going down. Curse actually has the most games left to be played in the LCS right now. And like you said before, they're against the hardest teams.
No, it's actually Curse has played the hardest schedule up to this point.
Right,
So, like, not only are they the #1 seed in the LCS, but of their remaining games, if you consider the top 4 of the LCS, Curse, Dignitas, TSM, CLG, the hard games, and the bottom 4, the easier games, Curse has the least hard games of any team remaining in the LCS.
Right.
I think they have 3 of them.
Well, this could be one of those hard games if they come into this. The waters are a bit murky for the champion pool. They obviously see it's an Elise, and will it be as aggressive as they need it to be as they come into this game? Curse having, like we said before, the level 1 that's kind of safe, not really something you want to go in on. That's not a mana-dependent jungler on GGU's side either, so they don't really have any reason to engage hard and throw something off balance.
Yeah, they don't have the AoE and like a brawl that we saw from the Complexity CLG game before.
Absolutely.
But what they do have, and from GGU, if we just list out their champions, like they have a Ryze who could potentially ruin Prison. They have an Elise who can get the Cocoon stun out. And then they do have, like, if they're chaining 2 stuns, Domashmi could particularly put like a trap underneath if he decided to start traps, or if he's going to go for the Piltover Peacemaker as well. We may get into this game right away. I think we still have one player who's having a slight issue right now. Nintendo Deck's not able to join the game yet, so we will be into the game close soon.
And first buys actually looks pretty interesting if this one's really going to go through. I see a lot of biscuits coming out.
A lot of total biscuits of rejuvenation. We'll see that when we do get into the game after they fix this. But yeah, Good Game Universities went utility spec on like 4 people. They have the Kazakhs in the top lane, Nintendo Dex, Jungle Nasus. They got Ryze and Elise, all with biscuits.
Always something new. Yeah. Absolutely awesome. Will they be able to do it though? Like Probably said, it's the early game. That's you enter a game of League of Legends and you always get to play the early game. And like he said, if it's solo queue, you'll probably win by 20 minutes. If you don't, you didn't get to play the late game anyways. But if this strategy works in the early game, will GGU be able to hold it out?
Yeah, and it's a big thing for GGU here because they are the team that is the solo queue team right now. They have not played together.
That's exactly right.
Curse's lineup has been humming for a while. All the way through the qualifiers and through the LCS, they are crisp and communicate amazingly. Same Fishes there, also sitting between mid and top lane, much like GGU ends up sitting. Then, of course, support and AD down at the end. I actually kind of like that setup because that is the same way we set up the things in the game, because we always put the top laner, then the jungler, then the mid lane. Then it's an AD and support, so they're a little backwards at the end there. But I like that combination for Curse.
Let me see, like we said, it is the other side, and making sure everybody's fixed up. We can see Zionide helping out Nintendo Dex right now. Zion Spartan is so ready for this game as well. And there's, as they fix it up, Nintendo ready to play on that jungle Nasus. I don't think we've seen him bring out too much Nasus. It's been a lot of Xmithy. We've seen Chauster do it a few times. Saw Saint do it a few times. And it's really effective. That early game, super effective at taking down Dragon if you can really get control of that objective.
And we'll see how well Nintendo Dex plays Nasus, because, like, he has always been a jungler who sets his own trends. If you think all the way back to his days on, why don't I remember the name of them, the really young team, the kids, the Team Dynamic. The Rugrats,
or Mono,
as Demon would like to call them. Nintendo Dex always set the trends. He played Jungle Riven, he'd play Jungle Olaf. He'd actually draw bans on both of those things a lot. And then his fallbacks were like Mundo and all these things that weren't like super common. And even now he's playing Trundle. He plays Jungle Elise more than anyone else. But now he's playing Nasus. Everybody plays Nasus, right? So he's jumping on to the common champions, right? Whether that's because he doesn't have faith in his champion picks anymore, whether he thinks it's because Nasus is just ridiculously overpowered or not, or whether he's just like bandwagoning because his element of surprise and uniqueness is gone. We know Curse knows how to play against Nasus. We don't know if Curse knows how to play against Trundle, because everyone plays Nasus. Curse is used to that. They see it in all their scrims, even if they're not playing GGU. But now that GGU's conformed, it might lose some of their edge. So I really want to see how Nintendo does on that.
They got to find it somewhere. And I really think you can safely say that Nintendo X has played the most diverse junglers. He's brought out Leona, he's brought out Nocturne, he's brought out Nasus now, he has Elise. He has played just about the most, trying everything out there.
And GGU in general does try a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a
Fizz.
few failed Fizz top things as well. Even Jace when Zion Spartan, which is now drawing bans from them.
Yeah.
It's just they're willing to experiment, but at this particular juncture, they're back to the standard play against Curse. And I believe our technical difficulties are behind us, and we're into the game.
We have game secured onto the Rift, and we are going to have game 2 of the day now underway. Riven Jat here bringing it to you live, week 8 of the LCS, live from Los Angeles. Curse versus GGU here as they exit the base and make their way to their starting spots. Nintendo X looks like he could pop over to the left here. Yeah, he's not going to head up towards mid. They're going to set up again that line of scrimmage, and we're going to see how these guys play out the first minutes of the game.
And man, we have seen so much more level 1 action in
This
the
is
past
new
few
from
games.
Curse.
And this is new. They're 5 bottom lane. They're hoping that GGU tries to go and ward their blue buff because they'd catch someone in transit. But now they're actually walking through, but they're going to walk through that tri-brush ward. And speaking of action, everybody knows where everyone else is.
Both games
Not
have
Curse.
just had a 5-on-5 battle. It's going to be in the bush this time. It may not be Curse's win, though. They had a good one the first time. It's Saint down first. Boy getting hit up. He's forced to flash over the wall. The repel hits. Daydream it. Oh, he took repel, which means he only has auto attacks, and it's not going to be enough from the health pot of Aurelia. Back. Oh, he gets the cocoon. He got level 2 as he went into the fight, actually, and it looks like they may be able to get themselves back in here. Actually did not hit level 2. He just switched forms. I am getting super excited, Jat.
Elise doesn't do damage to the other forms, and oh my god, Elements goes in!
Oh, Elements, no! He's got 200 HP. He hits him down to 100. It's Voyboy now who puts himself back into the fight to micro in the damage, the repel once more, but it's not far enough, and the auto attack hits. Nintendo still stuck between 2. They are chasing out Nijaki. Did he take Cage? He is still running around trying to help his team. Nintendo off with 200 health. It's a 3v1 for Mashmi trying to take down Elements. One more shot, but they're going to be able to take him down. Up again, 5 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game. 2 games in a row.
I don't know if that's ever happened before. I don't think we've had 2 games in a row where there were 5 kills at level 1. This one, Curse turned it around big time. They face-checked 5 and came out on top because they took their bruises first, abandoned out, and then regrouped properly. The first one happened when, like, as they were retreating, the brush near the bottom lane turret, they just waited there because they thought GG was going to chase through the tower. Caught him by surprise, got 1 kill. And then I feel like they're just like superior communication or even outplaying happened at the end of it because there's not really a real reason they should have been able to pick up 3-for-1 kills after after face checking 5 people in a brush. So props to Curse for making a mistake, but coming out on top anyway.
You know, Jet, we talked about the inventories of what happened there. It's like GG went through that fight without using anything, knowing they got a few and saving everything to make the lane easier. So that push there was really to bolster up this lane and hold on to those biscuits and all those potions.
And I don't want to harp on anything, but like as you're saying about that, like it is an unfortunate thing. If you're starting with the total biscuits, you should have used those in the first fight.
So
right?
they should
have been
chucked them
drinking
down.
those because they're 2 of the people with total biscuits are people who died. So they needed to be drinking those as they were, or eating those as they were fighting.
Good, drink them if you want to try. Ooh, that Q from Nijaki already putting out some good damage, prepping him for Saint Vicious, but he is not going to wait. He spends 0 time there as Saint would, and if anything happens here, you'll just see him soak up some experiences. Curse and Cop pushing down on the top turret, super aggression already for the damage there.
And actually, sorry, to talk about the biscuits one more time, I actually need the internet to correct me 1 second because at one point you could drink a biscuit with a health potion, and that was changed, and I don't remember if we changed it back again. So if you can't, then forget my criticism of GGU for not using them because they may have been drinking health potions instead. But if you can, then they should have used them.
All right, fair enough.
We'll clear that up later.
We
guarantee
will. Jackie now in mid 3. Voidboy trying to farm with some Blade Surge. Oh, he missed one. That's not going to be good for him. Nintendo coming up to that top lane. He has double buffs on right now, and we'll see if he can make that impact on Nasus. He actually got the Spirit Stone already under 4 minutes into the game here, so he is going to start flying around this jungle with that regen.
Yeah, I really like it when junglers get the early Spirit Stone. It just allows them so much more sustain and just healing overall. Like, you actually save health potions too if you go back early for a Spirit Stone. You give up some of your early jungling potential, but you get it back in folds just afterwards.
Slowly but surely, each lane trying to grab that lead. After this first fight, everybody has to be wary. There's buys that really don't happen this early in the game for people, so it's a bit different of a game, but it's still that 5-on-5 that they're so used to. A little bit of a lane swap here, and we're seeing you do have Zion Spartan taking a bit of a beating there. He's only down 4 CS, and it looks like Voyboy has actually been forced to waste all of his, or use all of his potions, I should say, and back.
Yeah, it's really tough to lane against a Caitlyn and Elise. They're very great double range to last. Those cocoons let you spam the spells down and just keep hitting the turrets. So like St. Vicious is trying his damnedest to save this one off, but it's so hard to aggress on that duo in particular for that very reason.
And he came out with the Fairy Charm. He's ready to get the Philo right off the bat. Daydream knows he can continuously pressure like that and waste his mana. Nintendo X comes down to the bottom, knowing they have a lot of damage on this turret. It looks like they may try to pressure the rest. Vicious and Voyboy doing what they can to thwart this off, but they are just going to go face first onto the turret, know they can take it down, and back out as the other one goes down as well.
Duo turret kills at 5 minutes 25 seconds, and actually Jackie's roaming around the back. Not Jackie, Jinte, I got confused. They're going for Curse.
It is Jinte. He comes around, the exhaust goes out super early, but it's to save Cobb. Good guy Elements throws himself, and the fiery flashes into the wall, unfortunately.
Oh, Elements. That is, to be fair, probably the hardest flash in the game.
It's a big wall.
You have to hug that wall. You got to put your face in that wall before you can flash over it, and Elements was only touching it. So he failed his flash over the top, and it was an unfortunate move. He's got to make that flash play.
Big moves for really everybody here. Fiendish Codex already coming out, the tier for Jackie, I should say. The tier coming out for Jinte. The tier now onto Zion Spartan. So at 6 minutes, they start to stack those items up. And this is going to be a brutal mid game if both teams can hold this level of play. Baby Cage goes down around Jinte, but it looks like he's going to dodge it with the Rune Prism. Both sit at the same amount of mana. So it looks like they're going to keep going tit for tat. But Nintendo X brings in the power play for a sec.
You're still going to have to tell me why that's a baby cage. You need to justify your reasoning at some point throughout the rest of this match. But Jackie's doing real well because he got those 2 kills at level 1. Started with the Crystalline Flask, and he's already sitting on that Fiendish Codex. So Jinte already at the mercy of Jackie a little bit, and Vigar's laning phase is not meant to be super strong.
Whoa, but he did just hit 6.
He hit 6, and Jinte was not ready for that. That's why he likes the champion.
Absolutely super surprised and very nice assassination there onto Jinte. Was not expecting the burst of damage. It's just the Fiendish Codex, but he is using the ability power that Ryze has against him with that ultimate. 7 minutes in here, we see a bit of ground being grabbed by Curse. 4-3. The gold lead only 600, and that's probably to one person. Jackie at 3-0-1.
Yeah, Jackie definitely has a 6 exactly, Riv. Great analysis ability right there, the 600 gold advantage. And Voyboy's real struggling here. Oh, man.
Oh, there's a repel. Once again, they can continuously bring out that kit to bring themselves into an advantageous position. Nintendo X the flash for the flash and flip, and it looks like they're going to be out.
So Curse is trying to take the dragon because there are 2 people top from GGU, but they got to be super careful. Nintendo X has his Nast Assault, and Jackie still doesn't have his ult back again. So the only ult Curse actually has is the bullet time from Cobb. GGU can stop this if they want to. This is super dangerous.
Good amount of area of effect. The teleport coming in. They are going to back off as Voyboy comes in to help secure Dragon. They still have the Spirit Fire thrown down with those spikes from Zion Spartan, but it looks like they will let this one go. They say we have top for Dragon. Just make sure we don't die.
Yeah, Voyboy was not going to be able to make it back to top regardless to save that turret, so he used his teleport bottom to at least trade the gold for Dragon. Now it's going to be on Curse to try to equalize the turrets because they do not want to fall behind in turret control.
I really like how Nintendo and the team are moving here, pressuring after the Dragon. They went mid, they only got a few hits on it, but they're still pushing objectives. They didn't go back, they didn't kind of wait and stall things out. That's where you find these younger teams get into the lull and they can't find their way out. Voyboy returning to lane to stop this split push. GGU has great control of the map right now.
They're doing quite a good job early against Curse. Such a chaotic level 1. So much pressure on them knowing that Bloodwater left their team for Vulcun, and then having to pick up Daydreaming in the last couple days coming together is super, super difficult for these guys. And I wonder if they're feeling a little disrespected or just chaotic against Curse. Like, picking Vhagar against him is something he hasn't been doing for years, as Zion Spartan goes hard.
Zion actually pulls on the ultimate. He's trying to get in there still. There's no turret to protect these guys. They are throwing down a Spirit Fire, but the Wither is not in range. We see a 2v1 up top as Voyboy is pressuring. Jackie goes face to face with Jinte and almost zeroes him out. One more Q. He is completely within range. They're actually just without. No, the turn actually got Jackie to kill himself.
He realized that, man, we're calling Jinte Jackie way too much.
I did.
He's Rise. Like, Nai Jackie is the embodiment of Rise as far as the LCS goes, so he's killing himself over and over. It's brutal to watch, but I mean, Nai Jackie is doing great on Veigar right now. 4-0-1. He's going to be such a threat. He will be able to pretty much delete someone. It's going to force Jinte to also go into Banshee's Veil before he's ready, and it's going to cut down Rise's damage in teamfights as well.
Mashmi now in every lane that he can possibly get to after that turret went down, trying to farm it up, and he's still actually behind Cop. Cop has positioned himself in his lane the entire time as Mashmi with that roam, only falling behind 10 right now, but they're even on gold.
Yeah, so the AD carry battle hasn't really begun yet, and it's not supposed to. Like, Cop is not the lane aggression man.
Right.
He's the man who just farms up, makes sure he's there for team fights, and becomes involved in as many kills as possible. So, job well done for him, right? Like, against Caitlyn, laning with Cop, since they've been lane swapping, they're pretty much just both free farming. And the fact that Cop has 11 more than Don't Mash Me says, go Cop.
So we see Voidboy in the top lane, and usually playing a champion like Aurelia, kind of like a Kali, you 1v1 your lane, 1v1 whoever comes there. What's his point in this? Is he going to kind of hotshot GG this out and get himself farmed up and then present himself in the fight, or is he going to be there teleport ready when his team needs him?
I feel like Voidboy's going to want to get a lot of farm.
Super farm.
Like, even though he sits in 1v2 situations frequently, he's super practiced at it, as I always fear for Jinte's life when he gets hit by that cage. But Voidboy is the farmer. He is so experienced of getting farmed when he's in a 1v2 to become powerful. And you can see he's going for that. Like, with the double Thorns, if that was like a hotshot build, there'll be like 2 cloth armors because he's not wanting to die. Voidboy's wanting to get farmed and be powerful. And in order to be aggressive, you have to have a huge amount of gold.
Look like Element's trying to give his team a little bit of presence on the map as well. Top warded quite nicely for Voidboy to continuously farm there as they get the bottom warded as well. We'll see St. Vicious helping for now and kind of taxing the lane unnecessarily, but he'll head back to the jungle. They're going to get this bottom lane pushed, see what they can do in mid after.
Oh man, it's so funny. We expect, this is the curse comp we casted last, was the Jackie on Rise and St. Vicious on Nasus, and it's getting, I am personally getting quite confused by Curse's team composition right now, but they are the ones with Volibear and Nai Jackie on Veigar as Curse tries to even out this turret lead, but here comes Nintendo, and I have to mention the flash on Nasus because that's just weird. A lot of Nasus bring Ghost, and the flash won't let him stay in team fights. He's potentially getting kited very hard.
See what they can do. This turret is definitely theirs. Jackie is actually going to go ahead and back towards mid, save that turret because Jinte was not stopping the push. We can see GGU, Daydreaming and Mashmi haven't even really been in a team fight right now. They are completely crushing turrets, and Curse is looking to really answer here by just farming.
Yeah, and Curse is not helping Voidboy whatsoever, so he's getting 2v1 this entire time. They're going.
Will he drop down? He waits for him to leave. He was like, I don't want that. Probably could have got 1v1. Voidboy is going to return here to a lost turret. Dives in once, and he gets a bit of health back, but it's nothing that's going to allow him to fight.
So GGU doing their best to keep these turrets down. Voidboy's really going to have to get a little bit more farm. He actually had to pop his red elixir there as they were diving him in. Now Elements is kind of there to support him, but GGU's doing a great job of keeping Don't Mash Me and Daydreaming cycled around Voidboy, and then actually not losing that much as a response to that, because the rest of the map they're having to play 4v5 because of what they're doing to Voidboy.
Looking around, all the mitigation being built for the junglers. Actually, yeah, we got cloth armor and then the null magic mantles coming out as well for Kha'Zix, so they're taking in consideration that Nai Jackie damage quite early.
Everyone has to build enough so that they don't get bursted out.
Oh yeah.
And after that point, they don't care about magic resist anymore, but also because it's so early into the game, they don't have the gold for Aegis of the Legion or Runic Bulwark quite yet, so everyone's just having to kind of build their own. It's a tough situation to be in because Jackie is so strong right now.
Mashmi, Daydreaming moving together. These two actually have not left each other's side this entire game. Still, Daydreaming sticking on Mashmi. It's probably what they said, just stay with Mashmi, peel for him. They give him Elise who can do just that with the Cocoon, and really they have been a combo to be reckoned with here. CS is tied between the AD carries. Like you said, we don't have that fight yet, but it is going to be an Infinity Edge before Bloodthirster for the Infinity Edge on Mashmi.
And here's the super interesting moment, Rip, because this is where Voidboy is top lane trying to catch his farm up, and this is on GGU to make something happen. The timing is strange here because there's 15 seconds to Dragon, so everyone's trying to shove up the lanes. Voidboy does have teleport, so they're going to want to probably fight this. The gold is very close as well, so this could very well be a Curse initiation with a Voidboy teleport, or GGU is going to try to initiate on them. But either way, I don't see these teams just walking away from each other. Somebody wants to fight.
Nai Jackie Jackie is going to explode someone. Deathfire Grasp just finished. If they get one stick on anyone, they are completely 100-0'd here. And like you said, it is Jinte trying to build that Banshee's Veil in the middle of building his damage, so they're going to see a little bit of a plateau there for them.
That was a great steal by Jackie. He timed his Dark Matter to fall just at the right time, and Nintendo Dex probably didn't want to smite that one because they knew the Dragon was up. But the split push from Kha'Zix actually pushed Curse back from Dragon a bit. Voyboy's teleporting in, though.
Voyboy is going to come in from the backside. Jackie just took ace in the hole, so he's not going to take too much damage. Jackie tries to get in on Jinte. Here comes St. Vicious, flipping everybody back. Mashme isn't taking too much damage in the bottom, but they finally get control of that. Zion Spartan from the backside. Are they going to finish anyone or let them walk away? They get one. They finally get two. It's a 3-for-3 as we start here. Elements and Voyboy limping away. Elements is not going to get taken down. Voyboy is going to stay in the fight. He could be able to Blade Surge one more time. Oh, Elements stops the kill. It's a 2v1. Daydreaming. Good support clean up here. One more kill. Voyboy flashes the repel. Is it in range? It is there to execute for the double kill. Daydreaming on his first day.
4-1-3 against Curse Gaming from solo queue essentially, or Dignitas' B team as well, to the LCS, and he crushed that fight. At the start, Jackie flashed in. Daydream was the one who picked him up for the start. At the end of the fight, his base damages were crushing it. The percent missing health came in so key. His repel to follow the flash was exquisite, and 9-9, GGU got the Dragon for that. They were behind in gold before, and now they're ahead.
Up 1,000 gold indeed, Jat. It is going to be that Infinity Edge finished for Mashme now in that fight. Jackie locking up both of them, but nothing to come of that. Curse so on their heels, everybody waiting. The summoners are down, the ults are down. It's a breather for the teams as they clean up the jungles.
That was craziness. I'm still recovering a little bit from that last fight, and I'm starting to take a look at some of the items too. So the Banshee's Veil on Jinte is really big. Then there's also the Aura item, essentially the same Vicious has. His Lock of the Iron Solaria, if he times that right. The Deathfire Grasp on Jackie, so if he flashes into a fight, he should be able to kill one that time, because that was a huge crux of that last fight. He didn't instantly kill someone, so he didn't trade his life for another, and that was bad for them, since he was essentially the biggest gold leader in the game. Cop actually died during that fight. It was a close one, but they managed to burst him down, right? The flanking, the positioning in that fight was not ideal for Curse, and GGU got to be feeling pretty comfortable right now. 16 minutes in, having a lead on Curse is good, but we talked in the pregame about Curse's late game ability, and we'll see if that can come out, because this comp in particular isn't as crazy as their others, but we'll see how it works.
Looking up top of that lane as Voyboy moves back in, knowing that, or hearing that he goes for that Blade of the Rune King. Is this phage to really thwart a split push coming in?
Well, it does look like he's shied away from the Blade of the Rune King, right? Maybe he only built that on his stream because he was winning by so much. It does look like he's going for a Trinity Force right now. It's still a pretty good item on Aurelia. The cost has went substantially down in Season 3, but there's a double buff Zion Spartan chasing him in the top lane as the siege is happening mid.
Oh my gosh, Nintendo Dex taking a quick poke there from Dark Matter. Cop locked up under the turret as he is, I think, closer to the fight than he's ever been for that second. Voyboy going on to Zion Spartan. These two trading back. The spike's hit and he gets the attack on. Voyboy stood no chance there.
Voyboy was fighting the double buffs. Zion Spartan with the BF sword. He'd just been sitting on his phage. He got a little too arrogant with his own abilities there, and he got taken down. Zion Spartan and Voyboy battle so much in solo queue. Like, they are always against each other. It is the featured matchup. They are both so aggressive. And there's the cage!
The double lockup. Oh, the Deathfire Grasp to a half health Nexus. Not as much, but they still got a good burst there.
So Nintendo Dex burned his ultimate, but the problem is, since Zion Spartan dueled Voyboy, Curse doesn't get any pressure off this. So this whole time, Zion Spartan's just been farming away, stacking up that tier. The Aegis did get completed by Nintendo Dex, right? So they're getting the auras just as well, and they're also out farming a bit because it was 1,000 gold after that last dragon fight. Now it's creeping up to 2.
And look at this. GGU is really just doing everything we kind of say a team isn't doing this right now. They've got the bulwark. They're remembering to build, you know, mitigation versus the damage they're fighting and microing in and out the people they need. They're controlling the map. They're 3-2 versus Curse right now, up 2,000 gold. Really, actually, I'm quitting buying Merc Treads too. Jackie's such a force right now for these guys. And they're playing amazingly. We can actually see Daydreaming is going to start going for damage. He built the Haunting Guise. Feels comfortable.
Elise loves the Magic Pen, right? Her base damage is so high, and the nice thing about having Nasus in the jungle is he is like the Aura Man in the jungle. He doesn't have priority items that he has to build to make his champion work, so he can really just go bulwark lock it. And that frees up Daydreamin to become a secondary AP carry threat, especially since he's been able to pick up the 4 kills. Like 5,200 gold is only 200 less than Voyboy has in top lane at 5,500, right? So he's quite a threat as support due to those kills. And GGU doing a bit of a split push because Zion Spartan's still way off on the side.
Oh, Zion getting it caught. Oh, not Zion. I wanted to say Daydreamin'. The names.
Because he feels like a solo laner right now with how much kills he's been getting.
Absolutely. Zion Spartan is off on the side, and here he now makes his presence felt as he goes ahead, and he's going to take up this blue. His team giving him some good defense on the outside. Looks like he will see Saint Vicious here, but it's not going to be any smite out. Saint, half health, Comp very low on mana. They have to be careful their positioning here.
Curse really has to play this one carefully, and they usually have, right? There's a reason they are the #1 team in the LCS right now at 14-3. They do not lose games easily. It is very hard to close them out, and there's still only 3 turrets down. They're trying to siege this turret. Curse doesn't want to give it up, but if you miss death sentences like that, you lose a lot of pressure.
That turret looking at about 200 to 300 HP. A few more shots from Caitlyn. He's going to be able to take it down. That's the pleasure of just having that long-range attack. You see the baby cage kind of thwarting him off for a second, but they get to the right side, they take it down, and they continue to push down mid. That most coveted turret of the map, mid, second-tier turret gone.
So the outers have been crushed down. Yeah, it's just a matter of getting the outer ring +1. So it's the 4 turrets down. Dragon in 15 seconds. This is where Curse lost out last time, and I think they're going to get this one for free unless Nintendo decides to sacrifice himself, because Don't Mash Me saw that juicy wave up top. He's giving away the dragon.
You see Mash Me farming quite a bit this game. Comp's doing just the same, 169 to 151 there as the dragon begins. That Infinity Edge damage with the Zeal is not there. They are just going to be able to take this, like you said, just backing off. Nintendo X is not going to make that sacrifice. And a very smart move, because this is where that game could turn.
I could be wrong here, but that did feel like a failure of communication on GGU's part. Like, sometimes it is a tactical decision to move up and clear a large wave, but that's usually only if it's threatening a turret and if it's a time-sensitive wave to clear.
Okay.
That wave had a long time before it was going to be reaching a turret, and Don't Mash Me run out there. The other thing that tips me off is Don't Mash Me started moving down to the dragon when it spawned, which tells me they didn't know when it was coming, which could be something that Bloodwater used to do, and they haven't filled in that gap yet as a team.
Ooh, have to see. Just saw Zion Spartan go aggressive down on Voyboy in the bottom lane, trying to get another 1v1 out of him. Ping's going down. Actually, Voyboy is calling for aggression from his team. He's saying, Kha'Zix is down here. Please make something happen on the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's a very, like, new situation for Voyboy to be in when he can't 1v1 somebody. So he's got to just farm out and be a little bit careful until he gets some support. And at this point, he's got to run away because GGU's running through their jungle with many more people than Voyboy has.
Well, it's something Curse will always do is keep those wards up. Voyboy will be safe here, and maybe they can make an advantage off it as Nijaki starts to creep on his heels. But Nintendo X joins the battle as well, so it looks like we may just see an all-out brawl here. Caitlyn and Ryze both on the backside, so Jintei and Mash Me need to make moves here to get over there.
So they're really going to try to rush here. Don't Mash Me using his 90 caliber net to hop over the Dragon Wall. At the same time, Jintei is just making sure to farm out. Like, Jintei had to go for that Banshee's Veil. He got a little bit crushed by Jackie early, but he's making sure that he keeps up. And, like, if he can transform that Tear of the Goddess into a Mirror Man at some point, he's going to hit that power point. He's going to be really strong. So, you know, GGU actually doesn't have a huge rush here as long as they're playing smart.
And this is where the game we see starts to slow down for GGU. If this next turret can't go down, just kind of them walking towards it. Curse seems like they can fight this. They know Jackie's going to be able to lock them all up, and the initiation after that is huge. They have the Volibear, you have the Aurelia to lock someone down, and you only have a few to jump in on GGU's side.
And we always keep track of these like stacking abilities because Nasus and Veigar are kind of related. When they last hit things with their Q, they get extra damage.
Yep.
Nintendo X doesn't have much on his Siphoning Strike because Jungle Nasus isn't about the Siphoning Strike, but that's a +81. And Nijaki is actually at +69 on his ability power from Baleful Strike. So that's actually a substantially larger number comparatively to Nasus's Q.
Looks like mid-turret siege is going to be the one GGU wants here as they try to throw out damage. Nintendo getting those Qs down, trying to break the structures as Curse does what they can. Taking quite a bit of poke as well. Great job by Mash Me to hit those Peacemakers and really harass down Curse. This is not many times where you see Curse dancing to the tune of another team.
Exactly, and they're not making any mistakes. Like, Curse is a methodical team in a lot of senses. They macro the game very well, and they're trying to do this right here, but they're also less likely to make like super huge giant comeback plays, right? A team to give an example of is like a Gambit Gaming. When they're down in the game, they will consistently just go and fight. over and over again. And if they lose, then they lose. But if they come back, it looks amazing because they're constantly forcing the issue. Curse, I think, is a little bit on the other side of the spectrum where they will continue to farm, they will continue to power up, but they will not force when they're behind unless they see the situation, right? They're much less likely to try to make a huge play as a team. So this is why we're seeing this kind of resetted form right here, because GGU may not really know what to do right now because they actually haven't been in the lead that many times this year. Whereas Curse also doesn't know what to do necessarily because they haven't been behind very much. So not only are their teams' mindsets, not only are their teams' mindsets into this, it's also the fact these teams are in new territory.
And we see Oracle's actually being picked up here by Nintendude, and the Elixir being picked up by Daydreaming. So they're really looking to get all the damage out they can. They've got the PD, IE mix-up going on for Mashme on the AD carry, so he's putting out all the damage he wants to be presenting in the fights. These guys are ready to get in there. Looks like the Frozen Heart could be finished soon for Jinte.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right catching those elixirs, Riv. When things do happen like that, it tells you that the team is looking to make a play. Because no one just, out of the goodness of their hearts, like, we're going to spend 650 gold on consumables and farm. Like, they want to make a Baron play happen, or they want to make a turret push happen. Sound Spartan is intentionally shoving up that lane, flying back. He's got 1,700 gold. When he shops, they're going to be looking to make something big happen, like they did at the Dragon when they won that big fight.
We are 25 minutes in here. Baron is becoming quite tempting for both of these teams. You can see they continuously put those wards down. That vision is power, and they are looking to gain the most as they are down 2,000 gold right now. GGU sits above Curse, a week 1 deja vu for them as they try to get back into this one.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong about the instant move because GGU's just done a couple of things that confused me a bit. Daydreamin has already consumed his blue elixir, right? Like right after he bought it as he was running back. Yet when Zion Spartan shopped, he went straight back to bottom lane. He doesn't have a teleport to support them, so either that to me feels like another slight miscommunication by the team, being new, having the fact that Daydreamin isn't used to communicating with the team. He might have just bought the blue elixir because he's like, I want to force something, but Zion Spartan was like, no, we're not. I'm beating Voyboy. Let's farm up. So we'll see how that ends up going because now half the team is going to Baron, but Zion Spartan is still over in the bottom lane with no teleport. Voyboy could match with a teleport, and if they get initiated on it, could be bad. They're trying to sneak this, though, it seems like.
This is really scary. We can see they got about 10% damage onto Baron and chose to go. They realized the wards were being cleared, so they're definitely, I think that was kind of a mind game. How aware is Curse right now? How are they going to play, and will they pressure this? Obviously, the answer is completely yes, and Mashme doesn't want any part of it with the team.
Yeah, they're just like, we're gonna not team fight Curse because that's scary. We wanna farm a bit more. I mean, if you look at item thresholds, there is a reason for GGU to stall a little bit, and there's reasons against it, right? So it's like the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer are big. Dragon's coming up, so we might have to cut this analysis really short, but the Mana Immune on Zion Spartan isn't transformed yet. He's going to want to wait for that as well. But here's the 5v5. GGU's a little bit out of position, and Curse is forcing again, trying to get the gold back.
Curse looking to go strong. Nightjacking in the front. Event Horizon is down, so he can't lock anybody up. It's going to be Nintendo next, but he gets completely obliterated in the fight. Spartan and Daydreaming try to get in there, but it looks like they're doing just that. Is dreaming of this one. Cop is still on the outside. There's that damage. He gets cocooned. This is one more shot. It comes from Mashme, and he's able to take them out. And a good amount of dreaming happened right there. It's going to be a 3-for-2 right now in favor of GGU. They smell blood. They're looking to push these lanes and push the advantage they just got from this fight.
And nobody quite took the Dragon, so Cop still has a little bit of health. Voyboy is still strong. They got to remember that as a support carry is still in the game. The 6-kill Elise is in the back with the blue buff, so that turret going down, and that does look like a win for GGU. The great thing about this for GGU is if they go back soon, there's still another Dragon to fight over.
You know, Jet, at the beginning of the game, I said they have all these possibilities to keep a fight going, and I joked. And then Daydreaming could jump in if he wants to repel into the fight, but you're a support and you don't want to do that. But he has done it now a handful of times. Like you said, 6-1-3 in his debut here at the LCS.
Yeah, so that's a very powerful Elise score. I mean, it tends to happen on support Elise, right? He's kind of playing cleanup duty. You can make an argument that Dome Mashme would have those kills, but they're in very different parts of the fight in these situations. He's not a protection support.
Absolutely.
Right now. He's a dive support, so the kills aren't working out like that. Curse rushed back to Dragon. They actually saw that GGU was slow in the backing, and Curse was more together in this, so they lost the 3v2 fight, right? That's about 450 gold in the edge of GGU. But you get the Dragon for 975, and that 3-for-2 fight actually turns into a 4-for-3 in favor of Curse if you just look at the goal. So just because they communicated better and Curse had better team play, they did come out on top of that overall exchange.
Absolutely. Mashmi going very Wild Turtle-esque, if you will, in his build. He just went back and bought a cutlass, and then he bought the pickaxe. Damage, all-out damage. He doesn't want any safety. He is going into this fight head first.
Yeah, I actually think he was like, I'm going to go Blade of the Ruined King. Wait a minute, Void has a Warden spell. I need armor penetration. Oh no, I need to finish my last Whisper first. He will get there, so this is actually another important thing. Domashmi needs to hit those items if he wants to be big. They have the Muramana transform on Jinte. If Zion Spartan can get the Muramana transform, which he's going to do in a couple auto attacks, he's 744 of 750 on that. GGU will be even stronger in the next team fight. Now, I don't think that Curse has the defensive capabilities yet to deal with that type of magic damage output. They're not having a Bulwark versus having just an Aegis, which is what Curse has. And Nijaki, despite his amazing 4-0 start, hasn't been blowing anybody up. There's enough magic resist and enough beefiness sitting on GGU that those fights aren't working out for them. And again, GGU back to the Baron push.
It's that 30-minute mark in the game, Jat. The auras are definitely going to create more presence in this fight. Like you said, that Bulwark finished up against that Team Curse, so Nijaki isn't going to be able to pressure that much damage, and once his cooldowns are up, they're quite high cooldowns, so once they can get into that fight and pressure this, they could have a Baron, and they could have an inhibitor turret. Like I said, 30 minutes in, 13-11, and a gold lead still for GGU at 3,000 right now. 2 Muramanas finished out, which means a hellacious amount of AD coming from those two champions. Or I'd just say damage.
Yeah, it's magic damage procs on those Muramanas. And the Void being pushed back like this is just so weird to see, right? Like Zion Spartan keeping the pressure on. And they got to remember, like, there's a teleport on Curse, but I feel like Void doesn't want to teleport down just because he knows he'd essentially give up an inhibitor turret if that were to happen. Curse wants to land an initiation, but GGU doing a very good job knowing that Zion Spartan has the upper hand on Void and that they are comfortable waiting through these scenarios.
You can see that everybody but Mashmi has actually built Merc Treads in here in lieu of Nijaki's Event Horizon. Curse tries to push down mid here. They want to redictate this game and show where the dance is going. But again, buddy system, Daydreaming and Mashmi to push the top lane, and they may find themselves at an inhibitor turret here, but it looks like Daydreaming has left Mashmi. They may get caught out.
Yeah, Mashmi's got to rush back a little bit. I wonder how aggressively Curse is going to go up for it, and the answer is not at all. They don't want to mess with that. They didn't have the proper vision, and Curse is still just trying to wait this one out. Like, they appear that they're willing to fight over objectives, but if it's not an objective fight, Curse does not want to fight. They still want Void to get his items. There's something they're waiting for, right? He's finished his Frozen Mallet. You know, they have the double auras on St. Vicious. It actually does seem like this would kind of be a time to fight. Cop just picked up a static Shiv as well, so he's kind of hit that triple auto attack item. It's not the Black Cleaver type of armor shred that he usually does, but that's because their team has a lot of true and magic damage if you consider Volibear and Aurelia coming through for them. So, I mean, this has turned into another extremely interesting game.
Right. So even with that, we've actually heard Doublelift speaking of when you buy something like a static Shiv, it's good for that portion of the game. Does it ever get too late for that portion of the game?
It's just one of those things, like you build a Shiv or a Phantom Dancer depending on what you want to do.
Okay.
Like the Shiv is better at shoving waves,
right, of course.
which I guess is what Cop is worried about right now because they don't want to get out-sieged to turrets. And with their composition, they don't have like super reliable wave clear like they would if they had a Lux or a Xerath or something. So they're making sure that they don't get sieged out since they're really just waiting on the last line of turrets in pretty much in this game.
Looks like Void really has taken on that role once again of being somebody to dive in with St. Vicious. The Frozen Mallet instead of the Triforce, like you said, the Warden's Mail coming out, which is kind of forcing Mashmi to build that armor penetration, but not something we've really seen lately. People building Frozen Mallet in the LCS.
And GGU like wants to make a play right now, but as far as I can tell, their Oracles is up unless someone else bought one. No, everyone on their team is out of Oracles, so like they're trying to clear with Pink Wards, but they don't have the confidence, right? Because they don't know if in the Baron Pit is there. You can see Curse has littered wards throughout the Baron area. So Curse knows exactly, despite not having direct vision in that brush, they know where all 5 people of GGU are, so it's allowing them to stay safe and farm. And I think the longer Curse does this, the more comfortable they become. Because as the game gets later and later, their communication and the fact that they've been a team for longer becomes a bigger and bigger edge.
Curse's wheelhouse, those strategies that they use to really get themselves through Season 2 is something they can fall back on here. Like we said, that experience is going to carry them over GGU if they can hold true. They used it in the qualifiers and can resort to it here if they want to in this game. Like we said, elements with that Oracles, still waiting for one to come out here. St. Vicious throwing out a little bit of harass there, cleaning up some cupcakes for himself. And it looks like GGU spreading themselves a little thin here. There are so many pings going down there. Say, let's dictate mid. Let's push down here. A little grab on a Zion Spartan. Elements getting taken out for a little bit of damage. There's the Event Horizon, and that is the crowd control that GGU was looking to grab. This really lets them do a lot more in this fight. Element's taking quite a bit of damage, and it's going to be backed off if it was just too far away for everybody to initiate.
And we'll see if GGU can make a play off of this one. Their creep wave is still about 10 seconds away, and Elements is on the run back to his base, but harassing him down that low is really, really important. Also, Voidboy burned his teleport during that because he thought something was going to be going down. So they've lost that threat throughout the rest of the game. Still, the Event Horizon going down, the wave clear happening. We'll see if Curse can hold.
Zion Spartan actually blew his ultimate just a few seconds ago and then got burst down. Doesn't have that up for this next fight. St. Vicious kind of moving up strong here on Volibear. They have him split a little bit, but Daydreamin' keeping himself in the front. Very interesting position for his support play.
Yeah, I mean, everyone except Don't Mash Me has a way of dealing with Nijacki's ultimate, right? So Nintendude on Nasus and Jinte on Rise have built large amounts of magic resist. Oh, here comes a maybe catch on a Voidboy as the Dragon's up again. Maybe we'll finally see the fight.
Nintendude gets locked down there. He is going to use the ultimate. He's standing right on St. Vicious, and just look at his HP melt. But there's the Volibear passive, too strong. Jinte's going to be the next focus here. The exhaust goes down. He can't even cleanse the amount of crowd control. The triple kill for Cop as the KDA goes through the roof, and Mash Me runs for his life here. Voidboy gets netted out on that one, saving himself by the skin of his teeth.
Oh, man. The cage with the bullet time and the box from Thresh just exploded all of GGU. There was a reason Curse was so comfortable waiting for this game, because they are so confident in their late game team fighting ability, and GGU just rolled themselves into that one and didn't really have a counterattack, right? Like, St. Vicious was so tanky in that situation, and the two glass cannon damage dealers, Cop and Nijacki, were pretty much untouched. It's just the way Curse wanted to play. That was an incredible fight for them, and because it's so late, the death timers are long, and a fight at Dragon actually gives them an inhibitor.
That is going to be a back out for them. They see the home guards coming into play here for GGU as they're going to come up from base, so they back safely. Curse has been waiting for this the entire time. The first mistake, GGU wanted blood when Nijacki missed that first Event Horizon in mid. They pushed him back to their second tier turret, and then once it was back up, we just saw Curse run down the mid lane and initiate that.
And now it feels like GGU is in desperation mode. Nintendude X is trying to burst down this Baron, but he doesn't even have his Nasus ult, which is pretty much the best Baron killing ability in the game. Daydreamin' trying to help as well. They're at half health. Curse knows this is coming. They have wars to go over the top. Barons get half. They're going to try to burst this, and Curse is going to fight.
Daydreaming is the one supporting. They give Baron. Here's going to be the initiation. The locket goes down. It only gets one. It's going to be Daydream. Not the biggest one to go down, and they are kiting very well while throwing out the damage. Voidboy gets the Blade Surge on. Is it enough to stop Nintendude? He peels off to save the team.
So Baron for 2 kills. They were in full run mode. They didn't even try to fight. Voidboy wants to continue to catch them. He didn't get his refresh on Blade Surge, and now they have 40 to 30 seconds of 5v3, but their creep waves aren't necessarily in position. So that desperation play by GGU, I can't say it was that bad. It seems to have worked out.
Yeah, they pushed in well. They knew they couldn't do it fully. Sticking themselves in the Baron den is really what we've seen killing teams, the Baron killing team. So they played it well, Jet. You're right. 17 to 13. Curse is finding the ground they need, and this is where it gets very scary for GGU. Another turret, 7 to 5 now in favor of Curse.
It's amazing that they've come back from that. This game was 4 turrets to 1 at some point, and GGU actually had a pretty significant edge. But actually, as Curse goes to pick up another Dragon, they've actually had amazing objective control since that point. Aside from losing that last Baron, they've been scaring GGU away from objectives and really just playing the game in a really, really strong way. We're now at like 30 kills in the game, and Curse does seem to have an edge. The thing is, though, they recognize that 3 GGU members have the Baron buff, so I don't know if Curse is actually going to try to fight for quite some time here.
Cop coming out of nowhere now, 7-1-6, throwing a Bloodthirster under his belt. Probably found that on sale while he was window shopping. 269 CS for him. It's 331 for Mash Me, but that 7-1-6 really keeping him on top. Blade of the Rune King coming out for that attack speed item along with finishing his Phantom Dancer. These guys are kind of 2 different builds for the ADs. It's not something we see all the time. They're really varied on this.
Yeah, it's real cool actually, because Cop has a different mindset on Misfortune. Misfortune is a lot about bullet time and the AD caster type spells, whereas Caitlyn is really only about the auto attack. So Don't Mash Me making sure he's the auto attack beast, and Cop, just because he's a different style of AD carry, sure he's picked up 7 kills in this game, but usually his focus is just general damage, and he's going to provide that with all the AoE crowd control they have with the Veigar box plus the bullet time. So, I mean, Cop is sitting on 347 attack damage right now with his Elixir of Fortitude being taken into account. So his bullet time is doing a whole lot of damage.
Looks like we got Zion Spartan selling out that Doran's as he picks up a Warden. I was just going to say, do you think it's a little late that they haven't built health, but they pick up the Giants belt finally on Nintendo X? Just watching that Baron chunk him down meant that the fight wasn't even going to go well, but they pulled it off. Now it's going to go a little bit better, and they have to start working these advantages. The pressure is not going to stop from Curse.
And now it's really swapped around, so let's see if GGU can turtle as well as Curse has in the past. Like, Voyboy's pushing the exposed inhibitor lane, so he's really trying to draw pressure around. His teleport is back up, but when they're turtling the base like this, a cross-base teleport isn't amazing. Like, Zion Spartan's pretty damn quick on Kha'Zix to be able to get over to the other side. I wonder if Curse is going to be able to make anything happen. I think they're just doing this to withstand the Baron of Good Game University.
Looks like we have Jackie going late game, haunting guys into the Leandries for himself. Hasn't actually finished the Athenes, though. See if he does that anytime soon. The items he's really building are just a small surge in power. It's going to be that first person they hit. If they don't go down, it's going to be a harder fight for Curse. They're kind of reliant on that first attack from Jackie because his cooldown's quite high after that.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie's actually gotten 105 ability power so far this game just from spamming Baleful Strike, so he's 377 ability power despite only having like a Void Staff, a Deathfire Grasp, and Hunting Guys to contribute to that. He's getting very, very powerful.
Oh,
and there's the box.
That's the one they were looking for. Woo. 40 minutes in, Curse could look strong on this next inhibitor turret.
There was the spike. You see a Giant's Belt. Like, that was not good for Nintendo. Now they're trying to siege. Still a 4v4 potentially, though, because Voyboy's off on the side split push.
They do have that inhibitor down, so that means super minions are going to be coming down that wave to help Voyboy in just a few seconds. Every 30 seconds, you get a wave. So really, in the mind, that's not what GGU's thinking about. They are just looking for their base to be getting crushed now and the way to defend it.
Yeah, and it's going to be really tough because before the last fight kind of exploded, I was trying to talk about how everyone's tried to counter Nijaki individually.
Right.
Nasus was supposed to do that with his health and his bulwark. That was his counter. If that's not working, they're in trouble.
When your single counter can't do that, you are definitely running for the hills here. And right now, Mashmi and the team are trying to thwart this. It looks like they break the Banshee's Veil, and as well as the inhibitor. It's not 30 seconds for an inhibitor, though.
Yeah, they refreshed that inhibitor. It's about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So they got a bit of trouble going on here. Ah, man, this is really churned, and this is another display of Curse's ability to come together as a team and to communicate. And it's no knock on GGU right now because they are playing way better than everyone expected them to. Like, also considering in that 5-kill level 1, they had the 2, not the 3 kills. So they pulled themselves back in this game, pulled through quite a lead, and now we're slowly losing it. Can they pull themselves in? Because Complexity was actually kind of slowly losing the lead against CLG the entire time too. This one's not quite the same story because Curse is a lot closer and also a lot more powerful at this stage in the game, but man, this is really crazy. Maybe those 6 kills Daydreamin got, sure, they were great at the time, but maybe they're not giving the impact that they need right now. Because when you consider he just got the Leandry's Torment and the Giants Belt working on a Rylai's, like what if that was a 6th item for Don't Mash Me if he had 3 or 4 more kills? Or what if that was a Void Staff for a Jinte on Rise?
Right.
It's one thing to get the kills on support, but you really got to make them count. And, and we'll just see how that works for them. I don't know what the best situation is.
Mashmi buys a BF sword here when it looks like Comp is actually looking to buy the Frozen Mallet as well in this case to get himself some HP. I don't think that's going to be a try for us.
It's a difference in style right there, you know? Comp just making sure he's keeping himself alive, but Don't Mash Me really caring about carrying at this point.
Yeah.
Because he's wanted to do as much damage and carry potential as possible.
The burst he's getting has to be around 1600 if he can hit it, but that armor is just stopping him right now. Good damage there. Jackie's going to be stopped up there with St. Vicious with the ace in the hole. That was good damage from GGU. They were able to thwart that really without having too much damage from the turret. Help them.
Yeah, I think that was a failed combo by Nijaki there, and it really got himself into some trouble. And this is a pretty low Curse trying to fall back. There's pings being spammed down, but
30 seconds on Baron.
No, GGU can't get that one, and I definitely think they're going to be trying to regroup for Baron mid.
Oh man, Curse is backing here. If GGU has that timer, it's 20 seconds, so at least we'll beat Voyboy there. We see Elements and Nijaki both kind of strutting along to stop the back here from home so they can stay and protect this. Looking at the items right now, we see more, even a Giants Belt coming out for Daydreaming. They are looking to make this fight happen for the long haul.
They really don't want to get bursted out by Nijaki. If they can avoid that, they have a window in this fight. But the problem is, look at those super minions in the bottom lane. Zion Spartan is down there. There's no teleport on GGU. Yes, Kha'Zix is mobile, but they do not want to have to deal with this Baron.
You are not going to be able to get too many kills on a Void Boy or St. Vicious right now. And you can see it's a 4v1 as the Elements is just kind of keeping the team at bay. Not really in vision yet right now.
No.
Oh, Nintendo X getting caught out once again. Doesn't even get a chance to blink on that. Jinte's Banshee Veil goes down. St. Vicious is on the run, but it's going to be Void Boy going in. That was cleansed off as well. Jinte is pretty much using everything to get out of this, and the flash is used to get him back. Jinte going down as he runs for his life. 2 for Curse, and it may mean the base.
Nintendo X wanted to go in for a steal, but it was too late, and it cost him his life. Then Jinte got chased down as well by Curse, so this is a huge power window for Curse. The second inhibitor is going down. They have super minions entering at the bottom half of the base. They might look to end this because a lot of the threats of GGU are down, and Curse is super strong right now.
Near full mana and health. They lock up Mash Me, and it's going to be 2 attacks to 10% health. The bullet time just grazing over Daydreaming. He tries to save himself with a repel, gets down to the other side, but he goes down. Zion Spartan forced to ult and get out, but he explodes from the last hit and cop, and that's going to be the base.
This looks like the game for Curse, crushing down the Nexus.
Nexus goes down. Curse thwarts GGU over a huge early game momentum push, able to come out in the end. A very long matchup there, 45 minutes in.
Oh man, the first 2 games today, Rip. Holy crap, those were awesome so far. Yes, Curse comes out on top, but that was not easy for them. They really showed their versatility and their perseverance as a team. Not an easy one to take for GGU. I mean, #1 in the standings versus #8, and they give us that game.
Dude, crazy. Our first 2 matches of the day, 5 kills in the first minute for both. LCS Week 8 is absolutely on fire right now, and we only have more amazing matches to come. GGU was able to do this in Week 1 with the Kale Twitch combination against Curse. They were able to put up a great game against them, and everybody was completely wowed. Even without that combination now, the reason people said they did so well, they were able to come out again, but it came down to the experience.
Yeah, and the real turning point of this game was the 4-0 that Curse had on the river, which you can take a look at actually right now in the replay. So in this fight in particular, Curse lands pretty much everything they need, right? Daydreamin used his stun before the fight onto Void, which means he couldn't get to St. Vicious, which got Nintendo flipped, and you can just see the fight is late. They jump in late. Zion Spartan actually jumped into the box and got immediately obliterated on Kha'Zix, so he couldn't get the recess to jump around. Like, that was just such crisp execution, and I think the impatience that GGU had coming up to that point of not being able to fight Curse for 10 or 15 minutes up to that point really contributed to their kind of face-checking into that team fight and Curse's eventual win.
So with a level 1 like that, when you continuously bring it up to par and you have a game in your favor, they were dictating what Curse was doing. Like I said, Curse has never really danced to somebody else's tune. Where did they falter?
They didn't dictate enough, right? Because yes, Curse had to sit at their turrets, but they didn't have to do anything else. It was like, GGU, we're going to an objective. Curse is like, all right, we're going to watch you. What now? What's the next step? Because they could make Curse respawn, but they could never punish Curse for responding. And I think that was the key.
Well, let's see what the players have to say. It's time for a short break, but when we return, we'll have Void Boy and Cop from first place Curse. And then Team Solo Mid looks to keep pace in the standings when they take on a struggling Vulcun. Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Jat, and I'm pleased to be joined with the victorious Curse Gaming's Voyboy and Cop. Now, first off, did you expect that kind of battle coming in against GGU?
To be honest, we obviously know they're a good team. They actually gave us one of the closest victories, I guess you would call it. It was very early on into the season. It was the one where they were at our nexus, and we aced them, and then we pushed down and won. So we knew they're an amazingly strong team, and we knew they'd give us a run for our money, but we didn't expect it to be that back and forth, to be honest.
Yeah, and I actually want to hear from both of you on this one because GGU is a much different team than they were at the start of the year. They had Shifter, I think they had I'm Anjo at the start of the year as well on support. How different is GGU now from then, back in week 1?
Well, they still have a lot of talented players. Zion Spartan's one of the best tops I know. Mashme is very consistent. Bringing Daydreaming in, I guess the Bloodwater took a big blow to them because it was randomly last night, and I think they just faltered in the mid and late game.
Okay.
They ended up piling in with all of our ultis hitting them, and we were able to win with that.
Any different take on that?
No, I mean obviously when you have a team, a roster of 5, and you're practicing with them, you're getting familiar with everyone's play styles and champion pools and stuff, and then things happen, you have to adjust to other players or other strategies and stuff. It's really hard, and especially when it's not something that you really choose. For example, Shifter, they didn't expect to lose him, and for example, Bloodwater as well, they didn't know. It was a very last minute thing. So they just have to make these on the fly changes and adapt, I guess. And I mean, they're doing it pretty well, but the odds were stacked against them.
Yeah, for sure. And even though they had kind of an early game advantage on you, as Cop was saying, you outplayed them in the mid and late game. You guys seem to do this more often than not if you're kind of behind in the games. What's your mindset going in once you fall behind? And why do you come back in games better than anybody else?
For this game, it was actually just focused on taking global objectives. I think we were only able to come back because we got, 4 or 5 dragons. And this even out the gold, I was able to farm really well. Our team fights early and I guess holding off pressure got Voyboy back in the game. And we were able to just endure.
Right. So, I mean, you guys do endure more and more, and we talk about it a lot, and I think it's because it's very important, communication. Is St. Fish's the one who makes calls? And if so, how do you feed information back and forth between each other?
As a jungler, he makes a lot of calls.
Right.
For example, early ganks, where we want to put pressure, global objectives, Dragon, Baron, tower pushes. A lot of that comes down to him, but then we also everyone on the team gives our input. If we think that we see something, we make it known to the team, and then as a group, we just quickly come to a consensus and just, boom, we bullet line for an objective. And a lot of times, I think that snap decision-making is a reason why we're able to just play very consistently and get these comebacks that you see very often.
You definitely see the difference between a team that's experienced like you guys versus a team who's had to make multiple roster changes during the year. Talk about Cop's item build a little bit, actually, because normally on Misfortune, I've seen you go Bloodthirster, Black Cleaver. But this game, you didn't have a Black Cleaver at all. You had an Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, I think a Static Shiv, and a lot of stuff during the game. Do you want to talk about why you went with that build instead of your regular Black Cleaver build?
I just kind of buy items when I can afford them. I had 1180 gold, so I'm, all right, I'm getting a Zeal. I was going to build a PD, but if I built Shiv, I could afford a pickaxe and build into my Last Whisper quicker. And it came to a point where I needed to rely on my team or my ulti for the team fighting. And building the Last Whisper before the major team fight was basically helped us win the game.
Yeah, one of the big things that surprised me again is you picked Aurelia, but the big surprise was Nijaki picking Ryze. That guy has been hovering over Ryze in Champ Select for a year.
Vigar.
It's all good.
I do it all the time, man. I always call him the wrong thing. He picked Vigar. We're going to get that name right, essentially. Why has he picked it now as opposed to a year ago? Because he seems like he's wanted to pick it forever.
I think this game we were very sort of on the fly. We're thinking about champions will pick, and he's he didn't his half troll. Vigar? And always we're no, Jackie. But we've actually been playing with it a bit.
Yeah.
And Vigar is obviously one of his most powerful champions. He became very well known for playing Vigar, and I guess making a bit of a comeback. So it worked well this game, and who knows if we'll pick it in the future.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, guys. It was a really impressive victory that you guys had there over GGU, mainly because you came back from so much more. It'll be great to see Curse's champion versatility throughout the rest of the year come through. You guys pick so many different comps. You thrive in the chaos, so to speak, and it just really works. But now we have Kobe24 over on the Telestrator.
Thanks, guys. So both of those games were really back and forth, a lot of throws. I've got some level 1 teams fights for you where they had all started. For the first game, CLG versus Complexity. CLG should have won this fight. They have the vision advantage. They're in this bush. Nobody on Complexity knows. They've been fighting with Afrom over here, and they're all about to leave. They're making their way out. Now, right now, CLG, all they had to do is be like a lion, pick off the straggler that's leaving. Everybody else is already leaving. If they just waited in that bush and put the last person on complexity with the light binding, they could got an easy first blood. However, Hotshot comes out of the bush very early, and they're going to have a disastrous effect from this level 1. Let's roll the clip. All right, here they go. Hotshot's coming out. See, that was way too early. Okay, they land the binding. Now let's pause it again. Here, Nick Wu, or Lauda Mortis, made a nice taunt right onto 3 members of CLG because they were all in that bush. That was a great AoE CC. And it's all about focus in level 1 team fights. You can see, probably should be the focus for CLG right now, but Hotshot is over here hitting Nick Wu. The rest of the members are taunted, so they're not getting very much damage done. Meanwhile, Complexity are all going for Link. So Link is going to drop very quickly. He's going to be the first blood. All right, let's roll the rest of the clip here. Probably was in danger. He was focused by a lot, but Aframu is going to miss a hook right here. Oh, just too bad for them. Now, Hotshot is the second member that's focused from Complexity. Let's pause it right here. Pause the clip right here. Okay, so Nick Wu just died. He flashed over to chase Hotshot. He's trying to finish him out. You can see the Ignite burning is actually not going to finish him. And MIA had to flash as well. He's going to finish him off. But Nick, he dropped a ward in this bush. Very good play from him, trying to finish off Hotshot. And that sets up the Zyra binding that gets them another kill. Then they just follow this up with another Shen taunt, and it's a huge, huge advantage for them at the beginning of the game. Let's roll the rest of the clip to see how it plays out. Even Lauda Mortis, you can see, coming in, a beautiful taunt. That was max range taunt, getting over terrain, as well as securing the kill. So that's the end of our first clip. We have another crazy level 1 team fight for you here. This one, again, involving Curse. They're not quite as unified as they were last week. You can see this is most of the team, and then St. Vicious slightly out in front. So that could be disastrous for him as they face check another bush. All right, let's roll this clip. Here we go. St. Vicious just gets exploded. They rip him off out of the rest of the team. It's immediately 5 versus 4, and they can turn this around. Now let's pause the clip here. Boy, very low, flashes over the wall. Good play by him, but Daydream immediately takes Repel, gets over to Boy, and Repel also doubles as Cocoon. So he's got CC to follow it up. Look at all the flashes. Anybody on GGU could have flashed over and helped Daydreamin' get that kill. That would have been 2-0. They could have ended the team fight there. It would have been a great win for him. But nobody flashes over. They don't follow up. And Daydreamin's not able to finish off Boy by himself. So let's continue rolling the clip, and we'll see how this turns disastrous for GGU. They should have won this. Boy uses a red elixir. He's not going to die down here. And you can see in the bottom, Jin Tae actually overextends. 3 members of Curse burst him down. Now it's 1 for 1. You'd think it's over, but it's not even close to over. They want to go back in. Elements right here is just going to Superman. He decides he lands a hook over here onto Daydreamin'. He's just going to go right in. Let's pause it one more time. All right, you can see it's gone on so long that St. Vicious has already respawned in the bottom. You can see him coming down in the mini-map. So he's going to rejoin this level 1 fight, come back into it. He was the first one to go down. He's going to get a second chance at life. Let's roll the rest of the clip. Elements got himself into a pretty bad position, but he gets out alive, so it's not too bad. Boy comes in. He ends up baiting the rest of GGU. And Cop down here, look at the mini-map. He comes in from behind. He snipes out a free kill on Daydreamin', and since St. Vicious rejoined the fight, they're able to follow it up with another kill. Don't Match Me gets caught in the middle of 3 members of Curse right here. Just too bad for him. And Curse actually are able to turn this back around, come out with another gold lead. This really shows the importance of having a single shot caller, especially in level 1 fights. Send it back to you guys at the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Kobe. We still have 2 more matches to go, but remember, there's even more North American LCS tomorrow, starting with a battle between 2 of the most dominant teams in the LCS, Team Solo Mid and Curse.
It all starts at 3 p.m. Pacific and midnight Central European time.
Don't go anywhere. Our third match of the day is right around the corner as Vulcun and their newest member, Bloodwater, try to shell shock Wild Turtle and Team Solo Mid. Stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rivington III, along with Sam, Kobe Hartman-Kensler, and now it's time for our third match of the day, Vulcun versus Team Solo Mid. The big news coming into this game is Vulcun picking up Bloodwater as their new support. But can he help turn around a struggling squad that went 0-3 last week?
Well, if anyone can do it, I think Bloodwater is a perfect person because he's 3-0 against them. He knows their weaknesses. And he's in the perfect position as well. He's a shot caller, so he can fix these problems from the inside out, hopefully. He's also teammates with Zuna and Psycho Sid back on the CLG Black days.
Right.
So hopefully the transition will be easier for him than, say, some random other shot caller bringing.
And this is a little different because everyone was focusing on Bloodwater since now he just joined, but previously it was all about Psycho Sid and the attention there.
Especially his Elise. They banned it out
But
3
Elise for
times.
Psycho.
Whenever Elise is open, he chooses
Yeah.
that champion. He's just really in love with that spider lady, and she has a lot of great aspects to her. So we'll have to see if they do ban that out again.
Doesn't hold a spot in that KDA up top, but it is close for overall. He is definitely near there. So even though Vulcun has struggled against TSM this year, it doesn't mean that Dyrus and the guys are taking this game lightly.
Vulcun, they've always been an underrated type of team with tons and tons of potential.
I think TSM are pretty strong, even though the change AD hasn't done much, but they're 3-0 against us, so hopefully we beat them.
I don't know much about Vulcun, but literally their carry is Mancloud. That's how I'm seeing them right now.
TSM, their dynamic has changed because of Wild Turtle. They have a lot more aggressive AD.
The biggest strength that they have is that they're really aggressive and they work together. They're really the IV team, and if you're not prepared for that, they just like snowball the game just from that.
Now that we've heard from the teams, it's time to check out the lineups. On the blue team, it's Vulcun. Psycho Sid in that top lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Mandatory Cloud in mid, Zuna on AD, and some fresh Bloodwater at support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Dyrus up top, the odd one in the jungle, Reginald at mid, Wild Turtle now on AD, X-Special supporting.
So, like you said, you know, Bloodwater was the assistance for the team to kind of get those wins. Do you think he can bring that now to Vulcun?
I definitely think so. I mean, being the shot caller for GGU, when GGU, like that was the only team GGU would just win every single time. It feels like he knew what Vulcan's weaknesses were, and they were able to expose them easily. So now that he's on the team, hopefully he can patch those up, and it should work out better for them.
We'll
theoretically.
have to see. We're going to get a look into that here into Champion Select. We'll see what they know about each other here. Is Reginald staying alive? Don't worry, we got him.
Draven, first ban there against the Wild Turtle. Not too surprising.
Right.
He's gone very aggressive with that.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the biggest lane bullies there are. That's how he likes to play the bottom lane. So definitely taking away that from him is a good choice. Meanwhile, Mandatory Clouds in Italy, we talk about all the time.
Right.
Love seeing people catch his spears. They
Absolutely.
seem to always love receiving.
Absolutely. Everybody makes sure they get their gloves, they get the hand glue, they get ready. It's like little giants, right? You suck them up, you get them all ready, and you can't even get them apart. That's what Mandatory Cloud does to you with those spears. I remember somebody saying you should literally make a pie in the face in Italy skin because it would be fantastic.
That would be pretty good. Diana coming out for a second ban from TSM. I do like that one too because he's played a lot of her, and she's really become popular as a split pushing AP that some people play top as well. So maybe even aiming that at Psycho Sid. The Elise ban has not come through yet, and it looks like they're going to let it through. So I don't know if Psycho Sid will want to get that early or will want to get that later. You can kind of pick that at any point in the game because she's so versatile.
Well, it's a little bit about, I think, TSM being able to put Dyrus anywhere, right? The 1v1 or the 2v1. His champion pool is pretty solid. Like we say, he doesn't reach out to many things, as Jat says. He plays what's really on the bandwagon, but he plays it super well. So for them to just say, you know, if we give him Elise, I feel perfectly fine against him, could be their strategy.
It's interesting they banned out Malphite too, because that would be one that Dyrus does play.
Yes.
But he would not seek out to pick that unless they're thinking of a counter strategy to what Vulcun is playing right now. So maybe they have something they really don't want that hard initiate to come from a Malphite from Dyrus here. And they're hovering over the Jace is actually a pretty good pick for any mobile comp. That acceleration gate just can move everybody so quickly.
Well, you see a Nasus on the team, right? And I was going to say, yeah, the acceleration gate is going to be able to help everybody, because if you choose a Nasus, somebody else is going to be able to follow up that hard crowd control. But it looks like Team Solo Mid says, well, we'll hover around, but we're going to lock in Thresh and Varus. Second time today that somebody's locked in AD support right away.
I do like the pick against the first pick Nasus because that Wither's going to land on
Yep.
your AD carry. I mean, he's going to get an end
Yeah,
game,
whether
and
like it or
it will
not.
destroy a lot of the attack speed based carries. Varus has a lot of abilities that he's able to use to put out a lot of damage too, so it won't hit him quite as hard. And then the Thresh is always an amazing pick. We've seen so many people last night in OGN. They were having these red elixir Threshes that were just beasting their lanes. They killed MacNoon 2 times over with the Thresh lane. It was really a sight to behold. So we'll have to see if X Special picks up on that as well.
Not only was it MacNoon dying, it was Kennen dying. Absolutely terrible for the League of Legends scene. Kennen dying. But no, here we go. Xmithy picking up possible Sona here if they choose to go with that. And it really, I have to wonder what these teams consider. Like, guys, we should probably get a good level 1 comp because it has been hellacious today at level 1.
Yeah, and I have to see if people pick up a lot of red elixirs level 1 too, because like we saw, 3 level 1 red elixirs pop for complexity, and it totally paid off. They destroyed
Absolutely.
CLG in that level 1 team fight. Those are amazing things to have, and if you're going to be invading, why not?
Yeah, you have to use those early things. Speaking at least using the early things, I was looking on Twitter, and Jet and I were talking about, the biscuit use, and it was said that, the potion can't be used with the biscuit, and also that there may be an LCS record that Nintendo held onto it for 16 minutes.
You never wanted to let that one go. It might have gotten a little
It was
moldy
cooked.
in
Mom
his
cooked
pocket.
it.
That reminds me of like Napoleon Dynamite having the food in his pocket.
Yep. Just hold on to it. It can come in handy. We see some map presence possibly being picked out here. Dyrus, like we said, playing those champions that are strong. And we kind of said it before, nobody's like a super Shen player, right? Everybody, you can kind of play Shen, but some people can play him really well. Nobody focuses on
I
him.
liked his Shen play
Yeah,
last
of
week
course.
too. It was so crisp. Every time they have his ultimate available, they went to look for a play. They were like, okay, go super aggressive right now. We're going to teleport in on you. It's going to work out great. So
wow,
Varus
back.
is actually pretty good at baiting as well. So that could be a really good combo. We saw I'm a Cutie Pie do this with Kiwi Kid top. He was playing in the middle with the Varus, and he pulled off a lot of really good baits with that Shen ulti.
So just a reminder here, Bloodwater now on Vulcun for this matchup, as there are some swaps going around with the teams in the last few days, and it really has, I think it comes down to, on a side note, Dignitas and Dignitas and Curus, besides Kiwi Kid for Dig, in the beginning of the year, they're the most solid teams coming into the LCS now. And sometimes we saw with we saw coming in, Complexity was able to win with that roster swap. So maybe it's helping these teams.
It's all these bottom 4 teams have made recent roster switches. It feels like they're kind of like, oh my God, the police are chasing us. These challenger teams are coming really quick. I don't have to outrun them. I just have to be faster than you.
Exactly.
I don't have to win the race. I just have to be faster than you. So that challenger teams eat you and kick you out.
You just stick your foot out and trip them down as you get into the finish line. Awesome. We see Vladimir, no less, picked on Bloodwater. Not obviously going to be support, but selecting that in for his team.
Freak would
we
have a
also
field
have
day.
the Deathmaster himself, Karthus, coming out, the Lich King. And we could have a Zed lock in here. We have heard Reginald has expanded his pool. Obviously, he does play 80 casters, but Zed has been a new one as they hover that and Malzahar right now.
Yeah, like Prolly was just saying, what would you do against a Malzahar mid? Nobody knows? Well,
yeah, right?
Hover
He's
over
like,
it
nobody
for a
knows how
little
to play
while.
against Ziggs. See what
Maybe
happens.
make them second guess. I doubt they'll lock that in, though. The Zed hover would be a little bit more likely. Reggie's a big fan of Zed, and no wonder. He's got amazing burst damage. He can shove lanes really easily. Quite versatile right now, if you know how to play him well. He has a very high skill cap, though.
Ooh, we haven't seen this for quite some time. There was that week where I think it was Link and Reginald just continuously picking out Xerath, and then he kind of became Pogs and fizzled out for a little bit. And you know what? People got some new slammers. They want back in with Xerath.
He's a really interesting champion, and Reggie plays him very aggressively, like he plays most champions. He uses the ultimate cooldown pretty much every time it's up. Even though he was not able to always burst someone from 100 to 0 and get a kill, he was at least able to lower someone enough that they had to recall, and then they would take an objective. So you would almost get an objective for free just using that ultimate cooldown, sending someone back to base. We'll have to see if they try and do that again. There's not a lot of hard CC for Team Vulcun. They're just really relying on that crescendo sort of counter-initiate. Karthus's wall is just a little bit of a slow. It got some nerfs, so it doesn't reduce as much as it used to, but it's still pretty strong. And then Vladimir, like you said, the pool of water. pretty fitting
The pool
that
of
they've
water.
picked up blood
they got
water.
some fresh blood on Bloodwater, and they actually pick up, I believe, our first Vladimir for the North American LCS to be brought out here. I like the composition they're going for. They have the Hemo Plague on top of the Cart Assault. If you can stack them, you're going to get a bit more damage there from everything because of the Hemo Plague, multiplying that. But it's kind of one of those things that I said gets scary. When you go for that certain thing, you have to have that certain thing. Your composition falls apart. And once, TSM sees that, it's just going to be the Plague into the ultimate, Requiem, it's just not stand next to each other.
It's a lot of AoE magic damage for this Vulcun comp. They have got the Nass Assault, they've got Vladimir, like you said, plus Karthus and Sona.
Yeah.
All of that is magic damage, and then they really need late game to have that AD threat with Zuna. So Vulcun are really going to be trying to hold this off, not get behind very early, because they want to take it to late game. We've all seen the videos of Zuna late game on a level 18 Tristana, rocket jump after rocket jump, just yelling.
We'll see if they can get it down as we look at some of the first buys here. It looks pretty orthodox for most teams. Dyrus actually going for a red elixir as we see Andrew helping out Xpecial on his computer. Riot Bach getting the technical assistance down. We can see him. Doesn't look like it's going to be too much of an issue. Wild Turtle just waiting. Bated breath there. And it actually looks like it will be a problem with his room page. These were set. The game has been stopped before they moved off. So it's really going to be up to this and whether they choose to switch it back or not.
It'll be. I'm interested to see what Psycho Sid's going to do because he started a Doran shield on Vladimir. If he's up in a 2 versus 1, that could be very painful for him. He doesn't have any potions to chug down. He does not have teleport. He can't get back to lane very quick. So he could lose his turret very, very quickly if he's not careful. Vladimir is actually pretty good against those early turret dives, though, if they try and bring that, because he can use his Sanguine Pool, like we said. Pretty much the same style as Elise, where you go untargetable for a couple of seconds there. Dyrus having a few problems as well, a lot of them needing to reconnect. Meanwhile, you mentioned the Fort Pot. If they do a 1 versus 1, Dyrus versus Psycho Sid, Fort Pot versus just a Doran shield, he could actually bully out Vladimir pretty early with that item.
Exactly, and it looks like we're actually going to get the game remade. It's easy for me to say. I think D-Man brushed off a little bit on this seat. Left a little bit of that non-English. But we will get the game remade, and it's not going to be Xpecial trying to play that first week hotshot GG no runes rule. He was trying to, bring out something new, set a trend without playing with runes, and this was actually just Hotshot or Xpecial quickly checked his page, saw that the stats were not what he wanted to bring to the table, and really within the amount of time, no vision, obviously nobody using clairvoyance, they're able to reset this.
You know what? CLG won when Hotshot had no runes. Maybe they should actually go back to that strategy because not a lot else is working out for them. And we can actually stop saying that CLG got upset because every single team in the LCS has beaten CLG. So I guess if they lose now, it's no longer an upset.
Right. So actually going into the game, all runes and spells will be the same. So it was a bit of an error with the statistics there. He just realized that the multiplication was wrong. They've checked the page and they're like, yep, he's still using the same one.
That's a good thing to check. For any up-and-coming pros, you really need to make sure you catch that at level 1, because if you get past level 1, we're not going to give you that restart.
Absolutely not. But both teams, obviously knowing the gist, knowing that you need to get that out of it, having the mentality to check.
Yeah, and especially, like you said, since we've seen today, crazy level 1 in game 1, crazy level 1 in game 2. If you go into a level 1 team fight with no runes, you will get destroyed, and the rest of your team will just harp on you all day long. It's the worst feeling when you lose a level 1 so badly that you are playing from behind the entire game, because not only do you have a worse chance of pulling it out, but you're broken mentally.
Absolutely. So we're waiting for these guys going back through picks and bans. Those are going to be the same as well as we said, the runes and masteries. Xpecial gets his fix with the recent lock-in, and it's going to be Vulcun versus TSM. Like we said, Bloodwater coming in new, and a lot of the changes, as we said in the intro of the pregame show, happened overnight. Now they have a shot caller, more or less called Godwater by the community. So can he bring out that skill here versus, TSM?
Well, really what they're going to have to do is play defensively for the beginning. And like I said, they need to hold out to late game because their late game comp is really beastly. Like they have all that AoE magic damage, and then they have the late game scaling beast that is Tristana. it's pretty much playing to all their strength. They're known as a very late game team. So we'll have to see if TSM can use their new Wild Turtle aggressive style and win the lanes early and keep up the pressure. If TSM are able to keep up the pressure that they've been showing in the last few weeks of the LCS, then it could be bad for Vulcun.
So are we expecting to see a swap here? Dyrus and Psycho Sid both choosing optimal 2v1 laners for this.
Yeah, it was really interesting with the Doran shield pickup from Psycho Sid, what the plan is going to be, because in both of those matchups, he would be taking a lot of pressure. Dyrus had a fort pot. I'm pretty sure they're going to have to buy the same items as well. They can't switch up anything, even though nobody was able to see what the other team had. They'll probably have to buy the same items there. And if you have a fort pot on Shen, is actually a lot of burst too. So people don't really usually see him as a lane bully, but with a fort pot, Vladimir's level 1 is not very strong. He needs to get that scaling up on his on the cooldown on his Q.
It's kind of up to level 9, 7, 9.
It takes a while.
Yeah, does definitely take a while. And like you were saying, if Dyrus can play the key strikes right, he does get that bit of damage that he's going to be looking for as well with the fort pot. We have seen most of the top laners, or laners in general, hold on to it, though. So we'll see if they do choose to go aggressive. We know Dyrus is kind of just one to sit back in lane and win it.
Shen also a beast in level 1, as we saw in the complexity. Yeah. If you get that taunt off on 3 people like Loud Immortus did, that can just be the end of a level 1 teamfight right there. AoE CC so incredibly important in the level 1s. So we'll have to see if TSM are going to come out and invade. They're coming out pretty close together, so they might.
Here we are, game 3 of the day. Rivington III and Kobe bringing it to you live here for the North American LCS. We still have one more game after this, so don't go anywhere. Our first 2 matches of the day have been absolutely on fire with action, and we're looking for this game to present the same as well.
I like this. TSM not hesitating to invade. They recognize the Vulcun comp, and they want to take advantage very early, not give them any breathing room to start collecting that money.
So in and out, the way that Vulcun plays the wards actually gives them the vision they need here. But 2 wards for Team Solo Mid makes me think that they may want to go back in on this blue. It's very focused on what's going to happen mid here.
Yeah, and they can definitely keep up the pressure. Odd One on Xin Sao. Odd One's not really known for that aggressive jungling style. St. Vicious is always fairly critical of him, saying that he needs to be more aggressive and he needs to heads up 1 versus 1 a lot more. But they've played this level 1 pretty well. They have vision. Both teams actually have vision of the other's blue, so it looks like it'll be a fairly normal start after everyone taking a little sojourn through the jungle.
They get back the Dorans to the Elixir in the bottom lane as well. 6 pots for Wild Turtle, as we are going to see Zuna coming in with Sona on support from Bloodwater, so he'll be able to get those heals. He doesn't have to worry about chugging down those potions in lane just as much. It actually does look like we're getting a swap as I see Wild Turtle and Special start to head towards that top lane.
Yeah, that purple team swap is pretty common. Vladimir also picked up a potion with that Doran shield, so that means he went a little bit utility, grabbing that extra money. So it's not going to be quite as bad as I thought it was. At least he does have some sustain, and he's going to have that constant regen from the Doran shield as well. We'll have to see how that plays out.
We'll see what he chooses to do in lane. Odd One with the gap closer on Xin. Probably he's going to force Psycho Sid into those boots before he can continually build that revolver and keep himself strong in lane. But here comes the 2v1. We'll see how he does up top. Mandatory Cloud already taking quite a bit of poke here, chugging down on those mana potions in mid.
Even more interesting build here on Psycho Sid. He's taken the mastery and utility that gives you 3% lifesteal and 3% spell vamp. Zuna going very aggressive on that level 1 though.
A few shots to Dyrus using that rocket jump damage as well as pushing him out. Dyrus on that 3rd potion down, so he continues to chug himself, and TSM has really just positioned themselves for having a ton of health in lane from those potions. They're not really worried about taking too much damage at this point.
Every time you have the purple team do the 2 versus 1 swap, you have to expect this very aggressive jungle invade on the top side here, and they're going to collapse onto Smithy.
Absolutely, those wards proving useful. You can see both of them there. This is also going to push ManCloud to lose a blue buff on the next time around. TSM usually does not, well, I'm not going to say it will, but TSM does usually not give up on timers once they have them.
Yeah, this is a good start for TSM. Exactly what I was talking about. They have to keep up the pressure early game because Vulcun have a very late game team composition.
Bloodwater and Zuna doing just that, poking Dyrus, poking the turret with a beautiful poke composition. Sona, Tristana in that bottom lane. Like you said, not even having the long-range attack of Tristana lately, it just falls into the hands of Bloodwater now. And so far, they are giving Dyrus quite a hard time. He's keeping up in CS, but still, that is going to plague him for quite some time. As Psycho Sid is getting the same medicine top with a death sentence on, only going to be a bit of poke.
We also have to note that Mandatory Cloud doing really well in the CS here versus Reginald mid, but they took all 3 of the small camps at level 1. Vulcun were spread out. Nasus soloed the Wraiths, while his top laner and mid laner did the Wolves. And they got a little bit of an extra boost here. That's where you can see some of the extra gold coming from.
And we see Xmithy forced to put some money into the mana potions. Not going to hurt him too much, but he is struggling. He's not able to get an early stone. He's not able to get that early regen. He does have his red buff, and he's going into an actual side of the jungle that has nothing to farm for him. For right now, he's really on the edge of searching, or getting behind, rather.
Odd1 heading bottom here. Just going to help Dyrus clear something out. He does have flash. He could flash taunt, but they would only really be trading summoners. So Odd1's just going to come in, help him clear out some waves, and relieve pressure on that turret.
So Xmithy, actually knowing that his jungle's clear, isn't going to even go up here to put up pressure. He's just going up to soak up the experience, kind of put TSM back off of Psycho Sid.
Mirroring those strategies, both junglers just going to the lanes to try and even out those 2 versus 1s.
Yeah. See if they can keep it up, 15 to 16, as the CS actually all around is staying quite even. No real aggression on the health bars either, so it looks like TSM and Vulcun are both trying to feel each other out here in this early game.
And we still have those 2 red elixirs on TSM. They're holding them in their inventory, haven't decided to go aggressive quite yet.
Odd1 can actually spend quite a while down there, and he is still with the Odd1. Once they see that Nasus is top, they don't really have to worry about his roam, but it looks like he could be going for Reginald mid here. Flash and Ignite are up, and ManCloud only has the wall. He goes, actually uses that siege. He pops. Actually wasn't in siege, so he gets out of that one with a flash. I thought he was going to be able to use the movement speed, but has to waste it.
Oh, Dyrus on bottom.
The rocket jump in. Can he get the last attack? The pop-up from 3 Talon. He gets in, he pops the red, and it so keeps him alive. Can the Odd1 get out? That will be a great save by the Odd1 there.
Ooh, very close. That last 3 Talon strike knocking him up just in time, but here comes Smithy. He's going to be a little bit too late. The Odd1 will get caught.
The Odd1 will not be able to make it out, and that is ManCloud presence from mid with Requiem.
Those level 1 wolves that Mandatory Cloud and Psycho Sid shared just paid off right there. He hit level 6, boom, there comes the ultimate after that level.
5. So that, yeah, you are absolutely correct. That just pushed him over the edge, instantly hit it, and he slammed his face against the keyboard to get that kill. 1-0 now, 6 minutes, 30 seconds in. That's going to give him a K gold lead here as they go now to pressure the turrets. This is where Vulcun could find themselves getting a bit weary. Once they pressure this turret, they may spread themselves thin. That's kind of where we saw GGU start to falter.
Look at all the wards coming out from TSM. They have 4 members now placing wards. They need to get some advantage back. They just lost their bottom turret as well as the first blood. They're going to have to make something happen here because their team is supposed to have the early game advantage, and they're losing already.
A Biet sword quickly picked up here by Zuna, as well as Wild Turtle. So it looks like Zuna going after that build as well. A good stun up, puts down the wall, but he's not going to be able to trade too much damage. Reginald throwing out the ulti just to harass.
Yeah, it was really fortunate that Reggie wasn't, that they ganked Reggie right before Mandatory Cloud hit 6-2, because Reggie has a stun. He could actually stun and stop the ultimate from Karthus, but he was forced to recall because he was playing without his flash after that gank from Smithy.
I believe the blue went down around 3 minutes, so TSM still has some time to make their way over there, switch it up, and steal that back away from Vulcun. We'll see if that works for them. Like I said, TSM usually keeps quite good time on their enemy camp buff timers. So
I like the wards from Vulcun too, because if TSM does go over to try and steal the blue again, then they can position themselves to steal a dragon instead. You trade a blue for a dragon, you'll take that any day, even though you have Karthus. He's got a Tear of the Goddess. He won't suffer too much without his blue.
8 minutes in here. Like we said, it's only 1-0. Definitely slowing down the pace we've had today so far. Vulcun coming into this one now with Bloodwater, and we'll see what kind of shot calling really gives them an advantage, or if it does give them an advantage as we see the objectives come into play here. We'll see that within the next 5 minutes. We do see Psycho Sid going for that build we expected, the revolver right after the shield, trying to keep that vamp up. He's at level 6. 7 and 9 are the ones we said are going to be good for him. Again, Reginald just trying to throw out the ultimate. There goes the exhaust down that did not put the wall up, and here comes Dyrus in with the Shen taunt. Odd1 just waiting in the wing as
Dragon after this. No one was going to steal it. Xpecial also drops down the pink ward earlier, so they cleared out the vision. There won't be a steal either, and Reggie's roaming top to try and clear that. Really, really good comeback from TSM.
So, like, I kind of brought this up. Vulcun took down the bottom turret. They didn't spread themselves thin, but they didn't pressure that. They didn't push them back to the second turret, so Dragon would have been more of an advantage. They let themselves be acted on after getting an advantage, and they lost Dragon for it.
And that was just decisive play from TSM.
Right.
As soon as the engage stopped, Reggie made the call. He said, okay, we need the Shen ultimate on me. I'm getting a lot of damage. And Xpecial started roaming immediately. He made his way all the way from bottom. He was clearing the wards around Dragon when the call was made, so he got right up there in time, was able to land the perfect death sentence on a Mandatory Cloud.
And it looks like with that Dragon, they will go ahead and say you guys can have your own blue. They pick up the global gold. Now within 300, a deficit for TSM. Vulcun holding just that tiny, tiny lead. The Spirit Stone, as we see now coming out onto Xmithy, the Madrids for Odd1, so they're kind of leveled in the jungle there. Both are 6, ready to get those ultimates underway. Sight Stone's being picked up by the supports, and it looks, I haven't seen the second item for Zuni yet. I'm guessing Infinity Edge for Trist, and we already see that build coming in for Wild Turtle.
Yeah, Tristana definitely want to get that Infinity Edge very quickly. Right now, he's maxing his explosive shot for the laning phase. He'll probably be going with that rapid fire second. That's what Zuna usually
Time it
builds
with the Infinity Edge.
because he likes to time it with the completion of the Infinity Edge.
He's actually just talked about this last game, and Jat said, you know, Wild Turtle was one of the exceptions to not go with that Bloodthirster build. Now, he may still choose to if he just finds himself, you know, a brick of money sitting in his hands and the game is getting tight, but looks like he's going to go for that Infinity Edge right away. Turtle missing the ultimate, and cleansed by Zuna, so extra safe.
Some good burst there from Bloodwater too. Actually, Turtle's got to watch himself right now. Smithy's in the middle, but Reggie's got his flash up once again, so he shouldn't be in too much trouble. There, the invade on this blue side is effective because they have taken that early turret and they're spreading the vision. Now they're going to get behind Turtle and Xpecial.
Smithy coming. Where's the Wither going to go? Onto the 80 carry, and it's cleansed out, but the Crescendo holds strong. They take down Xpecial. 2-1 now. It's Reginald again going hard on Mandatory Cloud and mid, but it's like these guys, they have just cut their nails and they don't have enough to really scratch through the skin yet.
Oh, he was trying to make Mandatory Cloud pay for that ultimate, but he was unable to. Now he can at least shove the lane, but they're losing in gold once again.
Mandatory Cloud going up, trying to get that 13 minutes, and it looks like they're kind of just waiting this one out. Reginald stays in mid, goes ahead and throws his ward down first. He's going to try to poke out Mandatory Cloud here a bit.
So Vulcun just used their global ultimate with that Karthus. That's going to be down for another 100 seconds, but Dyrus on Shen, Stand United just came back up, so now it's really TSM's turn to try and make a big play with their global. We'll see if they can answer.
Both Reginald and ManCloud just kind of equal pushing power here. The lane is really never in one or the other's face. Xmithy looks to make that a change, though. And he makes me a liar as well as he holds off on the side. I think Reginald has just seen him there, and you can see the wariness as he pulls back.
So right now we have Xpecial and Wild Turtle both in the bottom lane. Wild Turtle is just holding the lane, CSing. They either need to shove that lane really hard or send Xpecial roaming. As they send him mid, it's a little bit too late. Reggie might get tower dove.
Oh, Reggie almost out of mana on this one. Can he get the last attacks off? It's not going to be enough for Mandatory Cloud. The Ignite's on, but so is an HP. No, it is not an HP pot. He wasn't grabbing anything back, but that was the mana coming in. So my bad, and the kill for Reggie.
Yep, that's pretty good. They end up trading that, but it's going to be the mid turret taking a lot of damage as well. Zuna hitting on it right now. His range is not too much right now because Tristana has to wait. She scales up her range with her level. Going to have to wait till around 18 or so when you hit that maximum range and you can really destroy towers. Smithy going top to just fend off Dyrus and the odd one.
Psycho Sid just getting that transfusion on. A little bit of damage onto Dyrus. He can keep that harass there. Dyrus is Stand United down now. This is the window Vulcun has to be knowledgeable of. If they don't use this to their advantage, they're really not going to make too much happen. Let's see if there's any more roam. Bloodwater trying to hold mid here, and you can see the effectiveness of Bloodwater. Usually would be with a support, but he's holding the lane by himself in mid.
Yeah, and he's probably making a call pretty soon because Mandatory Cloud's ultimate is coming up very soon. They've made a lot of plays with this Requiem where they time their aggression with the cooldown of this Karthus ultimate. Maybe they'll get something off here soon. It looks like Odd One's waiting to camp up here in top for Psycho Sid.
Just waiting for Wither Wall Crescendo. It's the in your face. So if you can't get that Crescendo down right away, they're already on top of your team.
It looks like everyone's going to recall right now for Vulcun, everyone in the bottom. So once they purchase, they'll be able to make a move.
Psycho Sid playing so wary in the top lane here. I think Reginald taking his blue buff there. His special gives him a little nice guy assistance. 15 minutes into this one, just about 3-2. One of our slower games of the day, but definitely more methodical than the rest. They are finding ways to, you know, beat around the bush here and finding ways to just kind of get around the fight before starting it.
All right, so Mandatory Cloud is going to scale up ridiculously from this point on. He's got his tier already stacking, and he just completed a 14-minute Rod of Ages. So at the 24-minute mark, that will be fully stacked, and he will really, really start hurting. He's already been very successful with his Requiems. It's only going to get worse for TSM here. We said at the beginning, this late game team comp from Vulcun is just going to get more scary.
Really, I said there's a window that they fight in with Dyrus' ultimate. That's there for Mandatory Cloud as well. It's not many times you have that global presence from both teams that they have to be aware of on the map, and it really will start to show late game who forgot about it.
Both AD carries with the Infinity Edge right now, so they're about even. The next dragon going to come up, or it is up right now, so we'll have to see which team feels more confident. Of course, Vulcun have that turret down, so they inherently have a small advantage in the bottom side of this map.
Around some of the items, the Infinity Edges are finished with the red elixirs just on the back side of that, and it looks like Xpecial is going for the Biscuit hold record as well, as he's coming up on 60 minutes with it.
We've got 10 seconds left on the Stand United from Dyrus. As soon as that comes up, then TSM might want to make a play for that dragon. It looks like Xpecial already going to clear out the vision around it, and they want to set this up for a 4 versus 5 and trade the dragon for maybe that top turret, just allow Psycho Sid to stay up there and farm.
Now let's watch how TSM really gets into this fight. We're not going to have Vlad here, but like I said, once TSM figures out that Vulcun just has a you have to bunch up composition when we initiate, they're just going to spread every time Vulcun gets in range. Right now they're kind of keeping Reggie on the backside with that range from Xerath. Going for the pokes. They put themselves in a line there so they can't all be stunned at once. They're just coming at this like a wall. Beautiful initiation there. The Crescendo goes back across, and it looks like Zuna's able to stay out. Full house. It's going to be Mad Clouds over Zuna.
They just aced TSM without Psycho Sid being there.
Yeah.
Psycho Sid was just trying to beat on Dyrus in the top lane. Dyrus finally said, okay, I'm staying united. They're not even doing Dragon. They're going straight from Dragon over to Baron. This is a 17-minute Baron by Vulcun already. That ace just came out of nowhere, and they are capitalizing on it.
And that is scary for Team Solo Mid. They had a great initiation coming into that until they collapsed under the Crescendo. They went parallel with it, and they just got hit 3 straight. That's where it came out. Zuna was on the backside. Kobe, the Baron, 17 minutes in, 8-2, and a 6,000 gold lead.
Karthus, one of the most beastly AP mids to have for an early Baron. That level 5 lay waste just destroys single targets.
Coming into this now, big buys. We actually see a needlessly large rod, finished boots, and the ability tome coming out for Psycho Sid in that purchase alone. Finally, everybody else picking up boots. Zuna didn't even really have them coming into that, and neither did Bloodwater. They got in and out of that fight great with really the least amount of movement possible.
All right, TSM get the consolation prize. They'll get a free dragon after the back of that one, but that is not going to make them happy.
Turret goes down as well, so it looks like as they grab that, closing the gap, the gold lead to about a 4,000 deficit for them. And at 18 minutes, man, Vulcun is really starting to put the pressure back on. This is what they needed. That fight is what's going to give them the catalyst to keep taking these turrets down, because they were losing it a
They're
bit.
shoving mid. They don't even have Tristana with them. They bullied out TSM. They have 4 people shoving mid. They don't even have their AD carry. They get a free turret here. TSM definitely on the back foot. Now Tristana coming in, and with the Baron buff and a Sona, their regen is ridiculous. They can just siege up and stay there forever.
You know, Bloodwater definitely making an impact in these calls. Like we said, we saw him in mid for quite some time just a few minutes ago as they go to siege this turret. Xmitty getting taunted on, a few turret shots to him, and he is face tanking this turret right now. His ultimate is up, so he's just waiting. The Hemoplague goes down. ManCloud ultimate 2 seconds from being up here. They are not going to use that as it won't multiply the damage from Hemoplague, and they back off for now.
So they took a large chunk out of several members of Vulcun right there, but like I said, Baron buff plus Sona, they're regenerating very quickly. Mandatory Cloud also popping a potion. They want to stay here, and Dyrus is already walking back from that fountain, so he's at full life once again. Reggie almost going down.
That's the Ignite taking down. Oh no, it's going to be Explosive Shot.
That Explosive Shot, they're going on to the inhibitor turret already, 19 minutes in.
Smithy being that tank for the turret. It's going to be actually onto Psycho Sid right now. And you can see Zuna just on the backside crushing down. Now going for the inhibitor. That 20-minute inhibitor going to be in favor of Vulcun. And the fresh teams just look to be thwarting these top teams of the LCS right now. Vulcun controlling the game.
It looks like these roster changes are really working out for the underdog teams here. This is an amazing display by Vulcun. They picked a very late game team comp, but since they got so many early kills with their coordination with the Requiem, they just upped the late game to 20 minutes. That's easy.
So as they make their way, this is now just kind of stop the push time for Vulcun. They're going to clean out these lanes, do what they need. Do they have the purchases? Archangel's staff actually coming out for Mandatory Cloud as he finishes that one up. The Oracle's 20 minutes in already. I'd say they're looking for an objective. They already have it.
Definitely. There's no Dragon, there's no Baron. There's a lot of turrets up though. Vulcun could go top or bottom right now. Pretty much whatever they feel like going, they could just roll on. They're only going to get stronger from here on. Look at this Karthus. He's already completed his Archangel's staff, and it is giving him 78 ability power, that 3% of your maximum mana, doing work already because he's been stacking his Tira so early, and his Rod of Ages has another 3 minutes left to finish stacking.
Reginald 20 minutes in, he actually just bought the Blasting Wand, but he has definitely choked on a build we would see Reginald at right now. The Archangels and the Rod of Ages finished in for Mandatory Cloud to the Athenes, and a bit of ability power on the side there with a bag of chips.
There's a little hope there from TSN. They did just finish the Runic Bulwark, so that's going to help out a lot with all this AoE magic damage. A good call there by Odd1 rushing that item because there's so much magic damage on this Vulcun team. You really need that item. The only thing is, Zuna's so fed, he's finished his Infinity Edge plus
Cloud is his items just upgrading themselves off the wall right now. And what will they choose to go in onto this next fight? Psycho Sid could really make some plays here. He's got double invulnerability with Sanguine Pool as well as that Zonia's Hourglass, so they could really play some tricks here onto TSM.
This turret is just melting, and there's not a lot that TSM can do about it. They land the hook, but still.
That's the box. Slowing them all down, but they flash through the box, completely exploding Special. No chance there. Smethy tries to get in. That is going to be another kill. The Requiem comes in on top of the Hemoplague. The Hemoplague just wore off, unfortunately, but they do pick up two as Smithy limps out. Going in, more kills. Odd1 goes down. They are just not stopping. Vulcun is taking over Team Solomid's base. What is going on right now? Team Solomid cannot even respond to this.
Bloodwater, not just a shot caller, also a playmaker right there. The flash crescendo, beautiful. And Zuna does go down to Dyrus.
Wow, coming out with some damage. Reginald on the outside trying to go up and get his stuns out so Dyrus can recharge that energy. They can keep them cycling through the base. Vulcun is going to go back and try to clear out the jungle and clear out what they can. Team Solo Mid now to do the same.
Look how little damage they did to that top turret. They weren't worried about the turret at all. They are just bloodthirsty, going for kills after kills. Zuna wanted the resets. He got a few of them, but then finally gets canceled out by Dyrus there, catching him up.
These fights are not with Baron, and it isn't. It's 38,000, so we'll say it's about 9,000 gold lead right now in favor of Vulcun. 23 minutes into this game. Vulcun TSM in game 3 of week 8. Like I said, every game has been on fire, and this one is to please as well.
So TSM really have to be looking for a catch right now. They're very far behind, so Dyrus can stand united when his ultimate does come back up. So they have decent options if they are able to land some kind of catching a member of Vulcun out, and for that they're going to need a lot of wards. Their vision is going to be very hard for them to get back though because they have absolutely no map control.
Is it a way to, you know, affect a Shen? Obviously, they're working within the window right now, but they're pressuring these fights over and over and over again. Why isn't Dyrus split pushing and trying to spread Vulcun thin?
They're just so far behind right now that they could. Vulcun can send 4 out of 5 members over to kill Dyrus. So Dyrus has to be very careful even when split pushing. He's not really going to be able to push anyone out of that lane. And Vulcun, they can really go wherever they want. They just pick up a free dragon, now they'll keep on shoving, and with that inhibitor down, it means that any lane they're not in is also going to passively be shoving.
There's McSmithy getting taunted there, but the crowd control just kind of pushed off by the Merc Treads. That tenacity on McSmithy just lets him laugh it off. Reginald again trying to throw out the ultimates, be a Harassi. Lock into the Iron Solari was burst there by McSmithy, but they're just staying safe right now.
That's 2 big ultimates down for TSM now. They don't have the Chain of Corruption or the Arcane Barrage from Reginald or the Stand United from Dyrus. It's really going to be hard for them to hold on to this turret.
They're just giving TSM so many things to think about that wall, but look at TSM now on the approach for the engagement. He misses the taunt. That's going to be a good, not waste of energy, but he'll be waiting to refuel that one back up and could find himself, I was going to say, in a tunnel vision spot quite
And the
quick.
top turret taking so much damage, all this time that they're spending down bottom, minions have been just destroying TSM's top turret.
It's like they're going to try for their own blue here. Baron is back up, and it looks like Vulcun is hauling that way.
They've got a nice pink ward in here for Vulcun, so they know that there's nothing inside for TSM, and TSM have to retreat to their base. Their inhibitor's going to go down to minions if they don't, and their top
Team now probably getting their voice in on these fights, so everything goes well. They are stacking the crowd controls accordingly. We'll have to see what items this gives them. They have a safe back, a safe buy, not a reset with that 4 minutes of Baron.
All right, Mandatory Cloud has a fully upgraded Seraph's Embrace now. He's done stacking that tier, so he's going to also have an extra shield on top of the 356 ability power that he has accrued with his fully stacked Rod of Ages.
And everybody's getting into the game here with the pink wards. We see Smithy as well as Bloodwater picking up some more. They do have the Oracle still roaming around as well, so they're pretty much at this point in the game, it does come down to the fact that you're fighting with wards at the same time you're fighting with your abilities.
Right now, Vulcun can just make a beeline right for that open inhibitor. There's no way that TSM want to contest an inhibitor fight. They have to have at least a turret helping them out to have any chance over here. The other thing would be if they just flash engaged on some solo member of Vulcun. But really, Vulcun are just collapsing right now. They're not going to make that mistake. They're not going to split and make those new team mistakes where somebody goes off and farms top by themselves. So it's really looking dire for TSM.
It's very interesting when you see the faces of Vulcun go across your screen. It really is calm. They are just really patiently waiting this one out and doing everything they need to. Small blurbs coming from, you know, Bloodwater, and then they make moves. That was the inhibitor, and they back off. It's just very confident play from Vulcun right now, and definitely new.
They could actually face tank this top turret if they even felt like it. They're so far ahead that it wouldn't do that much. Dyrus trying to make something happen for TSM down in this bottom lane. He's doing what he should do. He's trying to split push, but that's an outer turret. They haven't even killed a single turret in the bottom lane yet, so it's going to be a little bit of global gold if they are able to take that down. Meanwhile, their top turret, their top inhibitor turret, under so much pressure, Zuna can probably kill that within 1 rapid fire.
Dyrus in that bottom lane. His stand united to the top lane is just under 3 minutes, so that split push may not be able to happen too much after this. Bloodwater getting a quick heal there, and it looks like he may go down. No, he actually draws it out. Very Elements-esque. Not able to work off of that one. Special can't get the toss in. The box used as well. They're using everything, as it seems like they just think they can win this fight, but Van Vulcun turning it around now. Odd1 taking a lot of damage. They haven't killed anybody yet. It's just tit for tat so far. Wild Turtle gets out as well. They are able to shut down Bloodwater. How is Vulcun the first to die in this fight? 1 for 1 so far. Actually, Mandatory Cloud dying after the Requiem, and Zuna picks up Dyrus, and the 2 for 2 just scrap fest.
Yeah, so that went even because Bloodwater got caught out so early by Reggie taking a lot of damage, and then Wild Turtle following that up with a beautiful snipe. There was no crescendo in that fight, which is the only way that it went 2 for 2. Now Reggie getting withered behind the turret, gonna be able to scare them off, but Zuna doing work, finishes off that turret.
Yeah, 90% attack.
Oh!
That I just saw a beam of arcane light come from the sky and crush Zuna's face and hopes of getting out of that lane alive. 14-7, 30 minutes in, some plays being made left and right here. Reginald picking himself up some more gold after that, and he's still kind of hurting for items compared to what you're seeing on the other side.
TSM being the veteran team that they are, fighters till the end. They're not going to go down without a fight. And Vulcun really have to pull it together. They're really happy about their gigantic early lead, but they could still throw this right now. We've seen so many teams throw games back and forth when you thought they had won.
Warmogs now for Dyrus. On top of the Sunfire Cape, like we said, he's trying to get back into that split push position. He actually didn't have to stand united that last fight, so he's still good to split for push for his team. Not running teleport could be hurting them. I'm doing good in the later part of this game. I'm waiting for that engage. The spooky ghost coming out. I don't think it's going to be enough with the speed aura, but there's the slow cord. Can they continue on? I don't know if they're going to have enough damage to see this first Skittle. The second Skittle. All the Skittles for Dyrus, and he hates sugar.
Look at Bloodwater trying so hard to make plays happen. He has got the Shirelia's boost that he used to do there, plus the Twin Shadows ghost. He's like, yeah, we can totally chase this guy down. He's throwing little sound cords at him, does almost no damage. It was a really good try there, Bloodwater. I knew your heart was in the right place.
She was trying to yell stop to him, but she
that's
just couldn't.
Shen. That's Shen.
Yeah.
So.
In control, 30 minutes into this, 51,000 gold to 40,000 gold. Probably one of the biggest leads that a team has had versus TSM in the LCS. I'm not going to say that for sure, but it's also one of the bigger leads we've seen in general.
At 30 minutes, definitely. Look at that Nexus turret, almost going to go, it does go down to minions, and they do engage.
The crescendo engage, and a lot of flashes going off here. Everybody trying to get out alive. The odd one's going to get burst down. Zuna so strong from the back line right now. Xpecial and Wild Turtle forced to sit off on the back as Dyrus dives in. They just cannot follow that front line, and Bloodwater is somehow still alive again in this fight. And once again, they take down the inhibitor, not even worrying about the turret. It's going to be the Nexus turrets as well, and most likely the Nexus Kobe.
With that team composition, it is going to be the Nexus. They go down. Congratulations to Vulcun. That team composition so late game, you can't feed them early. They just ran away with it.
A 32-minute matchup. Vulcun coming in with the fresh squad, the fresh blood, and they're able to take out Team Solo Mid.
I'm sure that they are very, very happy with their changes right now. Every time you make a change like that, you're worried your first game. If you do poorly, people are going to get on you, probably criticize you fairly harshly. This is the internet.
Yeah. What do you mean? They're nice on the internet. Buddy. But an amazing game played there. I really thought Psycho Sid was going to have a lot more trouble. I thought they were going to put pressure on that, but how much can you pressure over Vladimir? Psycho Sid did what you have to when you know you're going to be focused, whether it was him or Bloodwater, as we were saying before the game. Play patient. Whether everything looks terrible, you can still play patient. And it's one of the first times we've actually seen Vulcun definitively win the early game and carry that momentum into the late game with really zero to little falter.
That was huge. They really just steamrolled that. And with the, I can't say enough, man, that team comp that they had, you can't give them that much early. They got so much gold with those Requiem plays. They timed their aggression with the cooldown of his Requiem, and then they all, with a Doran shield and 1 HP potion.
Absolutely. And the fighting by these teams were amazing. We actually have a replay of the full house mandatory clouds over Zuna and that ace down at Dragon.
Yes, that's a good one to take a look at.
Oh, it was you attacking him.
Oh, this is exactly what happened.
And into this fight as they go after the Dragon.
So they really wanted to take this one. Look at the ultimate from Reggie, actually misses right there. Then he tries to get Zuna, a little mishap, but he's able to follow it out, and they have a missed ultimate from Varus right there, able to turn around. Here comes the Shen ultimate, but Zuna gets a reset, goes back in on Reggie. Here comes the Requiem, which gets him another reset, able to finish off Dyrus as well. Those early game Requiems were just beastly for Vulcun right there. They turned so much around, and everyone has to remember, that was a 4-on-5 fight around Dragon. They had Psycho Sid up top, so they were also getting an advantage up top, shoving that lane to the turret.
It's absolutely amazing to see what these teams can bring out, how much, you know, they put into the practice, and kind of coming out, like we said, with the overnight switch to be able to do that at that comfort level.
Yeah, it's just really, really well executed by them. Bloodwater fitting in so well. I think what we talked about, him knowing the weaknesses of Vulcun and being able to take advantage of them, he really just shored all that up, and they look great early and mid and late game.
Oh, another game to keep the fans happy. A 15,000 gold lead is what Vulcun had when they took down TSM just now in Game 3 of the day. Game 4 coming up, and we'll speak to Vulcan's new shot caller, Bloodwater. Then it's Complexity looking to stay undefeated with Prolly and Mid when they take on Marn. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage in just a few minutes. back, everyone. We're joined by the newest member of Vulcun, Bloodwater, and it seems like it has really pushed Vulcun to that next step they needed in this game. Do you feel like you were able to control it as much as you wanted?
I felt like we were able to control a lot of situations throughout the game, and I just felt really confident.
Talking about situations you were able to control, I want to ask about that level 1 team fight. It seems so well coordinated. How much of that was planned out by you guys?
I was actually, TSM usually does this in scrims. They try to get the jungler to help Darius push out the lane, and then they have Darius base. And the funny thing is, Darius actually got a bit low through that push, so I just made the shot call to like just go on him and try to kill him. And we had no idea Karthus was level 6, and it just happened, so we got first blood.
Oh, I give you guys a little more credit. I was like, yeah, they had Karthus do the Wolves level 1. He got level 6 because when Reggie wasn't in lane, they didn't even see. It's nice to see that was just fortune. But I've got another question for you about the team in general. How is everybody taken to following your shot calls? Because when you interject something like that, it's a really big part of the team, and sometimes people don't trust you.
When I first joined this team, I actually scrimmed with them yesterday. There's not really a shot caller, so basically I'm the person that has to do.
We've never seen Psycho Sid play Vladimir top, at least in the LCS. Is that something because of you coming on and composition you said we could try, or how did you feel about the team?
Definitely not. The team actually had the composition planned before I even came along.
Okay.
And the plan was just to play Vlad against Shen, just because it's like it's a farm fest and Vlad out to go Shen.
So I was also talking a lot about how you on GGU were 3-0 against Vulcun. So it seemed like you would know their weaknesses coming in. Were there any things that you had a list of coming into the team, like, guys, you need to fix this and this and this?
Not yet.
Not really.
Because I've only had 1 day to scrim with them. But I'm sure as we do scrim more in the future, I'm gonna come up with some things that I can suggest to them.
So at the end of the game, we saw that you guys were about 15,000 gold up, and we've asked a lot of people. I kind of asked you before, and you said yes, but we've asked people before, did you know you were up so much? And you said yes, and that happened at the Dragon fight. Why?
Well, I knew we were up by a lot because Dragon fights can be a huge turning point in almost all the games, and we did ace them that Dragon fight, and then we straight rushed to Baron. We got the Baron. That's just a lot of. That's a huge gold lead increase.
So you've been in the LCS for a while now. I just want to ask you, what is your favorite part?
Definitely the food. I like coming in here. There's free food, and the people are really nice to talk to, and it's my favorite place to be in.
Absolutely. So talking about your favorite place to be in, support. Was it always your role, and what coins you as a support player?
I actually mained AD, but I switched out to playing support. And what I think makes me a really good support player is that I know when to play passive and when to play aggressive. I know when to make certain plays within the lane and outside of laning phases.
Are you planning on moving into the house with all the Vulcun guys? Because it seems like you guys have already melded pretty well. Do you think you'll be able to go over to that house pretty easily?
I'm definitely looking forward to moving in the Vulcun house. They're really great guys. We got along really well, and I'm looking forward to playing with them.
One thing everybody always has to think about, or we think about on the outside, is when a support and a new AD carry mesh. How is that with Zuna?
I feel like I sort of have to lead decide what to do with him and how to deal with him in lane, basically.
All right, right on. Well, Bloodwater, congratulations on the match. You guys had the momentum and definitely deserved the game. And good luck with the new roster. I'm Vulcun. All right, everyone, so now it's time for our final match of the day, Marn versus Complexity. While everyone talks about Loudamortis, many of the teams consider Nick Wu to be the primary threat.
Personally, I could be a little biased, as my little brother, but I really think that Nick Wu is the backbone of Complexity.
I think Marn has to realize that there are more threats on the team than just Nick Wu.
Banning maybe Zed for Nick Wu is a good choice, but I feel like their entire team's actually playing really well.
They usually try to ban Zed on me. I don't think they can shut me down anymore. I have diversified my champion pool. I don't think it's that simple anymore.
It's pretty crazy what they've been improving on over the past couple of weeks.
I think we can just outplay individually and as a team, and then we'll get a victory.
This is the third week in a row that Marn and Complexity will duke it out on the Rift. And while Marn owned every lane on their way to winning the first match, it's Nick Wu and Complexity who completely dominated last week's showdown.
He was really able to just bully his lane early game. On Rumble, he went top 7-2 and 17.
Yeah.
Just a really strong champion for him because he likes that early aggressive playstyle. And then that rolled them into late game where their AoE team comp just carried them through. They were being engaged upon 4 versus 5 multiple times, and they still would end up winning the team fights.
Absolutely. And Complexity is coming off a big win today against Counterlogic Gaming thanks to some great plays by their newest team member, Prolly.
Prolly was really, really strong in those games. He got a double kill in the level 1 battle, and then he went 5-2 and 14 as Ziggs. And we haven't seen Ziggs a lot in the LCS at all. I mean, that was probably the first time that we've seen him. Yeah, he's also a very happy guy, as you see there, always smiling.
Absolutely. So many jovial members in the LCS. It's so much fun. And you know one of the cool things I like? Yeah, it's exactly how you use Karth Assault right there. So one of the coolest things I like to see, or just hear at least, is that you know, they can come up here and these guys are pros, right? You throw anything at them, they can cancel it out. They can usually adapt, and they're like, you know, playing things like Ziggs and crap that people haven't seen throws them off.
Yeah,
and that's so great. Echo in mid, Niantanso on AD, and Heartbeat at support.
And on the red side, it's Complexity. Nick Wu up top, Lotta Morrison the jungler, Prolly now at mid, Brunch U on AD, and MIA supporting.
But before we get into the match, let's take a look at the voting results from lowlysports.com. According to the votes, 71% of you guys have picked Marn to walk away with the win.
Ooh, pretty bold right there, considering they are 1-1, and all these teams that have been switching out players have been doing really well. Prolly performed. I think that he might be able to perform again. If they go 2-0 with a new member today, Complexity, I think that will just revitalize the entire team. Their confidence was pretty low, being at the bottom of the standings. This could be exactly what they need at the perfect timing because we're coming up very close to those relegation matches where they might have to face off against some challenger teams.
You know, something we've kind of pointed out on the side with talking about it, just not directly, is how, you know, not jaded these teams are, but thrown off by coming into a week saying, you know, it's going to be this person and this person mid. It's going to be, you know, Trooper's going to play these things. It's Prolly. And now, are they really going to focus a ban on Ziggs because he can do something just as good?
Yeah, I don't think you focus any bans on Prolly because he plays pretty much any champion in the middle. They'll probably shy away from that, but it's a good point that when you add a new person to your roster, not only does it make it weird for your team to play, but teams playing against you are like, what to expect? Well, I don't know what to do against this. This is completely new. TSM said when I had the early interview with them about playing Vulcun, they're like, yeah, we planned out against Muffin QT. We're like, oh yeah, Muffin, it's a play style that they were able to research, and then they bring in Bloodwater and everything's changed. And they're like, oh, this is completely new. And you can see right there, completely threw them off. Vulcun having a huge shot caller like that really, really surprised TSM.
And it's crazy to see that one thing like that can bring unity to a team. We heard back in the day, back to CLG roots, when nobody was really the shot caller and everybody would kind of yell. You know, they still had structure and they were still a team, but that's how they did it. But once teams started to create structure, once they started to call those strats. And
earlier, I believe it was at Dallas when the international matches were up, I was worried for the North American teams, especially going into like the All-Star game, because the Korean teams and the Chinese teams will plan out their game plans at 20 minutes. They know exactly what they're doing, exactly what they're going for. That right there is the face of someone who has planned out their game thoroughly. He knows what he's doing at 30 minutes in easily.
Absolutely.
I'm going for the Rammus to the Dragon.
And that's what you do. Some of this is that mental preparation.
Yeah, you definitely have to have your strategies and what objectives you value more than others. We've seen so many games come down to these base races or these trades. Do you want to go for Baron? Do you want to trade that Baron for a side inhibitor? Do you want to trade that for a middle inhibitor? Because those are completely different.
They're doing the wave, but they're missing one. It looks like Niantanso may have fallen into the toilet. He is getting himself back and into the game here. They were waiting for that fifth, but he seems to be lagging a bit.
There's the side guns down there from Echo. always happy to see Echo smiling because we rarely get to see that. He's always sick. He's always got his head in the restroom. I
think we can bring that down to we're happy to see Echo.
Yeah, exactly. He's here. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, and he looks like he's in great health as well. Claky D there, and this is that game we were talking about, the BFFs in the LCS. This is Nick Wu and Claky D.
Claky D going with the side ghetto style. That's actually very dangerous to shoot a gun like that because
thank you.
The shell will pop out of the gun and hit you in the face.
Oh no!
I saw it there.
That's like a curling iron burn or something. Man,
you do
that'll
not
take you out of the
want
day.
that to happen.
Absolutely.
So any wannabe gangsters out there, don't actually aim your gun like that.
There you go. See, from a real
Claky, especially
real
you.
Gangster.
We don't want any injuries to Claky or any of the other members of Team Marn.
All right, so let's see what these guys have for Champion Select, and let's see what shots will be fired here in picks and bans.
Nice. Freak would be proud. Going up against Mega Zero, I always expect a Renekton ban, usually followed up by an Aurelia ban. Against Nick Wu, there's the Zed. Oh, this is getting so easy.
He can bring out. He's more of the tricky junglers. We haven't seen a lot of Vi, but Jarvan's going to be on the plate here.
Yeah, definitely. And Chowster has been returning to that Jarvan over and over.
Yep.
So it was mentioned before that he got one of the nerfs to his Demacian Standard where it doesn't apply armor to the whole team anymore. But on the same patch, he got a buff to his Golden Aegis, which is the shield that you get more shield for every enemy player around you when you use it. And it's actually a 50% increase in effectiveness at max rank. So he is actually pretty tanky. It's not the same thing where he makes the whole team tanky,
right?
But his shield got a really big buff, so he didn't get hit too hard in that late game. He's still a fairly versatile melee champion.
Absolutely. We see Marn with their picks and bans, more the bans since that's the one that happened, banning out that Zyra, which kind of takes that away from Probably and MIA. So with the last ban, they choose to kind of hit 2 in the teeth there.
Yeah.
The Zed Namu, obviously a lot of more to stick with.
MIA actually did have a pretty good Zyra that last game. He flashed over the wall in that level 1 to land in another couple kills. Those extra few kills were all because he followed that up with a flash.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, like you said, probably can use that middle. We saw him use it in the Challenger matches before. Cho'Gath.
Yep.
So that's Loudamortis saying, I'm going to stick with my tanky meta. I'm not trying to play into this new Season 3 meta that everyone's talking about, all the bruisers and all the carry junglers.
Right.
His playstyle is the tanky champion. They're not going to pick it up now, maybe. They'll probably save that for later. They don't feel like someone on Marn will take that away. However, I feel like Mega Zero... Mega would definitely play a Cho'Gath. He's a big fan of lane Cho'Gath.
We haven't seen Echo on really anything but AP mids, so I don't know if he'll take the caster, but you're right. That is a possible switch up for them. But I like Complexity's thinking in that, you know, will you take Cho'Gath? We'll pick our AD and support. Once again, 3rd game in a row this has happened.
Yeah. If they do take Cho'Gath, then Latimer's will play another CC heavy tanky champion.
Oh, really? You
yes,
think
really.
So?
Blitzcrank being hovered over for a very long time here. It'll be interesting because Heartbeat's pretty new to the support role as a whole. We saw him play a really outstanding Janna last week. Props to him for that. It looks like they're going to switch it over and go to Afromu's favorite support, the Lulu.
The Mega Malphite, it looks like, unless that's going to be heading into the jungle or Malphite mid, all the crazy things possibly, man. It's been a long time.
It has. You got to keep your mind open to all the options. These teams are innovative. Come on. But yeah, the Malphite top is pretty likely. Right. The Quinn pick would be very interesting coming from Complexity because Mandatory Cloud tried to use that when Vulcun did their Kennen plus Quinn strategy that they saw from the Chinese.
Quinnin.
The Chinese used it very effectively, using her ultimate to roam.
Yeah.
Not quite as effective for Vulcun. They did pick off a few good kills with that Quinn, so... Nice hover here, but I feel like they're not going to lock that in.
Well, they're definitely not going to play it against a Rise, according to Nijackie.
Yeah.
Not the matchup that you want to put into that. And yeah, like they said, they're like, you really think, if we really think they're going to pick Cho'Gath, then let them have it. But they didn't. They pull it back into the lineup. They also have a Jarvan, though.
So that will be Loudamortis taking Cho'Gath. Pretty good pick for him right there. Now probably plays a mean Jarvan mid. We could see another heavy AD burst mid. Probably would be bringing it back here. We haven't seen a Jarvan mid in a while, but that's definitely something that he had a lot of fun back fun with back in the day, back in the armor penetration days when everyone was going crazy with black cleavers and stuff.
Wow, so what are they going to pull into here? They themselves banned out Renekton, which kind of adds to, not a huge shred comp, but, you know, what Probably would bring to the middle or whatever they could kind of, you know, initiate with here, which they kind of only have catches on. They don't have a full initiator. They have to rate on the Rupture or the Death Sentence, which I think, unless they have the Amumu, is kind of something they put themselves against the wall with a lot, is not having an initiator truly into the fight.
Not having an initiator has been really, really bad for a lot of the top teams. Especially like TSM, when they were forced to use Reggie as Diana to go in and then Zanya's.
Right.
Really did not work out for them. They had no hard to initiate. So Marn's team comp is so interesting to me because they secured that initiate with the Malphite, and they followed it up with an Eve. Eve and Kha'Zix are very snowbally assassin champions. If they're able to just burst someone down, they can get the reset, and it's going to be interesting to see where each of those champions goes, because Eve can go in the jungle or in the mid lane. Malphite can go in the jungle, in the mid lane, or the top, and Kha'Zix, all three of those as well. So they could switch these up. Right now they're holding on to him, though, and the hover over Rumble would be interesting because Nick Wu has had a very, very strong Rumble. We just mentioned it before we went to Champion Select about how he bullied his top lane with Rumble. He gets it again, and he should also be able to make use of that really long-range ultimate when he goes to his roaming phase. He usually just bullies his lane and then immediately goes to roam and help his team, and it's a very good champion for that.
Also good that Equalizer disengage if they need it. They're going to be diving in, Unstoppable Force, Claky D on Kha'Zix, as well as Echo trying to find his way around. And it's going to be interesting to see how he plays, you know, a really, really assassin-y type champion. He's brought out some Ahri, he's brought out some Anivia, and he's more passive in that early part of the game. So I have to see where he puts himself once he possibly wins that mid lane, or is he going to have a hard time against Probably?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Korean and Europeans still using Eve mid. North American has kind of fallen off because of the mana nerf that she received.
We were talking about farming.
And she likes to use her Q for farming a lot. Most of the Koreans in the EU, they've solved that problem by getting an early tier. They like to just rush that tier of the goddess, and it stacks up really quickly on her since you are spamming your Q over and over. They do pull a last-minute switch here. It's going to be Eve in the jungle, Echo with Kha'Zix middle, and Mega Zero taking the Malphite top. So they did try and use the flexibility of those champions at the last second to throw complexity off, and they pulled a last-minute switch here. We're going to have a jungle Evelynn from Claky D. We could see a resurgence of the hyper-aggressive Claky D jungle style that we saw at the very beginning of the LCS.
It'll be interesting to see if they have any tricks up their sleeve with a quick level 1 or 2. It's not something we've seen a bit, but these teams are really pulling out some stops with swaps, roster changes, and the champions they're playing this week.
Yeah, the level 1, you have to keep your eyes open level 1 today, especially because there's been so much action going on. Let's see how many elixirs we can get. 1, 2, 3 coming out for complexity. Very quick buys for them right there. A lot of Morris actually had to go back, grab an extra potion. So they're spreading out. It looks like it'll be more of a defensive formation for both teams, though.
So I was going to say, actually, you say that, I'm still going to ask, is somebody like Eve someone you want to just mana star right in the beginning? Like you said, that mana cost went up. Would it be advantageous for them to go in on this? They have the Rupture, they have a Death Sentence.
Invading on the blue? Invading on the blue, if it was successful, would be really, really good for them. But look at Martin's team. What are they going to lock someone down with if they do an invade? Level 1, they've got Glitter Lance. That's pretty much it, and that's just a slow. So it would actually be fairly dangerous for them to do a level 1 because MIA on that Thresh would be devastating. If he lands a Death Sentence and you have the whole team of complexity there, it would be just really bad news for Marn. So yes, they would love to take that blow away from Evelynn, but it would be super hard for them to do it. And a good flag right there. We do see Probably on that AD Jarvan middle, so this will be very fun to watch, and we'll have to see if the members of Team Marn are ready for the burst damage of an AD middle Jarvan, because that can be really, really surprising if you haven't played against it in a while. And people just having the feel and being able to judge the damage output of what your champion's going to do plays a huge part. Probably, again, he's using that that aspect of people haven't played against it in a while to his advantage.
And this is really what we were looking for. I was going to say, it's interesting that Complexity is not invading. Louder Mortis playing such blue-heavy junglers knows how important it is to keep this safe. When he's on Amumu, the team completely puts down a security grid of wards, and they're able to get in. This is what I was talking about. thwarting Claky off of that blue unless they can go ahead and just swap these out.
They did bait this though. Look at this defensive ward, and they kept their AD and support back, so they were expecting every single step of this, and they're going to try and contest both blues.
Oh, they did get Claky right under the arm of the golem. The blue buff could go back over. It's going to actually go to MIA in the beginning, and that's going to add so much harass to the bottom lane.
Perfect bait. There's the red elixir we were talking about, so popular with the Koreans. MIA was watching that, and they set this up so perfectly. Hey, we're going to invade your blue. We put an early ward down on our blue. We knew this was going to happen. We left our support and our AD back there. Huge win for Complexity, pulling out the blue steal on both sides. Mortis with his own, or with the enemy's blue as well, so they benefit, and probably able to shove his lane as well.
It probably definitely soaked up some experience. I wasn't seeing if he went straight mid or soaked up some of that from Cho'Gath, Mortis, but he's level 2 and was already harassing out Echo. Actually going for a roam into the jungle already. Damage in the bottom lane is MIA. They are looking to pressure that blue buff and really make it useless for him. Brunch U getting very low. Neontato putting himself into the fight. He gets taken down. A kill coming in for Brunch. A level 2 gank from Prowley in mid.
From the middle, Jarvan roams down. This double red elixir lane that Brunch and MIA are running is so aggressive that they just got 2 kills, first blood and the second blood going to them. Neontato getting a little bit over aggressive there. They pays for it with his life.
Mortis holding off on that mid, and probably Mortis, like we said, that play together relationship before from Legion, from other teams, and they are covering each other perfectly on this. Claky D being taken very low, and you can see how much he is struggling with his jungle. He actually has quite a bit of damage to go on the red, and he's going to be backed off.
Oh, that is just the worst feeling as a jungler. Can't quite finish it off.
Man.
His smite down. Now he's going to have to recall, only being level 2. He's really far behind. That's a jungler that you don't want to get behind on. That's reminiscent of the days when people were jungling Alistar. If you got someone like that behind with an unsuccessful gank, it would spell just...
Everybody's level 10, you're like level 5 by that mid part of the game. That used to be torture, and it could happen right now to Claky D. Like you said, level 2. Just hit level 4 in the top solo lane, so he's going to have to get himself back into the game, and that really creates less pressure on the lanes as well if they know Claky's so far behind, so he almost can't show that level to the other team right now.
Claky had to call Heartbeat in to come and help him jungle. He can't jungle by himself. He needs Lulu to come save him, and Prowley will not hesitate to come invade the jungle either if he does get an advantage on Echo here.
Oh, he pops him up during the jump. He forces the flash. The red buff tick is going to be on. If that rupture hit, it would have been a lot more damage. Good pressure in mid.
So Prowley immediately turns around after they burn the flash. He's like, good job. That's a win for us.
Yeah.
We got a free flash. Mortis sticking around the middle, though, taking his lane tax and shoving it as well.
So already about 1,000 gold lead, 1.3k in favor of Complexity here with those 2 kills at 5 minutes. The lane's quite even on CS. Nick Wu seems to be having a bit better time as junglers and mids kind of go tit for tat here.
So Neontato doing a good job CSing still. Even though that, double AD lane going aggressive once again.
Oh, that was great. He condemned him off the lantern, but he still found it. He got back onto the lantern. Neontato really playing mechanically well. The Brunch U positioning better to put himself in that fight. And they're kind of just going hit for hit here, back and forth. Neontato knows, oh, maybe he doesn't. Now he does.
I was just saying Neontato was doing a good job still CSing in that double fort pot lane, but they get another kill, not letting up on the aggression. Looks like Mortis just lanes taxing lane after lane. He just got a couple waves mid, now he gets a couple bottom, return to the jungle, and that's going to be beautiful for him. The fort pot on Brunch U just runs out as well, so that extra 500 gold that they spent for those early kills now is going to be gone.
And this is going to be super strong for Complexity. Sometimes they, would do good in the early game and have some good jungle ganks, but the lanes would be a little bit lacking. If your jungler's getting tax farm and kills and getting into the game, which Mortis hasn't gotten a kill yet, but they are getting good tax farm, and your lanes win, that's significant.
Some people giving MIA a little flack for missing that backwards flay. I have to say, that is one of the hardest skills in the game to land. I talked to Patoy, who everyone's talking about is one of the best, if not the best, support in North America. He says he barely ever lands that skill. It's really is a little bit difficult. You have to aim it, but backwards, so you have to compensate. It's pretty interesting. Definitely go out and practice that if you want to impress all the ladies.
Oh, is that how you do it?
Uh-huh.
Oh man, I've been doing it all wrong. I was growing a beard. A lot more to shaved heads, so I'm gonna have to follow suit. Looks like we got 45 to 36 as the CS takes a bit of a roll here. 43 to 32 in the mid lane. The 46 to 37 was that top lane. So like we said, if Complexity can go ahead, continue to win these lanes, that fight phase is going to be super strong.
Yep, Mega Zero just using his teleport to go back to lane though, so they aren't going to have that global threat as we see Nick Wu using his ultimate just to shove the lane. Mega Zero's got his ultimate available. It would be nice to get a gank off, but since he doesn't have his teleport, he can't contest this dragon.
Complexity, yeah, that's their name. Complexity once again jotting down in their early game diary. First dragon goes to us, and they have really put a stamp on that so far. 7 minutes, and previously before 6 minutes, they were able to take these dragons out. So again, the gold lead now about 3,000 in favor of Complexity, as they are not showing any signs of stopping here.
The early game just really, really well played from Complexity so far. 3 kills and the free dragon. Now they're just shoving down on this bottom turret as well. They're also winning the turret health game.
Looking at the turret health game, yeah, they're kind of not really taking them, but they are prepping them, and that really is what is going to help after that dragon goes down. Even if you're low health, you can still pressure those objectives. Looks like they are being thwarted off quite a bit. The AD carry lanes 55 to 59, and it looks like the Vampire Acceptor build is the choice for both of them, as they kind of need to sustain in lane without that healer.
A huge part of this early game domination by Complexity is that they were able to set that Eve behind so much. Usually you have to worry about that jungle Eve, always has to be in the back of your mind, and everyone has to buy a lot of pink wards. Since they counter jungle him so hard and they got the first blood on him, killing him and setting him back, they haven't had to worry about him. Now he's level 6 trying to make a move, but he walks over the one pink ward that he doesn't want to.
Yep, goes for the lane gank. He knows that River has to have so many in it with Complexity doing well. Oh, he gets grabbed out there. They just go for some harass. You can see Brunch was like, I don't even want to shoot. Nice grab. Let's just keep harassing.
Just letting him know, yes, we have a pink ward in there. Don't come back. Echo now.
Oh my gosh, Echo getting caught up in mid. He's definitely not getting any help from the jungle. Great use of the invisibility.
Yeah, good job. He went backwards. Probably wasn't expecting it, but he goes in anyway.
Oh my gosh, Probably going so hard. The Ignite's off. He gets out clean.
I told you people don't expect the AD burst from the Jarvan middle because they haven't seen it in a while. He's got that red pot, do 2 Doran's blades. Perfect. I'm going to go tower diving.
That cannot be the case. Like, I haven't seen it in a while. It's such an amazing aspect to see that these players have a hard time adapting to after everything else, Kobe.
They have the same problems that you have.
Same problems that everybody has. They are human and they can falter. Right now, Complexity is kind of showing no falter at 4-0, 3,500 gold in the lead here at 10 minutes. A turret to be going in their favor if Probably continues this pressure on mid lane. Just see that Claky D can really just tickle him out of the lane.
Not only was he able to kill Kha'Zix, but he's beating Echo just so badly in CS right now. His Jarvan is really dominating that lane completely. There's no saving grace for Echo right now.
Where is this set to go after this? We have Claky D roaming. Like we said, he can barely show himself in these fights being so squishy. They know he's down. He actually went for a Doran's ring within his belt to continue a bit of damage as well as keep his mana up. That mana starvation in the early part of the game, like we said, has been detrimental to their strategy altogether.
So since Complexity were alerted to the level 6 Evelynn, they've put down a lot more pink wards. We see them in the middle here and at top lane. They've been keeping up their vision. All you have to do when you're playing against Evelynn is switch over. Instead of buying green wards, now you have to buy pink ones.
That's true. Costs a little bit more, but some of the supports have actually just been buying pink wards anyways, right?
Yeah, and you can see Loudamortis doing his part. They spread out that burden over the whole team. I really like that. Loudamortis buys some, Nick Wu bought one, Prawley's buying some too, so everybody is chipping in for the pink ward purchases.
And really a huge spike of damage in almost every lane coming out, the revolver being finished by Nick Wu, and we go down to the BF swords in both the hands of Prawley and Brunchu.
Returning again. Echo now has to be a little fearful for his life after being burst down like that, because probably went back and just bought up straight up BF sword. That is huge on him. He doesn't go with the boots, and then we see Nick Wu in trouble.
Nick Wu just overheated, and it was not with Flame Spitter going. He is in a bad situation right quick, and Claky D gets himself back into the game just a little bit.
One of the best parts of Malphite, he's amazing at setting up lane ganks. They finally get the Evelyn up there, just comes through the lane, doesn't have to worry about pink wards. They set it up perfectly with the Unstoppable Force, and Nick Wu, realizing he's dead, doesn't burn his flash. So at least he still has his cooldown.
Looks like Mega Zero now farming behind the turret. More than happy to do so. Nick Wu, or Loud Mortis rather, I should say, coming up here. Looks like he's going to try to put on a little bit of pressure and not let Mega out. That's safe.
Mega able to pick up an early Chalice is actually a really, really good purchase on Malphite because he loves spamming his spells to CS, and it's just a lot of magic resistance against Rumble early, which is really amazing. It's going to counter those Sork boots that Nick Wu decided to purchase.
That bottom turret getting prepped quite low here. Don't see Dragon just up yet. A good dodge out there by Echo, but like you said, that burst, there was just a Q and that flag toss. We almost have 75% health Echo on Kha'Zix right now. We're going to see this blue go over to Claky D. Most likely he is going to soak that sucker up. Maybe they'll give it to Echo if they want to try to get some ganks going down, but I think they need to get Claky back into this game for the purpose he's trying to play.
Yeah, so he went up top, he was successful. Right now, Claky's got double buffs. He doesn't have his ultimate up, but he should really try. Up there goes the red. Now he only has blue. Tough break.
Absolutely.
So we have another pause coming out here, and let's take stock. We have a Thresh in this game. So everyone always talking about how NASA stacks up. Yeah. And Veigar stacks up. Thresh stacks up too. He collects souls. He's kind of like Shang Tsung in that way, where after every fatality, he goes and grabs one. He's up to 46 right now, giving him a bonus ability power of 40. And that's also armor as well. So he gets really tanky for a support. That's a lot of armor for a support to have. On top of that, he's also bought a Doran shield. So he's really able to just go in there. When he does land that hook, he's not afraid to just Superman right to your face.
The Doran shield is a great buy. We've been noticing it here and there more. It's not too much gold, and it gives you everything you need.
Very, very cost efficient. If you're looking in a high AD lane, then it's a perfect purchase. I think Edward was one of the first in the EU and North American scenes to do it. And then like a lot of people like Crepo were like, oh yeah, that's a really good buy. I looked at the numbers, it's super cost effective. I should do that too when when you're going in an aggressive lane like that and you want to get in there.
Right. Diamond Prox does this,
yeah, exactly.
Edward does this.
So what have Gambit done today?
Exactly. Guys, right now we're just waiting on a little bit of Neon Tanso, or a little bit of Neon Tanso. We're late now. He was a cute guy. You know, we're waiting for him. His mouse was acting a little sluggish, so they're going to go ahead and get his computer restarted right there. You obviously cannot AD carry with a sluggish mouse.
Obviously not. Heartbeat just cleaning off his keyboard there a little bit as well. All right, so we have Nick Wu and Mega Zero really going even up in that top lane. And it's interesting because those are two very aggressive top lane players that both love to have the solo 1v1 matchups. And on purple side, you usually see people switch to go for the 2v1 lanes because of the golem advantage. But since all that early game stuff where we're going to invade your blue and we're going to ward our blue and counter you and get the first blood, this Complexity team, their purple side bot duo didn't have a disadvantage at all. They got first blood out of that, and so they've really been able to just roll that advantage along. And we're seeing this sort of season 2 meta where it's everybody's in their normal quote unquote lanes, and 13 minutes in, no turrets.
Absolutely. From the speediness we've seen of the games today, we're at 5 kills right now. This happened in our first 2 games in the row in the first minute. Literally 5 kills. One was 3-2 and one was 4-1. Right now it's 4-1, like you said, at 13 minutes with no turrets. And both of these teams just kind of, you know, Marn is still with Niantanso. They obviously practice with him a little bit more. So I wouldn't say they're, you know, as a fresh team, they're kind of veteranized with the use of him. But Complexity, these teams that have found the revamped rosters this week are showing spectacular.
Yeah, they look really good. And you can see they were all chuckling there. They're all happy. Even though there's a pause, they're like, that's just fine. We can bask in this. We're winning a game right now. It feels good.
That's right, exactly. And probably there he is, Neil Hamad in mid, and he is making plays already. And that's very strange to, not very strange, but it shows his confidence. It shows the comfort level he brings to play, especially with a different team, because you know, all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
Whether the community is or the team is watching you, and everything you do is going to be weighed on a lot heavier.
At that level 2, like, he shoved his lane. He was only level 2.
Level 2
he
mid
went
gank.
for an invade. He was going into the jungle looking for Claky on Evelyn. Was able to shove him off the red. Goes down bottom, makes a little appearance down there, semi-gank, but he really has been a strong force for them. We're going to go back into the game pretty soon here. Pause is about to come back off. We'll see if he can continue to dominate his lane.
And we see some movement as everybody continues doing what they were before. We have seen Nick Wu come down from the top, so they may be prepping to pressure out here. Dragon to be coming up within the next few minutes as we did see that 7-minute Dragon go down. We'll have to see what they choose to do.
So, we talked about how well Complexity did early game. They need to continue to control these objectives like Dragon. You can see Loudamoris really wants it. He's sitting around there. They have it pre-pinked, so they're ready to go when it pops. They already called down Nick Wu, so they want to trade this. They're fine with trading turret damage for the Dragon, and they have to keep up that pressure because they have, Marn has Niantanso. He's still CSing really well despite that super aggressive lane down bottom.
Absolutely. As we look at that 132 to 113, those 80 carries actually separated by the kills. 5,000 to 4,300. That 5,000 in favor of Brunch as we see our first turret go down, and Prolly not liking that at all, giving Mega Zero a little bit of his word. He's going to be unstoppable for us out of that. So ulti for an ulti and the summoner.
You can see how much damage Prolly still does to Malphite, though, because Malphite's been building magic resist. He got a Chalice of Harmony because he's been laning against Rumble. As the bottom turret does go down, so they're able to answer it, and now Prolly's shoving this top one, too. He wants to get some damage back, but Claky's there to try and fend him off.
This is still could be a scary fight team coming from Marn here. Once Mega Zero and Echo get ready to jump into the fight, you know, Complexity did have a good laning phase, but can they bring it to the fight phase? Both of these teams love to duke it out. We know Mega Zero is a fighter. We know Nick Wu is a fighter, and these guys haven't even got to their favorite part of the game yet.
Yeah, exactly. Niantanso is still a factor. He's got 143 CS, stacking up his Bloodthirster now. That early completion of a Bloodthirster means that he'll have a power spike in the next minute or so. As soon as that thing is fully stacked up, even though he doesn't have boots, he'll be fine to have a team fight. He can tumble around, continue life stealing. Complexity don't want to give him that opportunity, though. They take another turret down middle, and they set their sights on top.
And along with that power spike, they did get a tower spike. They take it down, and it is going to be Bloodthirster for both. We actually see this for Brunchu and Niantanso on
There's
that
another
build.
one, too.
Yeah, all of them. Looks like Niantanso is actually going to be backing. He's got the red elixir for any engagements that come up on him. We see regular supports going for the Philo Stones as everybody really just soaking up the jungle experience right now. A push into the top lane as, you know, Brunchu trying to get some more global gold for his team. Complexity doing a great job of wiping out these turrets in the first line.
Anytime you have Caitlyn, tower pressure is a given. So they want to get the last of the outer turrets down and then put themselves into position for the next dragon. Like I said, Loudamoris loves those things. You know he's got that timer down pat. In the next 3 minutes or so, he'll want to head back down there. They've got it pinked already, and they're going to keep it pinked. They would really love to finish off the top outer turret first, though.
It would be nice. It's kind of just a thing. 16 minutes in, the pressure onto Mega Zero, but waiting in the wing is going to be Claky D. If he's going to come up here on the outside, I think they'll just see him before he gets out, plus the range of Thresh and Caitlyn. They're pretty much safe here, but they are getting focused now from Loudamoris. They think there's been too much time with nothing happening. Mega Zero may be playing a little too safe in telegraphing this.
Yeah, you do have to watch out for that Unstoppable Force plus Evelyn combo that we saw used really effectively on Nick Wu. It could just as easily have the same outcome on Brunch and MIA. Good thing they're sending Loudamoris here, though, because he's a great counter initiator. Cho'Gath has the Rupture, he also has the AoE Silence, and they are able to take the top turret down.
They're sending just about everything, and probably actually changing up his pathing there, not feeling completely safe. Unstoppable Force right to the back line, and that's exactly what I said Complexity has to be wary of. They don't have the Nick Wu ult to stop that, but it wouldn't have helped. Can they keep turning it around? You got to deal with Loudamoris and Prolly now, and they are two huge rocks in your face. Yeah, Mega Zero, I'm talking to you. Getting the Lulu ultimate. Looks like he's going to try to get out of this one, and Mega Malphite may just go down. They get a great exhaust there. Heartbeat actually putting out some damage with a Glitter Lance as well. They're able to thwart the final attacks and get out alive. 2-2 on the overall fight.
You saw the power of the AoE combo right there. Unstoppable Force plus Agony's Embrace just destroyed Brunch. completely obliterating him. They're able to trade it 2 for 2 though, because they had Prawley and Laudamortis there to back him up.
Absolutely explosive, but the hope comes when we see, Laudamortis and Prawley living through that fight. Mega Zero and Echo completely obliterated Brunchu and MIA, and they'll be looking to do it consistently. Looks like we have the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith coming out for Evelyn, as well as just the Spirit Stone. Probably going to be held out until we get that Aegis finished into the Bulwark as well for Laudamortis.
And we have Niantanso just continuing to farm. This is exactly what he needs to do. When your team is behind like that and you're on Vayne, you just have to keep on farming, stack up your Bloodthirster, and wait for the team fight that is going to be your opportunity to finish off people and really hunt them down, make use of our passive. You don't want to get in there very early. You want to be on the outskirts, being like double lift, using that tumble to dodge all the skill shots and continuously get your auto attacks off.
Absolutely, and it really makes that Bloodthirster pivotal on Vayne because of the fact that she can condemn, and kite, and roll, and kite. And we, like you said, double lift, and we'll have to see if Niantanso can do it. It's really not a style of play we've seen him been on yet. Usually it's that Caitlyn or something else on the outside, continuously bursting in on the fight with constant shots. 19 minutes in, both teams kind of poise themselves in mid for a fight. 6-3 here, 3-1 turrets in favor of Complexity. Like you said, they dropped the top turret before they really wanted to pressure onto the mid again, but Niantanso's going to be off, so this may be a 5v4, and Marn has to play safe.
Yeah, that dragon fight I was talking about coming up in 30 seconds here. What Marn are going to try and do is the exact same AoE burst where they have Mega Zero and Klakey try and land their combo onto Brunch and whoever's standing next to Brunch, and they want to get Echo the reset with that kill. That's their hope. What Complexity need to do to answer that is have Laudamortis silence Echo. If they're able to lock down Echo with silence and rupture and some AoE damage, then that will be the perfect counterplay that Complexity needs to pull off so that Echo's just not flying around the entire team fight, sending off all of his void spikes and his single target damage.
You see Mega Zero being quite harassy up top, that Chalice to keep him really safe in any situation just like this. He's going to be able to dodge some harpoons out and really steal his movement speed back and continuously throw out spells. So we'll see if he can really give Nick Wu trouble. Like we said, Nick Wu's been the focus, but probably also needs to be a focus. So we'll see how much they put in each section.
It'll be interesting if they actually do send Nick up top, because Nick has nothing to interrupt Mega Zero's teleport with. Right now, Marn could easily force a 4 vs 5.
Well, looks like they may want it. That dragon is live. We are not objective free on the map, and I think you can just see it in the players right now that they are kind of positioning for this. The bottom lane is being pushed, so it's up against the turret. They've drawn Brunch U down as well, so the AD carries are ready for this fight, and you can see everybody's gathering just above dragon.
Marn's still a little bit wary. Echo gets engaged on.
Oh my gosh, you have to remember, if you walk over a ward, the last one is the most likely to get caught. Glaky D, the death sentence going in. Ace in the hole, stopped by Heartbeat. He catches that one for his teammate, and really not too much damage traded in and out. There's some half health bars, but they look confident still.
There's a good job at Complexity right there. They traded for the teleport from Mega Zero. They got that out. They did a lot of burst damage, scared Marn enough that they had to burn that teleport, and they bought Nick Wu time to shove the lane and come down.
Oh, the death sentence misses. There's a lot of Mortis. Will he get a good silence off? 3 of them are silenced, as it's going to be Mega Zero diving in, unstoppable force to Lotta Mortis. They shut that down, and Marn has great positioning here, but Brunch U has been left to fire away. He's got Nick Wu and MIA to peel right around him. Niantanso dives back into the fight. Echo from the backside finally to come in, and they just pinch down onto Complexity, finding a double kill here for Niantanso. A triple kill for Niantanso, getting swiped up. He will not be able to get the quadrupenta.
That was close. Niantanso had to go very deep into Complexity's team to finish off Prawley, but then they were able to pull him back out. Echo making a very nice play, jumping in, putting his life on the line to get those void spikes out, and he actually got away with the reset jump. Nick Wu trying to flash and finish him off with a harpoon, but just barely missed it. That's going to mean a dragon for Marn, and the turnaround they were looking for.
Marn going to be able to pick this up. We'll see where the gold goes, and they have closed it a little bit more, only sitting back 3,500. This is actually allowing them to complete a lot of items that make those fights a little more favorable for them as well. We do see that we have pickups on Kha'Zix, getting out some damage for themselves. Going over, Spirit of the Spectral Wraith is really the only thing. It was more Giant's Belt built in this fight, noticing that they went down really fast, some of the bursts.
Yeah, I like how Niantanso just kept his wits about him, even though the team was losing early, even though his lane was under a lot of pressure with those double fortitude elixirs. He kept on farming, and then he waited for the team fight where it was his chance to make those plays. And he picked off the people, he hunted them down, got the kills. Now he's got a nice lead to get him back in this. He's the highest CS in the entire game, and now he's got 3 kills on top of that.
We're 22 minutes into this one as Marn gets himself back, and a few resets here as they finish the Bloodthirsters as well. Kind of mirrored on both sides for that AD carry in mid. And we see Niantanso actually going for the static, putting that split push combo into his kit now. We're going to go ahead and give the rabbit over to Prolly. I like Prolly. He's really building to be in the face of everyone. He got the Ninja Tabi. He's got the Brutalizer to really stack onto that Q as well, shredding the armor. And like you said, people are underestimating his damage.
The thing about Marn's team right now also... Oh, here we go. Prolly's going in for Mega Zero.
Where's the Harpoon? One more. We'll probably finally get that. There's the Unstoppable Force. They locked in Nick Wu. Oh, he hits one. They throw the ultimate. Does he have the scrap shield to get there? He's actually quite hot, and he did overheat. They may not be able to finish this one off if he has the shard to get the movement speed. It's going to be a Q from Prolly if he can get it, and he does finally take down the rock.
Good job of them by not giving up on that. There's a good chase. That also reminded me that this is the patch where we have the change to Rumble's ultimate, where the damage is spread out over time. So it's more important than ever for you to get out of that Rumble ultimate. It doesn't do as much burst damage, but the ticks over time compensate for it. So you have to get out of that as fast as possible. If you're a single person running for your life, though, Mega Zero really had no choices right there. Does get caught out and go down. That's going to cost them a turret. Niantanso always answering, though.
He is always able to answer, and right now he's saying 40 to 50 CS above everybody in the game. It's going to be close, 3-1-0 to the 3-2-3, but he is sitting there with the most gold, and it's Prolly that is right behind him, making moves for complexity.
I like how Prolly is always willing to exchange his Cataclysm for Mega Zero's Unstoppable Force too, because Mega Zero's got an extra 40 seconds on his ultimate. So that's a good trade anytime. They can buy a little window of a slight power play right there. Now they didn't really make too much of use of it. Mega Zero still has another 30 seconds left on it though.
We see more damage finally being able to be brought out. Maybe the Ryla's Crystal Scepter here for Claky D so they can keep the chase in the fight. They're going to have Glitter Lands. They're going to build that slow into the Eve kit. They're going to have Mega Zero with his, the shards to slow down as well. So they're really kind of building into a sticky late game team comp that just won't let you get away.
Yeah, Claky's building to be another threat on Team Marn because they have that tanky jungler, or the tanky Rockman top, as Mega Zero is building some Sunfire Cape, spell penetration, very classic Malphite build. Claky D is building very offensively, and that's the only thing they're going to lose out on is that Aegis of the Legion and that Locket of the Iron Solari that usually come from the jungler. So the slight advantage Latimortis is bringing to his team is all the AoE defensive stats.
We've seen a lot of times in the past few weeks where gold down did not mean you were going to win the fight. And we've seen a lot of these teams out position in that gold factor for the fight. So we'll have to see if Marn can do that here. They definitely are ready to get in. Malphite back up on the ulti as they come around the right side. This is going to be just 5-on-5. They're going to see each other coming from this one. Niantanso's still off on the wing, so he's going to enter the fight late. And Complexity may not take that into consideration here. They throw some cooldowns back and forth. A pull onto Mega Zero, but he still has the Unstoppable Force up. He goes back again to the back line, and Nick Wu actually takes quite a bit of damage. Brunch Yu forced to get that shield, forced to move himself back as well. Where is Niantanso? And it looks like he is going to be able to help his team. Coming in from the right side as they now focus Mega Zero, and they're pushing out MIA and Latimortis. The Unstoppable Force really split that fight up too much, and they were not able to bring it back into Hope's Kobe.
You do not want to pull Mega Zero. That's the one that you don't want to hook. That was just a little unfortunate for them. They end up trading 2 for 1, able to salvage a little bit out of that team fight, but Prolly really did work getting onto Niantanso, using the Cataclysm, and then flashing out of it to keep him trapped in there. He had to use all of his skills to get away from that Bane, though, because he was ready right on his heels.
Like I said, Marn may be down in gold, but they can still put up these fights. Great engagement there. Like you pointed out, a little bit of a misstep there by MA on that death sentence to start off the matchup. That would have been much better for the AD carry or somebody putting out a whole heck of a lot of damage.
He was aiming for Echo, so
Yeah.
that fight would have
Right.
gone completely different if he had been a little bit to the bottom there and snagged Echo instead. Not too bad for them, as they did come out 2 for 1.
Taking stock of items. That bulwark finish now for Lauda Mortis. They're going to be able to throw back, not throw back, but stop some of that damage coming in. We really haven't seen a Malphite build so much AP. We'll see Dyrus building, but really go straight tank on that with some AP on the runes or masteries to get some extra damage on that penetration. But really coming out very strong. Another threat factor from Mega Zero. We'll have to see if Heartbeat starts to bring out some AP for himself, which MIA is actually not doing this game, and he chose to go for Lucidity Boots.
Now that Prawley doesn't have his flash available, I have to see if they play the team fight the same way during this Dragon engage. Because last time they had Prawley the only member diving onto Niantanso.
Well, they have to be careful here.
And he had to disengage.
That Smite Feast Cho'Gath is not going to be easy to get by. Probably could get 4 members, and he does right in that. Niantanso able to get out before it goes down, actually. Brunchu is the focus here. The AD carry is shredded completely. Now on to Lauda Mortis. Can they continue to get these kills? Oh, he misses. Nick Wu uses the Lantern to get away, but they're going to have to split one more time. And Nick Wu still has that turret down bottom. They're all right. Claky realizes that the turret is there, and they cannot continue to chase because it would be into bad zones.
Yeah, that death sending for Baron off of that. There's only 3 members down. Nick Wu still up. MIA still up. Can they make anything happen here?
Marn has had so much pressure on them this game. They didn't have any help from Claky D in the early game, which really put a lot of pressure on the lanes, and they've shown great. MIA with a good attempt at trying to steal the Baron, but it goes to the smite of Claky D, and Marn really turns things around, pretty much evening up the gold at 30 minutes.
Their threats just have such high damage for Marn right now. Niantanso is beastly, and then you have Echo on Kha'Zix. He's built full offense as well. Fully stacked Bloodthirster along with a Brutalizer just means he is shredding through people, and you have to be worried about those resets. At the same time, you're trying to nail down this tumbling Vayne while Niantanso is using every skill at his disposal to be that slippery damage dealer.
Absolutely, and Mega Zero's ultimates right now are just spot on. Brunchu not having a chance to even move when it happens. The barrier, the right choice for Brunchu because you're not cleansing the pop-up, but he still cannot make it out. The Haunting Guise finished and then built into the Glacial Shroud, and he even picked up an Elixir, Mega Zero that is, for the damage because he knows it's such an impactful front-end burst.
It's really been a theme in the LCS for the last couple of weeks where the teams with the better hard engage have been the ones just winning the entire game, not just the team fights.
Right, no, yeah.
Because Complexity, what they're relying on right now is Prawley jumping in there first, and he's built damage. There he go. He just finishes the Randuins right now, so he has some survivability, but he was jumping in that Catalysm all by himself. Nick Wu, like I said, the Rumble ultimate changed a little bit, so it's all damage over time now, instead of having a lot of it be that upfront damage, and it just wasn't enough to take down any of the members of Marn. Now that they have Baron buff, they'll be able to shove on this turret pretty easily.
And as we said before, you know, we can't deny it. Jarvan can help initiate for this team. The Rupture can help initiate, but they found themselves now with that having to chase Jarvan, with having to chase Prawley and get into his Cataclysm, and it's almost been a pain for Complexity that they have been so good because the team can't get to who he Cataclysms.
It's really tough because they don't have very much damage coming down. Mega Zero always stops a lot of the damage. He keeps on hooking Mega Zero. Mega Zero is able to completely just shut down Brunch. Malphite is a great anti-carry. He gets right onto him, deals a ridiculous amount of damage, and is able to slow the attack speed. Even if Brunch is able to get away for a little bit, he won't be able to continually put out that auto attack damage that has made Caitlyn such a threat from the back line.
So Black Cleaver finished on Echo with that Bloodthirster as well. It looks like they're going for a little bit of HP for Niantanso. He feels like he has the damage he wants, really doesn't build any other attack speed. Well, he has the attack speed and crit, I was about to say, on top of that. So he's really relying on the Silver Bolt's damage and just being late game Vayne here.
Yeah, they did hit Ground Slam a little bit, but it still reduces the attack speed by 50% for 3 seconds, so that's huge.
Absolutely, it's something people forget a lot about abilities in the first place, that some reduce attack speed, and it is something that will completely crush you in a fight. 2-1 up top for for Mega Zero to the 0, 3, and 4 there. Good rupture, kind of thwarts Marn from any real aggression as they come up to this turret. Complexity does have a good bit of siege clear. It's not perfect, but they are able to thwart off any pressure.
And since Neotanto is on Vayne, his attack range fairly short. It's kind of hard for them to actually siege turrets and get those continuous hits on them. What Neotanto will do is get one hit on the turret and then tumble backwards immediately so that he does not get caught out.
That's tricky.
It takes a lot longer that way because you have to get single hits every once in a while.
So you see head over, see where Neotanto sits on that Baron buff and actually about to wear off. He's got about 10 seconds on it. So Baron come up with around 3 minutes here. We see Complexity roaming together, and Marn here at 33 minutes has finally taken the gold lead, about $1 grand in their favor. Complexity, they're like, who wants it? Who's going to take it? They actually don't even know right now, which may show a little bit of confusion in the team.
Yeah, they started out so well, executing their early game plan, baiting with that blue, the double Fortitude Elixir bottom, but it's a Caitlyn lane. Caitlyn lanes are supposed to win.
Exactly.
Early. So they really have to continue that into the mid game. And now, Marn have pulled ahead in gold. They have 3 gigantic threats on their team. Mega Zero is even a threat in and of himself. He's got plenty of Magic Pen, which works well with his Sunfire Cape as well. And he's just constantly slowing people and continually putting out all that magic damage.
And Neotanto actually going for safety for himself as well, building a Randuin's.
Yeah, last time when Double Lift was complaining about the Randuin's, I was like, what? Why don't you build one yourself?
Build one yourself.
Looks like Neotanto taking that to heart.
And it really is. You know, teams are considering that. We'll have to see what they do on the Dragon now. Baron, like I said, it's about 2.5 minutes off. 2 minutes off. I was close. But they're going to go ahead and try for the Dragon here.
So
Not
more
too much.
Free global gold for them.
Right,
They'll gladly take that. They haven't had the gold lead in so long. They're like, yes, now we feel strong. We also have the kill lead. So they're going to shove right up this middle. Both of their side lanes are actually pushing right now. So I don't think, yeah, see, they're sending Lulu off to the side just to put up a few wards over here. He's going to clear out around Baron because of that 1 minute and 30 seconds, like you said, we're waiting on. They're just prepping the next global objective. They don't want to shove in that mid lane. They want to clear out all the minion whims that are shoving on this top.
Looks like we almost have that Rabadon's finished. The needlessly large rod just into the hands of Claky D, so there'll be a spike of power when he gets that. But this game is getting to that phase where it's going to need to happen soon, because the next fight is definitely going to mean some inhibitor turrets if the team can come out with enough HP. And it looks like Complexity has the HP to do something just like that. Caitlyn on the backside doing what she does best, pushing down those turrets. Mega Zero coming in. He doesn't have much to unstoppable force right now. Mortis really just putting himself in a shield spot for the team here. He might go down.
Yeah, Mega Zero's 100% looking for Brunch U to ultimate. He doesn't want to ult anyone else. He does get Mortis though.
Yep, he hits up Loudy. There's the shot from Neotanto, picking himself up into the kill. Probably jumps into the team. He actually gets blasted back there by the Condemn, and he will be finished off. Another third, or another bolt, I should say. There's the double kill coming in. Neotanto looking for another triple kill, his second one of the game now. He will not continue, but he does have the double bust now.
So fed right now. Neotanto feels really strong. He's going to shove on this middle turret. There's 3 people down. They could go on the inhibitor turret very easily after this.
That Randuin synergizes with Vayne so well. Her passive, anybody attacking around her for its safety, and he used that in that fight to pretty much pick up that triple kill. 14-10 here is the inhibitor taking damage as well as Mega Zero trying to get himself out there. You're a rock, but you cannot take turret shots. Neotanto very low as well. If he had his equalizer, this would spell bad news. Can he get the placement around? Why do you keep turning around? Apply the Rylance. One last shot. Front shoot takes out Claky. Double kill there. Ace in the hole is not up. It was just recently used.
Great job by Nick Wu, not letting them get out for free. And Brunch following that up, they were able to not only defend the inhibitor turret, but grab 2 kills of their own, and Baron is up right now. They could easily go for a desperate Baron.
Mega Zero just stepped on that trap, giving him complete vision to say, hey, we're nowhere near you for this Baron.
It looks like the only one that would even go over there right now would be Kha'Zix, and he's working on blue, so this could be a free Baron answer. Complexity right back in this game.
Oh my gosh, they are no contest. Like you said, Vayne down in the bottom. Maybe they're okay with this. They know they're low. It would really be a stretch for them to do anything, but that they have to know they made a mistake to be in that position.
Marn did a good job clearing out the wards around Baron before the fight, but they didn't place back wards of their own. They needed fresh ones down. Complexity, good job answering right there. Like I said, Nick Wu and Brunch just got this game right back in their hands.
They will be backing. That Baron puts them at 54,000. Not actually in the lead right now. Still, Marn holds that at 57,000. They just ticked up to it there. 38 minutes into this one, a 14-12. These teams giving us a great last matchup here in Week 8 for the day.
We could get to the point where Nian Tanso actually maxes out on effectiveness. He's got 2,800 gold in his pocket right now and only one more item slot left that he would really want to sell for. So as soon as he gets his last item, you've kind of really hit the ceiling here for Marn, where that's their main AD carry. Like, he's so far ahead right now with the 7 kills and the ridiculous CS. If they cap him out, then Complexity are going to just get stronger and stronger in relative strength. And they're going to have to start giving farm away from Nian Tanso and let other people pick that up, because everyone else really needs to catch up to his level.
It's a scary part when you get to that, you know, part of the game where you're like, actually, we need to farm that over our AD carry. And we'll have to see how Marn really copes with that. At this point, Complexity is trying to clean up everything on their side of the map before showing pressure to, again, Marn's side. They don't have the wards, really. They kind of have that ward holding hands down by the rate, or the wolf camp on the bottom left side. But other than that, both teams are pretty much blind right now.
Yeah, and we have to remember, Complexity still have not won a decisive team fight, and they're still behind in gold. So even though they have Baron buff right now, they're not going to be able to make much use of it. They're just trying to farm out and close the gap in that gold lead. Right now, Marn are just, okay, you guys, that was a good answer, good play by you. We're going to wait out that Baron buff, and as soon as we can get another engage, if we Malphite ultimate on top of Brunch U again, we'll be happy to take it.
The ping's going down in the jungle. Mega Zero's ultimate is up. His teleport is down, however. He'll be waiting for that for about another 40 seconds. So this fight, if they win it, isn't going to give him an ability to push. I was trying to check top and bottom if he could get that teleport on and continue to pressure. But right now, they are answering whatever Complexity does. We'll have to see if they can start to dictate if Complexity makes a mistake here.
Another minute left on the Baron butt for Complexity. So they have time to get this turret. And their AD carry is Caitlyn. Plenty of range to siege up turrets. That's fine for them. They'll grab that global gold. They could even swing bottom right now. Bottom lane is actually shoving with minions.
We'll have to see if they do choose to go down. You saw how much harpoon damage just went onto Clicky D. So Nick Wu is in fighting style now, right where they want to be. Like I said, this is that favorite part of the game for Mega Zero and Nick Wu. They are ready to fight, and it's exactly what they want to do from the first second. 5-5 in turret, so somebody is looking to gain ground here. Complexity not yet wasting this Baron, but still deciding how to use it. Looks like bottom turret's gonna be the first objective.
So they do decide to take that pretty much free. That's gonna be the last of their Baron buff given free objectives. And we see Nian Tanso's last pickup for his last item slot was that frozen mallet. So he's really built into a skirmisher. He's got 2 defensive HP items right there, and he can really get into the fray, use that 550 range pretty easily. He's also got stealth from his ultimate every time he tumbles, so he's not afraid to get in the mix of things right here. And it's just going to really be a very convoluted team fight when we see both of these teams emerging.
I gotta say, that 400 CS right now, Nian Tanso so big, and it puts a smile on my face to see when Vayne builds a Frozen Mallet. Because you usually don't see that, and you're like, wow, this is one of just the most synergizing items. I speed up when I see you, you slow down when I hit you. And it really, you just shake your head when you get hit with that first bullet, because you know you're done.
Yeah, nobody can get away from Nian Tanso right now except Prawley, because Prawley can do the flag toss and flash. The only way he's getting away is if he uses his summoner also. And he's able to keep Nian Tanso trapped inside that Cataclysm. That's the only thing that you can keep Nian Tanso down right now is sticking him inside that Cataclysm and leaving him there.
So it has to really become up to Prawley as well with that Cataclysm, like we were saying before. It can really be used wrong at any time, but when it's this late in the game, a wrong Cataclysm can mean turrets and inhibitors. The fact that everybody's so strong right now. The Rabadons, like we said, that spike of damage now finished up for Claky D on Evelyn. Coming out of the jungle this game as Marn starts to pull out all the stops as they're trying to beat this newly revamped lineup of Complexity with Prawley in mid.
They also have the teleport available on Mega Zero, so Marn have the upper hand. They could start shoving that bottom lane, shoving by itself right now, and if they wanted to send Mega somewhere else, then they could. They would just have to buy time for the engage, because Mega Zero, he's their split pusher, but he's also their hard engage. They have to have him being the ones start off the team fights. They can't start off the team fight and have him teleport in a couple seconds later. That could be disastrous.
So quite back and forth here. Baron has gone down for Complexity. They got a turret, and they were just in the mid of Marn. Now Marn in the mid of Complexity, pushing back after the Baron is worn off. Complexity up exactly 1,000 gold now in their favor as this game just wavers continuously back and forth. 42 minutes in, 14-12. The next fight could mean a lot. Could mean that inhibitor, could mean that Nexus turret. But look at the HPs, Kobe. Mega Zero's going to have to go down as well as Lauda Mortis. And for that to happen, these fights are going to go on good 20 seconds.
Yeah, Marn are not interested in tower diving right now. They just want to shove it up and try and keep their map control. They've placed all the wards that they want to. They have plenty of vision inside the jungle of Complexity, and they've got that Oracle so they can continually clear out Baron and force Complexity to come out of their base and fight them on their terms.
We have Lauda Mortis moving up in mid, and this is the part where you saw Lauda Mortis versus Dignitas when he was on Shogas. He was the one in front of turrets, tanking turrets. He was the one really getting his face in there to initiate for his team. Like we said, that initiation may not be there so strong for the late game. Prowly's Cataclysms are kind of throwing things off. If he does them too right or too wrong, it's kind of hard for him right now. And Nick Wu needs to start with that equalizer. So you see the Unstoppable Force being a huge advantage here for Marn.
Marn making a little run towards the middle here. They can shove in with this lane. They do have that siege minion, which helps out a lot. The changes to turrets in 3.5 though made it a little bit harder to take them down, because not only do we increase the damage that turrets do more damage on their first shot, they also do more damage increasing. Every time you attack a champion, it's going to increase by 25% now, whereas it used to only increase by 20%. And they reduce the effectiveness of those siege minions. They take less damage from turrets themselves, and they also do less damage to turrets.
We saw this verbatim versus Dignitas and Curus, where Dig started to control the game, where Curus went for Baron, but now they meet each other in mid. Deja vu. Mega Zero looking for that ulti. They don't have the damage on Lauda Mortis like they did last time. He is completely waiting for that Unstoppable Force. Probably off to the side. If they realize this is a 4v5 quickly, it is going to go quite wrong for Complexity.
A wide open engage like that is what Marn is looking for. They have both Niantanso and Echo on champions that want to go in and then pull back out with their invisibility. Echo using his ultimate and Niantanso using his ultimate as well. They get small bursts of invisibility. They're just going to burn down this Baron so quickly, though. If Lauda Mortis doesn't get in there quick, it's going to be gone.
Lauda Mortis gets silenced. He gets condemned out. That Baron could go down. It does go to Clanky D, and the fight is going to go on. Clanky D quite low. He flashes out to get more damage on the back line. It's all into Niantanso. Echo will be the first one to drop there, probably picking up a kill. That blue buff is going to help these guys come out big. Mega Zero picking up one, now 2 for 1 as they are chasing out Marn from this fight. A huge play there for Marn to grab Baron and then have to be chased out. Flashes used, Summoners used, and Complexity has eyes on an inhibitor.
Complexity's front line finally all together. They were able to take down the 2 huge damage dealers from Marn. Both Echo and Niantanso, those invisibilities were not able to make use of their. Oh, they are going to take this inhibitor turret, and they're going to follow it up with the inhibitor.
There's quite a few in their face. They don't have Brunchu for that damage, so all of them have to stay in melee range. This could get dangerous. No home guards really coming out, and 30s on the strongest in the death chamber of Echo and Niantanso. So yeah, they are safe.
Mega Zero was able to solo Brunch there using his ultimate, but there was no one to defend Niantanso and Echo, and they just got completely crushed. The 4 really bruiser champions here from Complexity actually getting chased out of the turret.
A little too aggressive there, and the turret is what Mega Zero needed with his team to continue the fight here. There's going to be the toss. Oh, Clanky D couldn't get onto it, but he hits off that W, tries to break the crowd control. Good swipe back by MIA, and the Unstoppable Force once again continues the brawl. Like I said, these fights are going on for 20 plus seconds. They finally stop out. Good harpoons over the shoulder from Nick Wu.
Complexity bit off way more than they could chew. Should have went home after that middle inhibitor. They were trying to tank another turret, and probably just got shown how squishy he really is.
Just one after the other. All of these teams thinking they can get that last little bit and then getting out by the skin of their teeth. So dangerous, and I see such dangerous play, I should say. 47 minutes in here. Looking, I think we get our longest game of week 8 in, 17-4. Just about 70,000 gold in the pocket of both of these teams. And the person with the most gold in their backpack is going to be, right now, Niantanso on Bane. He's going to be that queen carry. Let's looks like he has the composition to do it in his
Yeah,
items.
he's so rich that he sold his Frozen Mallet and bought an Infinity Edge instead. He switched out one of his end game items and purchased that Infinity Edge.
What else would you go for in that build? Would it be a boot sell?
At this point, I would sell the boots and get a Zephyr. It's either that or you need a Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel really, really strong at this point, because if he does get bursted down like that, then they need him to pop back up. He's got lifesteal. He could actually tumble away. If he's able to make use of that second life, if the rest of his team wasn't destroyed, then a Guardian Angel could be what they need to change the game. If it wasn't Guardian Angel, then it would be that selling boots and buying Zephyr instead.
We'll see what he does. Actually get some boots buy-in coming up. Distortion boots for Mega Zero, trying to get those cooldowns for his flash and teleport up as soon as possible. Ryla's as well being built out for Claky D as they finish. These guys are getting really close, full end game items. We see the home guards coming out now, since it's going to be really that base save or the rush back to Baron that's going to turn the tide of this game.
Home guard boots really important for both teams right now, since most of the fighting will be very, very crucial. If someone dies, these are the long, long death timers. So as soon as you get back up, you need to get back into the action. And both teams right now really, really cautious. Complexity, they do have the advantage. They've got that middle inhibitor still down, so their lanes are going to passively be pushing, but Marn's still sitting on a couple of Baron buffs, which can change the entire fight. Now that everybody's got max items, the extra advantage is only going to be coming from elixirs and Baron buff.
And really, one of the first games, I mean, he's on Thresh this time, right? So you're not going to build the damage as you come out. But it's one of the first games we've seen a more passive, team-oriented build coming from MIA here. It seems like they are, using that in fights quite a bit. The box has gone down irregularly a few times, but really broke up that fight big time for them last time once he waited for Mega Zero to use the ultimate. And I think that was the right choice.
Yeah, this Kindle Gem that he's holding onto right now, I'm hoping that he turns that into the Starks and for that Life Leech aura, because if you turn that into a Locket at this late stage in the game, that shield will not mean anything in a team fight. That's so small. It's kind of nothing in a team fight. But the lifesteal that he would give to both Brawly and Brunch U could be huge.
The Bulwark actually being built by Mega Zero here. 3-1 and 12, the top laner, given that role. So these guys are definitely bringing in the money. We see Loudamortis picking it up as usual on the jungler. And a lot of Randuins coming out as well. Like we said, everybody's at that full build. 461 CS right now for Niantanso. Almost unstoppable, and we'll have to see if that's true in this next fight. He's gotten 2 triples. Can he bring out the Penta?
Both teams a little indecisive at this point, and that's really forgivable at this point. A 50-minute game, it's not very easy to practice a 50-minute game, because most games don't go to 50 minutes like this so close. Like, you only get these chances every once in a while. It's not like you can go out and start up a fresh game. Oh, we're all going to port in level 18s here with full items and see what happens. They're going to go back to this bottom turret. They actually snuck around and they're going to get it.
This is big, Kobe. It's all about the now. Whether they were big plays earlier that turned the game and brought it to where it is, it doesn't matter. It matters about the next play. There could have been a Penta in this game, and it may not have meant anything, because what we see next will decide who gets the base. Probably picking up some more resources in the jungle as they deny Marn. But Marn really isn't pressured by this right now. We've seen them come back in these fights and win down in gold. They still sit up in gold right now, just 8-5 in turrets, so they don't have the pressure or the map presence to get out of their base right now.
What Marn need to do are spread out their threats. They have these 3 really strong threats. They've got Niantanso, Echo, and Claky. So they want to have those at 3 different points in their team. The worst thing for Marn would be for all of them those 3 to be next to each other and get AoE silenced by Loudamortis, and AoE ruptured by Loudamortis, or Cataclysm by Brawly, and just keep them all together. So they have to spread out during the team fight, and they have to use their mobility. All of those champions are very mobile. Evelyn's got her speed boost, and then Echo and Niantanso both have those invisibility tumbles that I was talking about. So they have to be able to use their positioning in the next team fight to spread out. Meanwhile, Mega Zero still needs to go with that target. He's got to get on Brunch, shut down his attack speed, and he can basically just solo him as we saw in the last time. that will be fine as long as the rest of the threats are spread out and the same thing doesn't happen to Team Marn.
I feel like this is going to be big, Kobe. 1 second until Baron spawns, and we haven't seen these teams trying to play trick Baron. They're playing, we're doing Baron, and you can fight us while we do it. So this is going to be big. Cleared out Niantanso with an Oracle. He knows he's just trying to be safe in every step he takes on the Rift right now. Echo trying to put out some poke. They're trying to trade back. They grab, but will he go over? MI puts himself right into the fight, locking up Niantanso. The damage can't get to the rest of the fight, but he is slaughtering MIA right now. They're doing a good job at peeling, but where is the focus? Brunch U has already been taken down, which means no AD carry. Echo is the next focus here. Complexity is focusing well, but are they focusing the right amount of damage? Niantanso is still alive, and this could be bad. Nikwu goes Sonya's, and he goes down. Niantanso picks up another kill, now 8, 2, and 3 on the game.
Great job by Marn right there, I guess. Niantanso getting caught out meant that their threats were spread because he was on the complete other side of that fight. And so the box from MIA only affected Niantanso. Niantanso had both him and Nick Wu on him. So it was a 2 versus 1, and Niantanso did fine over there. He was able to survive it. He was able to take the CC, and the rest of the team, Marn, picked up the slack. Klakey sacrificed his life. Him and Echo put out enough damage to take down Brunch, and they were able to follow it up, grab that. A 2 for 3 shows just how close this 53-minute game still is.
Absolutely. Like I said, they may have been down in gold. They were up by 1,000 that time, but Marn does have the positioning in these fights. You can see Echo, he actually has a smile on his face. He is just waiting to get back into this game right now, rubbing his hands together. These guys are antsy. They know they have what it takes to win these fights. No vision coming in. That flag toss is going to give them a bit, but it's going to be tough. Baron's at half. They do have a lot of Mortis on the outside. That flash smite feast, man.
That is a huge amount of damage. They have to be really, really scared of Loud Mortis flashing in there. There goes down the flag. This is in the range.
Oh, the unstoppable force coming out. They're going to stop them and try to take out Loud Mortis and probably before they can do anything. MIA from the backside. Does he have the box? He throws it around them, but it's not really hitting anybody but his team. Niantanso finally going down there. There's the shutdown to Prolly. Very much needed that gold. MIA is going to try to get out as he is just kind of walking around, being a nuisance to Marn. And it looks like Marn may be able to clean up. Nick Wu, can he get the damage down? And he gets shredded by Mega and the team. A double kill coming in, an ace for Marn.
We were just talking about how home guard boots are essential at this point. Echo came in with those blazing at the end of that, able to finish off, completely turn that around. 4 members of Martin still up. They're going to go to end this game. 40-second death timer means you can still hear them yelling over there.
Echo on your screen screaming his face off. They are so happy. And it was a well-fought game by both teams. This was literally anybody's matchup to the last kills.
That was about 7 consecutive yells from Echo. Just outburst after outburst. He was so happy to arrive at that point in the team fight, able to finish it up, clean them off, and the rest of members of Martin all blinking red, barely surviving. Congratulations, a well-deserved win for Team Marn.
Note to self, healthy Echo is louder than Zuna.
Yes. we didn't know that up until this point because he's been sick for so long, but he can really get in there as well.
So they were able to thwart out the complexity composition. Could it, come down to the fact that Jarvan is very strong, does have that AD, but did he not scale hard enough into late game for the damage they needed that, an area of effect AP or AD caster would have brought you?
Complexity as a whole late game in the team fights were lacking a lot of the damage, but Marn just made it look like that because they had 3 very, very effective threats. Their jungler was a full-out damage dealer. Klakey built Death Cap. He had Zhonya's. He was building full threat, and so they really had the advantage in the end game damage there. And since so much of it was AOE too, really just steamrolled that.
An absolutely amazing game at the longest of the day, 55 minutes. Baron after Baron. We have a replay of the last team fight that happened just to show that focus and really where Marn put it.
This is all about individual play here. They're so scared of an endgame Cho'Gath with Smite. You have to be. Like, there's nothing else that's going to do more true damage to that. Here goes Mega Zero. He's able to get out Loud Mortis. That's a huge CC used on the tank. They didn't have that CC left for Brunch when Brunch comes in, but since he wasn't there already, doesn't really matter. They're able to take out Niantanso. Huge threat. Right now you can't see it, but from the bottom of your screen, Echo's coming in. He's going to get the reset off of Prolly here, and then just completely obliterate the rest. Whole team goes in. The thing here is that none of Marn backed out. They were all still in that team fight. They were not afraid. sacrifice their lives. At the end game, you all have to be acting as a single unit.
Absolutely.
That's the importance of the shot caller that people are talking about. It's both those level 1s and the very, very end game, the 50 minutes in, where that really, really comes out.
That mentality to stay and fight with your team, it takes a little bit.
Yeah.
When you know you're going to go down, just do as much damage as you can, and more times than not, you'll see yourself coming out alive with your team, and that's exactly what they did to take down the Nexus. After the break, we'll talk to Claky D and Nian Tanso for Marn, and then we'll break down how today's results impact the playoff picture. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the North American LCS live from Los Angeles. I'm Rivington III in the interview lounge, joined by Nian Tanso and Claky D of Marn. Congratulations on the win. And I got to say, we haven't seen many games that long in the LCS. Yeah. What is it like going past 45 and 50 minutes in a game?
It's extremely stressful because one mistake can just end the whole thing for you. And it especially sucks to lose an extremely long game because we were up most of the game, so it would suck to throw the lead like that. So. Yeah. So
Claky, coming in as the jungler, kind of the early game, a shot caller, but move maker. Was there any worry now with Prowley in mid and that connection between Loud and Mortis and him?
Yeah, we were worried. That game, I got pretty shut down at level 1. They 3-man invaded our blue. We went to take theirs. And Nian and Heartbeat did our double golems. Next time, they should just come up to the blue with us and help me secure that. But yeah, I ended up dying at the blue. Didn't get a blue buff as Evelyn jungle, which is really bad. So I got set really far behind. And Prawley is really aggressive, as so is Mortis. So I was really worried that they were going to completely shut me down that game.
What was the strategy then once it came to, you saw Prawley completely jumping on Echo and mid and crushing him? We can't get there in time. What do you do at that point when you're like, you just slow down everyone?
I was pretty crushed. Like my morale was pretty low at that point. Nian was the guy that was like, "Come on, man! Like just keep it together. We can still win this. We're not that bad off." I was like, "All right." And then we just kept it slow. I tried to get the farm in where I could, like do the camps. When Echo had to back, I would take his wave mid, just try to catch up. And I eventually got ahead in levels on Cho'Gath, which is a lot of Mortis, and then everything just went together and we won.
Yep. And yeah, ahead of Lauda Mortis on Cho'Gath, you got, needless to say, crushed in the jungle in the early game. How does that feel?
It's like the worst feeling ever. Like to get crushed at level 1 too. Like I'm on a blue reliant jungler. They invaded my blue. I went to their blue. I took it, but then I died and used my flash. So I was like, I was in the worst position possible, and I just felt like there was nothing I could do. But I just had to stay in the game and just keep farming, and then eventually things worked out.
Well, absolute props to the play because you persevered and came back hard. Now, Niantanso, the Vayne play, absolutely amazing. There were times when you switched up the build, sold the Frozen Mallet just to buy the Infinity Edge. Were you just feeling that comfortable that you really, whatever I buy next kind of doesn't matter point?
Yeah, I trusted my team to pressure them a lot, so I didn't really have that much pressure on me. Like, it was mostly just Jarvan that was going on me, so I figured I could just do more damage and be safe with that. The Randuin's pretty much protected me. All the protection I needed, it gave me, so I just wanted to get some more damage in.
And what were your thoughts on the level 2 Prawley gank down in the bottom lane? I guess it didn't come onto you because you guys had switched, but...
I don't even remember.
Yeah, so you guys were on the bottom lane, so actually a completely invalid question. Great question. But, Claky D, all right. Coming into this game, you saw Prawley on the other team. Were there strategies guys scrapped up instantly knowing Prawley's strats, or you guys were playing comfort champions for this game?
We didn't necessarily put together a comp for complexity in specific, but we did ban out Zyra, which we know is like one of his comfort champions.
Right.
We know he's a really strong mid player, and we also knew that when they picked Jarvan and already had Cho'Gath, that Jarvan was going to be mid and it was going to be Prawley because we've seen him play Jarvan mid, and his Jarvan mid is really good. And that kind of worried us because Echo's never played that matchup before. There's not that many Jarvan mids. So Echo got a little crushed at the beginning, but he came back as well. And I'm excited. I think Complexity is a much stronger team right now with Prawley.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to you guys. Props to other teams. You guys show great camaraderie in the LCS. We see it here in the studio. We see it out of the studio. Like I said, congratulations. Great AD and jungle play coming back on the eve. Guys, we have a lot more to come from today. Just with the recovery, or just with the cover of the tosses to the replays, it's going to be Jat with Vulcun and TSM. We're going to check out that replay on the day.
Thank you very much, Riv. And this fight had to be covered. Even though there were so many fights in the last Complexity versus Marn game, whenever you have a Dragon fight that essentially goes this far in one team's favor, which Vulcun ends up acing them, a lot of things have to happen. So I actually just want to prep the situation a little bit here. We have Dyrus and Psycho Sid up in the top lane, all ready to begin the fight. You have to keep in mind that at the start of this fight, obviously we're pointing at the minimap, way down here as well, Karthus is on the wrong side of Baron for Vulcun, so they have to be very worried about TSM taking the Dragon, and this also gives TSM a false sense of confidence because they know they have Dyrus coming into the fight if they want to. That would immediately give them a 5v4, and they also think it's a 3v5 because they don't think Mandatory Cloud is there. So let's roll this clip as we started out. You can see Oddwin's getting a little bit low on Dragon. Vulcan's poking around the side. And actually, Zuna gets a little aggressive on Reginald. If we pause it here, you can see that Zuna has already taken a whole bunch of damage for Reginald. Reginald up here, I'm going to use red for TSM, is doing all the damage up here. Wild Turtle is actually already right next to X-Smithy, so he has to be careful. X-Smithy has already missed the hook to start the fight, and the Odd One down here wants to initiate in and actually cut off Zuna. So he's going to attempt to do that very soon. Keep in mind, this is only 3 Vulcan team members that are accounted for. So TSM actually feels pretty good right here. Dyrus doesn't think or doesn't get told to ult down, and he doesn't arrive near the fight. And keep that in mind as Zuna gets around really low. So we're actually going to play this fight at half speed to show just how close it is. As Zuna goes back, Audwin actually knocks him farther back. And right there, they couldn't close on Zuna. So if we pause it again here, you can see Mandatory Cloud's late entrance to the fight
is an absolute decimation of TSM because Reginald up here has used all his cooldowns. Wild Turtle actually missed his ultimate near the start of the fight and has already cleansed off the Wither from Nasus, so the exhaust completely destroys him for Mandatory Cloud. X Special gets stuck in the middle of this, and it's just so crazy because this was essentially 4 people of Vulcun that are completely unaccounted for. They had no answer, TSM did, for X Smithy in the middle of the fight, and this looks like an absolute mess. So in here, if we keep rolling it at half speed, you get to see how crushed Vulcun is. Watch Reginald's cooldown as well, because Zuna is back near the end of the fight. He blows both spells, which lets Zuna jump on him at the bottom, finishes off Reginald. At this point, Dyrus ults in late can have no impact on the fight. Even though it was a 4v4 or 4v5, it doesn't matter. The ultimate comes in from Karthus, the Requiem goes, and they just cleaned up that fight. So in any Dragon situation like that, when someone gets beaten so handily, so many things have to happen. Vulcun played that almost perfectly, and they got lucky in a few situations. But that play in particular, since Vulcun had a late game team comp, really just carried through for the rest of the game for Vulcun, and it allowed them to beat TSM. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Chat. Now let's see where the teams stand after today's games. Curse is 15-3, Dignitas 16-5 as they had a bye on the week, TSM 14-7, and CLG 10-11 now.
Then we have Vulcun and Marn, both with wins, bringing them to 8-13, 7-12. GGU and Complexity are still on the bottom at 5-14 and 5-15.
Yeah. We'll be back tomorrow with plenty more LCS action. Up first, TSM looks to bounce back from today's big loss, but they have Curse standing in their way. After that, Vulcun tries to build on today's huge win when they take on Complexity.
Then Marn fights to stay in control of the final playoff spot when they battle GGU. And finally, it's a battle of today's undefeated teams, Curse versus Vulcun.
It all starts tomorrow at 3 p.m. Pacific, midnight Central European. That's going to do it for us today. I'm Riv, for Kobe, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Can he still get the damage? Can he get MIA? MIA! They've saved the Nexus and there's no minions!
Oh my word, Complexity going.
Oh, Nick Wu looking for all the resets right now. Can he get another one? He jumps on, gets the triple kill.
Okay, let's go.
I'm getting caught right now. Peel. I need peel. Cop. Rise. Got him. Good job. Bottom. Reggie's there. I got Darius. Good shit.
I have full control of my emotions right now. That's your boy? That's your boy? Shit's free, son.
Keep pushing.
Shit's free.
Keep pushing.
Bye.